Hello there, and welcome to the Agostino Zinga Show with your host, Agostino Zinga. And this is episode number 854, New Year, New Me, Part 2. Part dos, episode number 854, with your boy, Agostino Zinga. How you doing? How you feeling, people? Great, amazing, good to hear, good to blood clot here. How have I been? Pretty good. All things considered, pretty good, all things considered. I really cannot complain. I had a really good workout in the gym yesterday to start off the month really strong. I'm feeling really good about it. I'm feeling really good about the year in general. One thing I was surprised about is this. It wasn't as full as I thought it would be. Usually 1st of January, everybody's going in there. They want to flip and start their New Year's resolutions. Or if anything, they just had a really sloppy, really, food-filled, drunk-filled, or drunk-fueled New Year's and maybe Christmas. So they want to start 1st of January feeling good. So you kind of go in for a little workout, get your sweat on, and you kind of, for lack of a better term, you sweat it out. But this time, I didn't see that many people. I really didn't see that many people. And it was really surprising to me, really honestly surprising to me that I didn't see that many people out there. It was kind of empty, and I think kind of the peak time during the weekday, just after work, which was like 6 to 7. I think I might have been there at 7 p.m. And it was fairly empty, fairly freaking empty. And usually, I remember in previous times when I'd be coming back from work, I'd get home at let's say I cycle really fast. I get home at 6:40. I run straight out of my house and I'm out of the house at 10 to 7. And by the time I arrive there, it's already rammed. People are going crazy. You can't find a squat rack. You can't find any free plates, bumper plates for the barbells. The whole free weights area is really packed up and stuff. The treadmills are all taken up. The elliptical machine is taken up. But this particular time that went yesterday, January 1st, 2025, it was basically empty. And it's making me wonder, every year that I do resolutions, I start to realize that less and less people do them. I'm not sure if it's an age thing. I'm not sure if this is a consequence of COVID, because I felt like part of me feels as if when COVID happened, people just gave up and just thought, you know what, I don't care. I'm just going to do what I want when I want to do it. If I don't want to do it anymore, I won't do it anymore, but I'm not going to give myself these constraints. I'm not going to, put myself, quote unquote, under punishment. I'm just going to enjoy what I'm going to enjoy because tomorrow isn't promised. And these people in the government effed us over. COVID effed us over. It stole, 2.5 years from our lives. Most of us, maybe even 3. Some of us, it cost us our lives, family members, whatever it may be. We're not probably the same as we are. Or we're not the same person as we were, prior to COVID and shit. So I feel like maybe because of that, the whole thing has kind of gone by the wayside. People are like, you know what? Forget New Year's resolutions. Or just people are lazy. Not too sure if that's the case. But I have noticed year on year, ever since COVID, that there's been less and less people in the gym on the 1st of January. And I think I've been going to the gym, on the 1st of January for the last, 10 plus years. So I've always kind of seen it. And I've seen a steady decrease in people in there, which obviously is good for me because that means I can just, do what I like to do, which is get all the weights stacked up in my little corner. So I don't have to go searching for them. And no one can kind of bother me asking, can I borrow the 5? Can I borrow the 10? I just have the mine always stacked up because the whole room was in there. I have to do my workouts and stuff, and I'm feeling good, man. Feeling good. I did feel a little bit sluggish though, given everything I've been eating during these holidays and stuff. I did feel rather sluggish. I'm not going to lie. I did feel a little bit sluggish. It was pretty hard to kind of get the reps done, but I did eventually end up getting them done. But I'm not gonna lie. I honestly did feel really sluggish. It made me wonder, God damn it, man. Now I get why a lot of fitness people are really strict about, making sure they don't have cheat days and maybe have a cheat meal. Because when you go crazy during Christmas, that sluggishness you feel when you first lift up a weight is fucking wild. It really is flipping wild. So I'm glad I was able to kind of get over the line and get that kind of sorted. But yeah, looking forward to the year. And I don't know, I think, like I said, I'm just kind of obsessed with the idea of kind of putting yourself through maybe it's a Christian thing. Maybe there's some sort of Christian thing in there, like the self-flagellation involved in it. Maybe it's just I'm just a gluttony for punishment. because you don't really need to do what I'm trying to do, right? You don't really need to do the things that I'm trying to do now. You don't really need to do them. But I do enjoy trying to do them. And you know what I also enjoy? I also do enjoy sometimes the feeling of inadequacy that it gives some people. Because I don't know why that's the case. I don't know why some people will see you doing something and for some reason it will just make them feel bad about themselves. But I'm not going to lie, it does make me feel happy when I see people feel uncomfortable because I'm trying to achieve or aiming for really heady goals, really hard to achieve. Because these aren't easy. This New Year's resolution that I have right now is not easy. This is hard stuff. Like I think regular people, even in a regular year, which maybe struggle to get done the things that I'm aiming to get done. This is not easy at all in the slightest, right? Read 4 books per month. Stream every day on both of my channels. Get 1,000 members on the Random Show channel. Get 500 members on Tazs when it gets remonetized. Cycle or run 30 miles per week. Get down to 190 pounds by April, which is in 4 months, and I'm currently 250. Do a 1-2 hour plus DJ mix every week, live stream on my Persistence radio channel, and learn German and Spanish. These are really heady goals, really hard to flipping do. But like I said, mostly because of the, you know, me maybe being a gluttony for punishment, but also to kind of give myself a reason as to why I like to get effed up sometimes. And I think part of it is like the reward side of it, being able to like put yourself through some level of like abstinence, some level of like self-discipline, some level of sacrifice, being able to kind of, you know, bite down on your gum shield and kind of tear through when it comes to workouts and shit, and then rewarding yourself later on down the line, because I'm aiming to go to Berlin at the end of the year. My tickets are all booked, flights are all booked, got my luggage all booked. Accommodation will probably happen closer to the date, so I'm ready and ready to go. And I'm kind of doing that to kind of recover from that horrible, or not horrible, but the missed opportunity in December. So maybe that's part of it, you know what I mean? Work hard, suffer a little bit now, so that you can kind of reap the rewards later down the line. And yeah, man, I'm looking forward to it. I'm really flipping looking forward to it. But it has been interesting to see some of the reaction online, especially within my own little community on Discord, and some of the replies I've been getting on social and the comments on my YouTube community page and shit. It's been funny, man, how weirdly uncomfortable, awkward, insecure, skeptical, downright confused, you know, and just, you know, whatever, doubtful people are about this sort of thing, which makes sense because, again, like I said, I do this every year. I've got videos probably going back from maybe from 2019 about New Year's resolutions. It's something that I've always been into, and I don't do them in terms of like, I'm going to stick to every single one, but I do them in terms of giving me a kind of, you know, safeguards, railings to kind of behave in a certain way throughout the year so that I keep myself on a straight and narrow. But if I can do every single one, of course I'm going to be super happy. If I can maintain every single one to the end of the year, I'll be really happy. But these are kind of like the overall safeguards I give myself just to make sure that I'm not doing anything too crazy. So looking forward to seeing how it plays out this year. I think a lot of these are incredibly easy and achievable. Like the reading books every four books per month is, I've done it before in the past very easily. The stream every day on both channels I've done before. I think actually if I check my blog, let me see the number. What's the most books I read in a year? I think it might have been like 72 or something. So this is my blog. I don't really have I still got the URL? I don't think I've still got have I still got the URL? I don't think I've still got the URL, have I? I don't think so. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So the actual flipping thing is this is defaultgoon.wordpress.com. This is a blog that I don't really do it as often as I probably should. Maybe I'll probably pick it up because we're in this resolution era. So I'm gonna probably do this every day and write something. But I usually try and do some food reviews. I've got something where I went to this Spanish restaurant called Triangana in Newington Green, which I kind of read a review about. But if I check my books, I think I want to see how many books did I read in 1 year. Let's see if I can find it here. So okay. So I read 32 books in 2018. 23 in 2017. What else I've got here? I've got anything more? No, nothing more there. But so I've read quite a few before in the past. So yeah, I can do 4. So let's see. Do I have anything for like recent years in terms of the books I've read in the year? Let me go back here again. Let me see if I got anything for the recent years of the books I've read. What have I got here? If I scroll down, I'll search for books. What do I have in terms of what I've read? Let's see if I've got anything. Books I'm reading during the coronavirus. So here's some books I read during the coronavirus pandemic. I've got some listed here. John Peel autobiography, which is really good. Made in Casino, which is obviously an architect, more so a design book based on chairs and shit. The 32 books I read in 2018, what were they actually? I'm curious to see which one they were. Okay, cool. I've got some interesting titles here, innit, for the books I read in 2018. I've got the James Comey, like who honestly, some of the stuff that I read is a bit useless. Like who flipping reads the James Comey book? The Fire and Fury book by Michael Wolff was really good, to be fair. Great cover as well. This should be a t-shirt. That's a fucking great cover. That Donald Trump book is really good. War by Sebastian Junger is really good. Black Rednecks, White Liberals as well by Thomas Sowell that I read last year was really good. This Miles Davis autobiography is fucking fantastic, as is the Gucci Mane one. The Culture Code is really good as well. Noam Chomsky obviously is great. Murder Machine is obviously great. I'm sure most of you know about these. Guns, Germs and Steel. Rework is really good as well. The Gulag Archipelago is fucking fantastic. Oh, this is one of my favorite ones. That might be my favorite book that I read in 2018. And you can see how beat up it is. By Roberto Saviano, called 000. There's actually a TV series based on this book, and it's about the Gomorras, so basically the Italian mafia, and their basically import of cocaine and shit from South America to Europe to other parts of the world. And it's a limited series. I think it might be a HBO series. I think it's fucking fantastic. If you haven't watched it, please check it out. It's called 0002. It's a really good book. It kind of shows you every stage of the drug exportation, you know, or the drug dealing business and stuff, organized crime. It shows you from what's happening in Colombia, what's happening with import exporters, what's happening in Africa, what happens, because people kind of overlook how cocaine travels through parts of Africa, especially on the West Coast, before it travels into places like Europe. So I really, 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 really recommend you check that out. But yeah, these are books I read in 2018. So, you know, I'm already up here. Do you know what I mean? I've got an Anna Karenina book as well here, by Leo Tolstoy, of course. Barbarian Days, a surfing book as well, really good. Chasing the Scream, Crushing It. You could tell when I was on my Gary Vee shit in 2018. I've got Crushing It by Gary Vee here, Blue Zone by Dan Buettner as well on there. Yeah, man. Some Niall Ferguson, who's a very controversial figure in the UK. Empire's there as well. So yeah, interesting books here that I read in 2018. So obviously I'll be featuring more of these on my Instagram. So if you're on my Instagram, you'll see me uploading. What I tend to do, I tend to buy the books in the month, at the start of the month, read them, and then I'll post about them at the end of the month. So I'll maybe write a little review. So you'll probably see what I've read at the end of the month, or maybe the middle of the month. I'll probably show you what I've read for January. But keep an eye on my Instagram if you care about that sort of stuff. But yeah, man, I'm looking forward to it, man. I'm looking forward to it. Really challenging list of resolutions. They're going to push me to my brink, especially the cycling shit, especially the streaming everyday shit. But I'm going to get it done. I'm going to get it done. So yeah. Big up everybody as well that's getting it done. But I also, like I said before, like I also kind of appreciate people who don't try to do anything. I think I can't help myself because I just got this, like, you know, I've got this like little not chip on my shoulder. I've got this thing inside of me, but I just kind of always want to challenge myself to do things. Usually I fall flat on my face, but I just want to try anyway. And I'm not afraid of like failing or whatever. But there are some people who just generally don't care. And I wish I had that ability to do so. I wish I had the ability to like just not care about stuff. Or care about other things, you know, that would maybe be a little bit beneficial, because I feel like this constant need, this constant drive I have can be a little bit exhausting. I'm not gonna lie, it can be a little bit exhausting, and it could also maybe kind of make you sad when you don't do the things that you want to do, because you tie a lot of expectation towards it, or you know, to it. You know what I mean? Maybe your dreams, aspirations, your future endeavors, they're all tied to what you want to do. So when you don't do them, you kind of feel like a bit of a failure. So it's a bit hard, and it's also hard to be content when you have that kind of mindset like I have sometimes. It's hard to be content with what you have when you're constantly thinking about the things that you don't have, you know? But hey, what can you do? What can you do? Moving on, let's talk about Elliott Wilson. So Elliott Wilson, the hip-hop journalist, somebody who is popular with people in hip-hop because of his platform, Rap Radar, which was at one point the premier destination for rap hip-hop interviews, like deep ones, right? Long form interviews, talking about the music, talking about the culture, and really kind of getting an understanding of the artists they were speaking to at a kind of a deeper level. More of like a journalistic style of an interview instead of like the, you know, maybe the Breakfast Club, Hot 97, sort of like, media, standard media kind of interview. Anyway, along the years, for whatever reason, and I can't really work out why, But for some reason, he's kind of falling out of favor. Because there was at one point, Rap Radar was a place to be. Jay-Z has been on there. Tyler, the Creator's been on there. I think Nicki Minaj might have been on there. Drake has been on there. So they've had great interviews in the past. But for some reason, it's kind of fallen off. I'm not sure if it's because of Elliott Wilson being very unlikable. I'm not sure if it's because of B-Dot being a little bit dumb and having some weird opinions and shit that people don't really vibe with. I'm not sure it's because just generally they're not maybe as clouted up or as popular as they would think they are. So maybe it's just like it's based on numbers. Maybe it's just like artists looking at the numbers and saying, hey, if I go on this kid's stream or if I go on this person's fucking TikTok, I'm going to get this amount of views. And if I go on Elliott Wilson and B-Dot show, I'm going to get 10 views. You know what I mean? And just making a clear, decision based on numbers. I don't know what the deal is. Whatever the deal is, something happened. Rap Radar's no more longer in prominence that way anymore. And Elliott Wilson hasn't been taking it too well. He's been very grumpy about it. He's been very annoyed by it. And I'm not going to lie, as much as I dislike Elliott Wilson, I do like the fact that he's being honest about how much he hates this version of what he calls new media. And by new media, he basically means these kids who are coming up. Some of them are kids, some of them aren't kids, who have platforms that don't essentially try to have gotcha interviews. They're not trying to hold artists' feet to the fire. They're not trying to, ask them this really hard-pressing interview about some baby mother drama. They're just trying to have some fun, hang out. And I call them, but I guess you could call them personality interviews. They're less about understanding the genesis of the project and what went into this song and this music video and why you use that hi-hat and why there's a bridge here and why you pick this feature. It's mostly about, hey, let's get to know you as a person, and hopefully as we get to know you as a person on this show with this host or this platform or this show that's really popular, maybe that'll make people think, oh yeah, I'm going to check out your music, right? And I think it kind of started with Offset. Offset was the first person to kind of start it. He's the one that did the first sort of like sleepover stream or just live stream in general with one of these big live streamers in Kai Cenat. And that sort of started off a trend of a lot of these artists popping up on different streaming platforms and kind of, using that as a way to promote themselves, as opposed to going the traditional journalistic route, which might be fraught with, questions that you don't want to answer and might make more issues for you than, or whatever it may be that you don't need. Anyway, all that to explain, he finally sat down with New Rory and Moore and basically explained why he feels the way he does about new media and why he thinks it's important that journalists like him are still in the game and why artists need to kind of come to his direction as well and give those type of interviews. So let's listen to this and I'll obviously react along the way. The title of the video is Elliott Wilson shares slams what it is podcast, which is a podcast that Cameron does with Mace. It's a sports-based show thing he does, which I really enjoy, to be honest. I don't really know much about American sports, but I do find Cameron and Mace's show, for someone like me that's a novice, I find that easily digestible. I'm not gonna lie, pause, but I find it digestible, so I really do like it. And obviously, I'm a fucking #1 Dipset stan. I love that era of hip-hop. Cameron and Mace are some of the people I always kind of looked up to and what some of my favorite artists, so I'm a fan of kind of the evolution since they've become friends again. But he seems to not like it because they're kind of taking away the shine from his thing. I don't know, whatever. The title is Elliott Wilson slams It Is What It Is podcast, says Cam and Mace aren't journalists. Let's play it.
So you do have to understand how in 2023, 24 things have changed.
Yes, sir.
Media has changed.
Yes, sir.
Technology has made it to where people enjoy things differently now. People want to sit and watch somebody stream and just be in the house and do whatever. And if a celebrity pulls up to kick it with them on their stream, people watch it. They like it.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be the prototypical, hey, let's sit down, let's talk, let's interview type of thing.
Yeah.
People like to, I think, for celebrities and things like that, I think they rather feel more comfortable and at ease instead of sitting somewhere and feeling like they're being grilled.
Yeah, feel like more of a safe space.
What's going on? Yeah. And you spoke out about, your feelings on that. And
it bothers me still to this day.
But why does it bother you?
Because it's like there needs to be a balance. I think when you put an album out, for example, any artist, right? You put an album out, I don't think the album is like your own reflection of it. I think you need to talk.
By the way, I'm not too sure if he got some work done on his teeth. I'm not too sure if he's got some issues with his gums. But he sounds like he's either very drunk or he's just got that slur that you get when you're an old man. I don't know what it is, but Elliott sounds like a mess. Again, it could be some sort of teeth problem, wisdom tooth come out, maybe he's got some sort of abscess on his gums. But to me, he sounds like he's been drinking. And that's really sad. As much as I dislike the guy, it's really sad because it shows that he's kind of like in a good place. Maybe he's going through some sort of form of depression, whatever, and he's kind of comforted himself with, bottles of fucking Beyonce's whiskey. but he doesn't sound the clearest. He doesn't sound the healthiest, unfortunately.
Talk about your art, what you did to somebody you trust or respect. Like it gets lost without that. It's just like one album, like, oh, put the album out. Even Freddie Gibbs, like y'all champion Freddie Gibbs album, right? All day. Y'all Freddie Gibbs, he don't want to talk to nobody. It's like, yo, what the fuck?
But I think Freddie,
he makes a good point. He does make a good point. In this particular episode, I watched a few of it, and they are pushing the Freddie Gibbs album, saying how great it was. And he's basically saying, hey, I don't know nothing about this Freddie Gibbs album because he's never sat down and spoken to anybody, so it hasn't piqued my interest. So if he maybe would sit down with a journalist and speak about his album, I might want to check it out. Cool, no problem. But going back to what he said in the beginning, I'm starting to think to myself, like, to question all your fucking previous held beliefs. Who really wants to listen or see or watch an interview with an artist where the journalist is kind of grilling them? Like, who really wants that? Maybe Stans want some clarity on some rumors or some things, some gossip or some things that they've been paying attention to. But if you're a fan of the music, do you really want to listen to an artist being grilled by a journalist about why they didn't say this about this war, why they didn't tweet Free Palestine, what's their opinion, what's going on in Ukraine, what's their view on reparations, I don't think fans really want that or care, to be honest. I don't really think so. If anything, the weird thing I've realized about media, I feel like media are way more demanding of celebrities and artists as opposed to politicians and lawmakers and shit. Like, why are you grilling artists and, and creatives and all these people who are meant to exist in this kind of, little bubble where they get to make art and be weird and freaky because that's how we get great stuff. But then when it comes to politicians and whatever, who are actually affecting our everyday lives, who actually do have a say in how we live our lives, there isn't the same level of scrutiny being placed towards them. I find it strange. I find the priorities a bit odd. And I'm also, like I said, wondering who really wants those gotcha interviews. I don't really want them. They don't really do anything for me. I'd rather listen or watch them artists on a personality stream or on a personality promo run where they go on different podcasts with different hosts who have different personalities. And like, for instance, the Theo Von thing. No one can deny that Timothy Chalamet interview on Theo Von's podcast, even though I felt like Timothy Chalamet was a little bit annoying with how much he kept fucking dropping the name dropping his movie. Oh, by the way, not to be annoying or anything, but going back to the Bob Dylan movie that I just made, it's like, bro, relax. He's not really used to be fair to him, this is the first time he's kind of done anything outside of the conventional media sort of cycle. And when he did meet that other girl, a little bit chubby blonde girl, he was a lot more relaxed. But I thought even that Theo Von interview that was a little bit annoying, didn't Timothy Chalamet come across a lot more likable and a lot more easy to root for on that particular show? So imagine if you're somebody like a Timothy Chalamet and you go on different shows with different personalities, with different hosts who have different personalities, who can maybe bring out a different side of you. Suddenly it kind of changes the narrative around you. It makes you likable. We saw it happen for a brief moment with Lizzo. Lizzo, for a brief moment, when she appeared on the Kai Cenat marathon subathon thing they did before Christmas, people started to like her again. She came across really nice. She came across really funny. She was bantering really well with the lads, kind of, they're all younger than her, I'm assuming, and she was able to kind of hang and have a good time, and everyone seemed to like her. Of course, she kind of messed it up by doing the Keke Palmer interview where she kind of tried to lie about what happened, about the, court case that she has. But I think those interviews work better. Like, no one's going to gain anything, apart from people that don't like Lizzo, if she sits down with somebody who has like a really hard-hitting interview, asking about all the details, alleging to the fucking lawsuit about abuse that her former, dancers are basically filed against her. No one's going to win, apart from people that don't like her. So I understand why artists are like, you know what? Forget these gotcha platforms. Let me go with these personality streams, and let me let people know a bit about me, maybe see how I act, how I move, what I'm into, and then maybe that will maybe help my album sales. That might help people come see my movie, etc., etc., etc.
Freddie Gibbs, he don't want to talk to nobody. It's like, yo, what the fuck?
But I think Freddie's comes from just more disdain for being in the industry for 10 years and a lot of shit going back and forth with that. But
there's an imbalance in the game.
Where I think it's odd, and I've defended you all year when it was you versus the streamers, just because you my mans, but I am here to say that my issue is that you haven't leaned all the way into it, because I agree with you. There's still, it's okay to have our favorite artists go and have fun on a stream and do a sleepover with Kai. I think it's incredible. but there needs to be somewhat of a balance, especially in a time where if we don't get an interview, we don't know anything about your life. And rappers are more celebrities than they are musicians now.
Yeah.
If I don't get a Hove and Drake, Nas, if I don't get any of those interviews, I can go to the album and find out where they're at in their life. That's how you get attached as a fan to an artist.
Yep.
Now they're more celebrity than they are musician. So who you are as a person is way more important. I think the sit-down interview is what people actually care more.
No, that doesn't make any sense though. If you're getting a lot about the artist through their music, you don't need a sit-down interview. Like Tyler Creator is a good example. Tyler will tell you everything that's happened in the past 12 months or so via his album. You don't need to like have him sit down and interview. And he also might upload, a carousel of like 6 really cool pictures of himself traveling around the world with his friends and stuff, eating well, skin really moisturized and just looking $1 million. You don't need to have them sit down and tell you anything, to be honest. Not really. And if more artists that I loved spent less time talking to people and more time making great music, I would be okay with that. I don't need an interview. Really don't need an interview. I don't care. I can hear what I can hear from the album. As a fan of your work, I can remember what I heard in the previous album, but I can also re-listen to it. Like, it's not a problem for me to kind of figure out where you're at in the world or where you're at in your life, or just to kind of judge your music based on what I hear through my ears. I don't need you to explain it to me. I don't think so. And this is coming from somebody that loves music. I don't think the regular fan even gives a fuck about what they have to say personally, especially relating to the album, but I could be wrong.
Because y'all not talking about shit in your music.
Yo, but why
so I can't get any type of connection.
Why is it so cool we're all media now, but then nobody talk to media? It's like it's an imbalance.
Well, media is only interviewing media because I feel like the fans shifted, and I think we saw that the most.
By the way, they're saying, I read on the New Rory Moore, on the New Rory Moore Reddit, I was reading people basically complaining that Moore was on his phone a lot and being disrespectful to the guest, which I agree. I think on a podcast, you should never be on your phone. Even if you've got notes, I think you should always print them out. I don't think you should ever use your phone. I think that kind of breaks the connection that you're having with the conversation that you're doing. But in this case, I think they're all close friends. If I'm not mistaken, I think they're all like friends. Like they hang out together. No, sorry, they're friends in terms of like they've hanged up together outside of shows and shit, had drinks. They know each other really well. So I think that's why he's on his phone, because he's more comfortable. But it does kind of look a bit bad optics-wise. I get it, but I don't think it's because he's being like, oh, you're Kendrick's dude, Drake doesn't like you, so fuck you. I think it's more so, yeah, you're my guy, so I feel comfortable getting on my phone. You're not going to be tripping or anything.
I don't want to get in a full-blown Kendrick Drake thing, but we saw that in May, the complete shift. It was right in front of our faces that these people are fans of content. They're not fans of music.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And a lot of those fans are fans of media people. Even though we talk about music, we do talk about a bunch of other shit. It's very much a lifestyle content.
I disagree with that. It's a good point. I disagree with that. I think a lot of stan pages are way more into the music than the other person. No, I think it's across the board. It's equal. I think they're into the celebrity side of it, the gossip side of it, rumors, but they also are very clued up about the music. Don't think these Drake stans, these Kendrick stans don't know their favorite artist catalog front and back. They know it fully. Who produces it, who's featured on it. They know about they know about previous versions of the particular track. They know everything about the artist. If anything, the Kendrick and Drake battle was hard to really judge fairly or to even enjoy, because the stans were the ones who were dictating most of the conversation. Casual fans like myself, casual fans who are not like super invested into either artist, couldn't really partake in the conversation because it was so emotionally charged, so fucking volatile. You say anything good about Drake, people immediately start calling you names. You say anything good about Kendrick, people start immediately calling you names. So that was the annoying thing. The annoying thing was that battle was taken over by the stans and they were super invested in their person, which I get, but they also kind of made it not fun. But I don't think they don't know about music. They know about music and they love the musician, but they also love the person, the celebrity, everything involved. That's the whole reason, that's the whole point of being a stan. You love everything. You know what I mean? The whole world, you're fucking enamored by it.
Based game with podcasting and streaming. Like, as much as I do want to hear from Kai about music, that's like a minuscule part of Kai's brand.
Want that from
Kai
him,
is Kai's brand, not
shaking
his
his
opinion on what a Cardi song is.
Yeah.
So
Elliott shaking his head.
These fans are interested in media, messy media shit, and media talking to other media.
Nah. I don't agree. These guys are interested in more messy shit. That's the thing. These stan pages don't care about the messy shit. They clear up the messy shit because those people are their they're people who they love. So they're quick to clear it up. Like, nah, Don't talk about my guy or my girl like this. Here's the facts. This girl was lying. That didn't happen. They're quick to do that. But I don't think they're into the messy stuff. The messy stuff is what these guys want to do. They want to be messy. They want to start talking about the girls, the baby mamas, the fucking subtweets, the this, the that, the person that got beaten up. They want the messy stuff. The fans don't care. The fans don't want their artists to have a gotcha interview. They just don't want that. They want them to talk about their life if they want to talk about their life or their music, but they don't want the gotcha interviews. And unfortunately, in a weird way too, maybe the reason why we're here is because of the Breakfast Club. Maybe. The Breakfast Club's success was based on that gotcha sort of shock jock journalism, right? That Charlemagne is kind of known for. And the whole cast, right? Angela Yee, DJ Envy, even Angela Yee with her own show, that Lip Talk or something, whatever, babe. That whole thing was about being a shock jock and asking artists the uncomfortable questions. I think as successful as that show was, it also turned off a lot of artists. And the one that I remember that kind of made me not like that way of interviewing artists was the Post Malone one, where Charlemagne was grilling him super hard about black issues and what he's done for the culture and essentially calling him a culture vulture without, maybe he did actually say the term, but regardless, he went super hard, super aggressive on Posty. And I don't know, as a kid, he comes across very affable. He comes across very non-confrontational. Maybe there is a conversation to be had about how he's kind of jumped from scene to scene. 1 minute he was wearing grills with braids, looking like, White Iverson. Next minute he's a cowboy. Maybe. But he's also maybe still under 30, maybe early 30s. He's being an artist. He's evolving his sound. He's changing his aesthetic. Like, that's all part and parcel of it. I didn't really take offense to it. I didn't really see you're selling out. Not selling. You're kind of, rejecting your hip hop roots. It's like, that wasn't the case. But Charlemagne was on him super hard, too hard in my opinion. And I personally think that turned me off to those type of interviews because I feel like it was unwarranted and not necessary. Even though there's questions, answers to be had about that sort of stuff, you didn't need to go that hard at an artist. And I think a lot of artists probably would have seen interviews like that or others and thought, you know what, I don't want to have that kind of interview. Although it might be good for numbers, it might make me viral. I don't want to have to sit down and be subjected to that level of scrutiny when I could just go on a streamer's platform and talk about my dog, talk about some new skincare routine I'm into, talk about whatever stuff is going on in pop culture. That makes a lot more sense than sitting there and getting fucking chastised. It makes no sense.
The artists, because the artists aren't as interesting maybe as we once thought they were.
But we have to have the interviews that balance the commentary, right? Like, we have commentary all day, but it's like, yo, where's the conversation with these people that are making the art?
The conversation is on the streams. That's what's changed. And what I get from Elliott Wilson, what I get from this guy, he didn't adapt. So now he's dying in real time in front of our face. And I think he's realizing it too. He refuses to adapt. He doesn't want to adapt to what's happening now. And I think the major probably stumbling block might even be Rap Radar. Rap Radar's always been, if I'm not mistaken, Rap Radar's always been like on a platform. Before it was on Tidal, it's always been on something. He never just did Rap Radar as his own show and his own YouTube channel, just streaming, talking about music, talking about hip hop, talking about the culture, talking about albums, whatever. He didn't do that. It was always linked to something. That it was a deal. You know what I mean, he always wanted to do it that way, which makes sense because he make a lot of money doing that. But maybe because he did that, he didn't get the practice of like keeping up with what's going on. He wasn't able to kind of do, for lack of a better term, he set some reps in terms of realizing how the culture and the media landscape is changing in real time. And it's not like a big of a deal. It's not that, he can still do it, but I don't think he wants to at this age, which makes sense because he's old and washed. He doesn't want to be forced to, suddenly be making TikTok videos. But this is what's going on. He didn't adapt. Now he's dying. It is what it is.
Do you think,
where's that balance? Like, there's no balance anymore.
Do you think there's a lot of artists that have good teams behind them that are telling them don't go do that because people have a different view of you
cool to do that,
when you have to do a long form? I saw with the presidency shit where everyone was saying, yo, Trump did a great thing by going with Rogan. People got to know him for 3 hours, not talk about politics.
Yeah.
To carry a 3 hour conversation.
Strategic, yeah.
And Kamala's team said they didn't want to do that because it was exposing too much of who she really was. She can't control a 3 hour interview.
Yeah.
I think people are getting the same advice to their artists, whether it be label execs or major.
100%.
We know how you are when you're not on a microphone. Everyone's going to dislike you. So if you have to do a 2 hour interview with someone that's really a journalist, if I'm managing an artist I know is not built for that, I'm definitely going to tell them.
It's not even about that. It's more so about the artist just maybe doing things that people don't necessarily like or vibe with. So if you haven't, I'd imagine if you do manage an artist who maybe has done things in public or has been linked with somebody who's done questionable things or whatever, maybe it's beneficial not to have them sit down and have like a gotcha interview, because whatever answer they give for what they did, whether they left their baby in the car, they cheated on somebody, they got beaten up by their boyfriend but they stayed in a relationship, they were the side chick, whatever there is that people don't agree with online, they probably should steer away from sitting down with somebody who may ask them those questions. Just go somewhere where it's going to be a kind of a neutral ground and you're going to talk about what you want to talk about. That might be the best way to go about things. Just like it makes sense. It's common sense approach, really.
Are you prepared to tell the truth, right? Like, is Drake prepared to have a real conversation about everything that went on? Like Kendrick.
Why does he owe you that conversation, though? You know, that's the thing that's weird. This entitlement that they deserve this truthful conversation. Like, you probably know the truth anyway. Most people have come away from the conclusion of that battle, even myself being a big Drake fan, that Drake took the L. He took a severe L, a severe beating. Most likely the only fucking tune he had that was, you know, some people could agree across the board might have been good, was that one with the fucking video with the part at the end that everybody fucking loved. But apart from that, he took a bit of a beating. I rate him still as a fan of Drake because I feel like going against somebody like a Kendrick is, you know, Herculean, and he tried. Didn't work out, but at least he fucking tried, because there are some people, look at Joey Badass's recent freestyle, pretty good freestyle, but he never said Kendrick's name. Some people are very afraid to say that guy's name. Drake said his name with full chest. It didn't work out, but he said his name. Now, the thing that's concerning or that's sad as a Drake fan is this whole lawsuit thing. Even though he's not suing Kendrick, it looks like he is. So the optics of it are super bad. You took an L in the battle, and now you're continuing to like take an L because you're not accepting the L, and you're blaming Spotify for the reason that it's just looking really crazy. Even though that's not the case. Even though we know he's doing this lawsuit thing more so because he feels like the record labels have been conspiring to basically knock him off of the #1 spot. The record labels and the streaming platforms have also been conspiring to purposely knock him off the #1 spot so that he can't get the money that he's entitled to get based on the numbers that he's been getting and based on his previous deal. It's kind of all that sort of shit. I get it, but optics-wise, it looks horrible. So most likely that's the truth. Most likely Drake took a beating. Most likely Drake underestimated his opponent. Even me, I'm familiar with Kendrick's music, but even I wasn't familiar with how savage and how absolutely incredible of a lyricist and MC he is. How high level he actually is. Even I wasn't aware. And he reminded all of us, hey, I'm that fucking guy. Rappers know, that's why they don't mention his name. But I guess some of us fans weren't really that aware, especially if you're not that tapped in or super into Kendrick's music like that. He reminded us. That's the truth. What more truth do you need to hear? What more truth is there? We all probably know the truth. We all probably got a version of it in our heads, or we've listened to via documentaries or via other channels. What more could Drake say that would further clarify things that you already know? And why does he owe you that anyway? Either of them. The music speaks for itself. The music, the videos, the visuals, all the drama around it, it speaks for itself. There's no more explanation needed, in my opinion.
Cole, are they prepared right now to have a real conversation? Maybe not.
Okay, probably, but why would they owe that this soon? Even though I would want that.
They don't owe it. I'm saying that they're not ready for it, I don't think, right now.
Why do you say they're not ready for it?
Because it requires so much honesty of like really looking at the whole landscape of what happened.
Bambo, man. Elliott's looking really bad. Even his hands are looking very inflamed. Maybe it's just like fat hands, but even his hands are looking very red and inflamed. He's definitely been on the pisser, innit?
The introspection of it's like, yo, we're not there yet.
But with people like Cole and Drake, I think we're gonna get that in the music on the next album, both of them.
Yeah.
So yeah, of course I'd want them to sit down and have to really answer to certain questions. I would love for Kendrick to sit with someone and someone straight up ask, do you really think Drake is a pedophile? Like, I want those questions, of course.
Yeah.
But
why? He's gonna say yeah. I said it, didn't I? He's gonna say yeah. Or maybe he won't because he's being sued now, so he might be careful. But why that question, you have to ask yourself that question. Do you think he's a pedophile, yes or no? Based on the information you have available. Then if you think he is, cool. If you don't think he is, cool. But I don't think, he's not gonna exactly sit there and tell you why he thinks it and detail your explanation, right? But he said what he said in the bar. We heard it. It is what it is.
with them, I don't
them
care
put
as
the
much
film.
because they will put that in the music.
Yeah.
These younger artists, they're not saying shit either. So where is the connection
Well,
as
the
a
young
consumer?
artists don't even know how to talk.
Yeah, I was
Let's-
gonna say that.
let's
I'm
just
like,
start there.
they're not doing interviews because
I
they
don't
don't
want
know
to
how
hear
to speak.
half of these young artists speak. Like, they don't even know how to talk.
But y'all say that, but there's also this other group of artists that are now content creators. They're media.
Yeah.
Like we always do the City Girl number 7 as a joke, but Young Miami is good at what she does
Yeah.
for the purpose of it. There is still a side, and those people that could do great interviewers are now becoming the media.
Yes. Everybody's media. Summer Walker's media. Cameron's running like he's Stephen A. Smith.
Jesus
what we
Christ,
do.
the
Why
hate,
are you saying like
the
he's
hate,
Stephen
the hate. God Almighty! Again, I don't mind it. I don't mind it because I'm always a fan of I'm a fan of radical honesty, right? Radical honesty. No matter how bad or good it might make you, no matter how bad it might make you look, radical honesty. So it is quite refreshing to see somebody in the media landscape say what he's saying, because everybody pretends like they're on some kumbaya shit. Oh yeah, this is my friend, we're brothers, we're coming up. Like, you don't know the person, you're calling them brother. This is my OG, like all nonsense cringy shit, right? Get away from me. I don't fucking know you. If you don't know my mum's name, if you don't know my fucking birthday, we're not fucking friends. Go fuck yourself. But it is quite nice when people are refreshingly honest, even if it does sound like pure hate, jealousy, and envy, because at least you know they're being honest about how they really feel about the situation. Cameron's running around like he's Stephen A. Smith. It's hilarious. It's fucking hilarious.
Why he not running around like Cameron?
He's
See,
Cameron to be that.
That's what people be mad at you about when you say shit like that.
Which I think he should lean
That
into.
was
Be the
hate. That
old
was hate.
villain.
OD, that was hate.
You know what I'm saying? That's why I think people be mad at you.
Oh, it's hate.
Cam is running
It's hate.
around like he's Stephen A. Smith. No,
why
Cam
is he support journalists? Because he has an opinion? Why?
But
Him and Mace have proved to
But why are you a hip hop journalist? Because you have an opinion you've done over years. So these older dudes are upset that people who are younger than them are now coming up because they don't have enough experience as they do. But you only got your experience and you only got your years in the game because you're older. Simple as that. There's no special accreditation. Maybe he's talking about going to school for journalism. But again, who's doing that? Who's wasting time and money to go to school to do journalism? You're better off going to school to do other things. But yeah, the hate is really strong. I love it. I love it.
have a good opinion that
He
people
got
care
mixed
about.
having a job and really like check because the bag is
He was a
there.
pastor.
But Elliot, you don't think that we all come from the culture of we all sit around in our neighborhoods, in front of our buildings,
But
in the
Mark, don't
barbershop?
make you a journalist.
But I'm just saying, we all sit around in our groups with our friends
Exactly.
and talk about
Our
sports,
opinions, yes.
music. That's
Absolutely.
all. That's all these guys are
Exactly,
doing right now.
exactly.
But that's not fair. Is Shannon Sharp a journalist?
No, but that's the
Or does he have
easier
experience
bridge.
from it?
That's where the athlete becomes the media. That's the easier Charles Barkley. That's easier transition.
That doesn't make any sense either, because there's plenty of athletes who are dumb and can't speak well, who just can't articulate themselves that well in interviews. Just don't come across well in interviews. That's stupid. If somebody takes it seriously, like I think I've watched quite a few interviews with Cameron on It Is What It Is, and usually they're by himself. I don't know if it's on purpose that Mace isn't there, but I found that he's progressively getting better. The interview he did with 50 Cent was really good. He asked really good questions. It seems like he researched these topics. He doesn't ask simple cookie cutter questions or things that easily be Googleable. And because he was an artist, or is an artist still, Cameron can ask certain questions to certain artists that certain journalists couldn't ask, because they don't know certain things that happen behind the scenes. Certain things that only occurred on the bus, that occurred in areas, whatever, that were rumors around the streets and shit. He can ask certain things and get certain information or get certain responses that no one else could get. So I think he's doing pretty well. Honestly, he started off a bit rough, but I think recently his interviews have been pretty well. Have been pretty well done, produced, researched, and everything. So if that's not journalism, what is?
So why is it easier for the athlete but not the artist?
It's not easy, but I don't like it because, like, you imagine, like, this is the shit I do well, and not everybody want to do it, and they get.
So then do it better. You see what I mean? This is like the typical old head thing. I'm doing this thing. I don't want no one else to do it. Fuck off. No, you have to do it better. You don't just keep your place because you're old. You have to constantly keep fighting and solidifying your place, making sure you're warding off all new people who are trying to take your spot. That's what you got to do. Simple as that, really. And maybe there are some people, I think Cameron's interviews are good. Some people might not even care about the interviews. They just watch the interviews because it's Cameron. They love the person. They love his personality. They love his kind of, his point of view, where he comes from. They're a fan of the music, and they just want to consume, anything that he puts out there. Maybe that's it. And if you have to choose between Cameron and listening to Elliott Wilson, come on, it's an easy choice.
You don't like it because you feel like they're not coming to the journalists to have these conversations.
I'm real with that.
Which affects your bottom line.
The best I ever do is me with that. So then you want to be that off celebrity or what? So I can talk about that. I don't like that shit. And not be a hater. Yeah. It's reality.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
You don't like it because you don't think they're good at it?
I know I'm better at it.
Okay.
It's me. It's my life.
Okay.
Okay, better is subjective and subjective, objective, but you have to adapt. You just have to. You have to adapt. You have to adapt. You have to adapt. Adapt or die. He hasn't adapted to this new. And again, I don't know if this is gonna last. Maybe in a couple of years, journalistic interviews, op-eds and shit, whatever, will then be, those features and magazines will come back in vogue. Who knows? But it doesn't look like to be the case. It looks like most people are, even actors and stuff, are more prone to going on GQ and talking about what's in their bag as opposed to sitting down with a journalist and talking in detail about their year, about their, miscarriages, divorces, deaths in the family. They're more, prone to do that. And I don't know if that's going to change, because can you really make fun, bite-sized clips out of like poignant, serious topics like that on TikTok? Or is it way more fun to have an interview with some actress and she speaks about this one fucking retinol cream that she's obsessed with that then goes and ends up being sold out? Who knows?
But Elliott, what would make you better at it? Because in this day and age, it's just not about getting the information right. It's about who's more entertaining. So who are you to say I'm better at this than them? I'll
prove it to you I'm better than you. Like, I'm the best. I'm more informed.
How are you gonna prove it though? How? Because let's say, for instance, it's about time. Let's say these artists go on a live streamer's platform and they sit there for 2+ hours and we're all engaged, we're all locked in. If that's the case, then maybe we are prone to watch them sit down with the streamer for 2 hours as opposed to we are sitting down with Elliott Wilson. So does that make them better than you as an interviewer because they can hold our attention for longer? Or are they just better at that medium? Better at kind of holding conversation, better at not letting there be any dead air, at thinking of top conversation topics on the fly. Like, I don't know. This level of hate is, again, I can respect it in a way because at least he's saying it with his chest and not hiding behind pleasantries. But damn, man, he sounds like a real miserable, bitter and jealous man.
Are you better at telling a story? Are you 100%. Better at getting accurate
They're not better. Like, that shit cringeworthy. I watch that shit. It's not good.
Yo.
Okay, so what's better? If the streams are cringeworthy, what's better? Hearing him giggle every time Jay-Z makes some, like, pseudo philosophical, flipping point about nothing. What's better? Him sucking off hip-hop artists of old because he wants to appear cool and down and shit? Or these kids, having fun with certain artists or whatnot, or the celebrity going on the platform that is a little bit tongue-in-cheek and having a bit of fun themselves too. It's all cringe. It's all content. All content online for, I've accepted this a long time ago. I myself am cringe. If you are making content online, if you are consuming content online, there's an element or there's a part of you that's going to be cringe. It just is what it is. It's the nature of the beast. Lean into it or keep out of it. But you can't be standing there complaining, oh, it's cringe, it's cringe. We are all cringe. We choose our poison. It's simple as that.
Popping?
This
it ain't popping.
I don't agree.
What's the camera interview? Was like, yo, Cameron really asked the questions. Like, what are you talking about? No.
But what interview did Cam take away from something of, let's say we're the hip hop ilk. Even if Maul and I aren't journalists, we're still in hip hop media. You are a hip hop.
Also, same question back to him. What interview do you remember of Elliott Wilson where he was like asking real questions? Like, you know what I mean? Most of the interviews I think are carried by the artist anyway. We don't really give a fuck about Elliott Wilson interviews out here. People don't even, like, you're seeing the death of these guys in real time. I think even B-Dot's influence is really waning. B-Dot in the past was known for creating these really controversial conversation starter lists on hip hop, right? And his latest one that he didn't really move the needle like it did in the past. Their influence is waning. They're not as, prominent or, called upon as they were in the past. It's okay. Like, it's okay. Just accept it and move on.
Journalist, what interview did Cam take away from us?
They have celebrity has access to different things that I may not have. And again, I do feel like they underperform.
See, I think I have to push back there because you have had 25 years of relationships with publicists, PR interviews.
Exactly.
The three majors.
Exactly.
Where Cam is a celebrity and has relationships for him being in the game for 30 years. But you have direct relationships with the majors that the rest of the podcasting world never had.
Exactly.
So you still do have that. I think we have to go back.
And let's add onto it, by the way. When he was on top, he was shitting on people constantly. Bragging about how only he could get this interview. Only Elliott. What was that show they did? The show? Was it The Crown or something? Right? The Crown. Whatever it was called. Bragging. Dunking on people's heads. Like letting these nuts hang again, which I understand why. But let's not act like we're the victim here. Let's not act like, we're being hard done by. You had your moment in the sun. Now these people coming up are having their moment in the sun. Let them live, man. Let them live.
Back to the period at the end of the sentence of what the fans want. And with Cam or Young Miami, maybe they just want to be entertained. With Kai, they just want to be entertained. They don't want to be informed. They don't want to be informed.
The access goes to them above me. That's the problem I have.
What? Oh,
that's what it comes down to.
Because they're more entertaining and they're going to get way more out of it than going on to you. The access was only to you back then because you were kind of like a cultural touch point. At that point, there was a point where he was a cultural touch point. Same with the Breakfast Club. There was a point where going on the Breakfast Club was a very important part of your media promo run. Now, not so much. No problem. Now, probably you prefer to go and call her daddy than going on the Breakfast Club. That's how shit changes. This guy's just refusing to accept that he had his moment in the sun and he wasted it. And now he's trying to fight with these new kids and he has no ability to or want to. And now he's complaining still. Like, choose your side, man, and just stay there.
You see what I'm saying?
Not really.
It seems sexy, like, yo, Cam's a sports reporter now. Hey,
okay, but let's not act like that's not always been hip hop or entertainment at the time. We've seen things that were hot and then failed immediately, but at that time, that was the hot shit that people went to. And that's like any genre.
They don't have to fail. It's all good. They can do their thing. I'm just saying, like, yo, I'm competing. I want a shot. I'm in this. I'm still here.
Mm-hmm. Nah, you don't compete like that. You don't start crying. Give me a shot. You take the fucking shot. You fucking elbow your way through and you take the shot. There is no, oh my God, I'm crying, give me a shot. No, you battle for the shot that everyone else does. Like, remember, he was in the good books of fucking Rock Nation. Tidal fucking endorsements and stuff. Beats, all this sort of stuff. You squandered it. Or now it's gone because you're not as popping anymore. Work harder or go away. It's simple as that. Adapt or die, motherfucker.
I want to compete.
But that goes back.
But now you sound like the old nigga in the park that don't get picked up no more.
Exactly.
And I don't want to be that. You're right.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that you are that because I know your work. I'm from New York City. I know Elliott Wilson's work.
My nigga.
But I do understand at the same time, like, there was a time where what I was into growing up, my parents and my uncles, they was kind of like, yo, what is that y'all listen to? That's great.
Maul, it wasn't fly to be media.
No. That's a fact.
Nigga, you're media.
That's a fact.
You built a whole foundation. It wasn't.
Yeah.
But that you did that. You did. Both of y'all.
Yeah.
Yes.
It wasn't fly.
That plus the format.
Now I feel like they're feeling sorry for him. Now I feel like the conversation's changed, the tone of it, and they're now starting to feel sorry for him because they're friends, so they can't grill him the way that maybe somebody else would have grilled him because they're boys. But you can still they're feeling sad for him because they can tell that he's in a bad place. He's realizing that he's not no longer that person anymore. Maybe he realized it too late. Maybe he realized too late that he's not Elliott Wilson that he was in the past and things have kind of changed and he has to either adapt to what's going on and compete with these kids or just find another lane. I still think he could find another lane. I still think he could do the hip-hop journalism thing through Substack, through his own platform, through his YouTube and do it that way. But he's upset that these bigger artists, like, that's the problem with him probably. He probably doesn't want to interview like the lower, let's say the up and coming artists. He wants to interview the big ones who are, the ones who are commanding all the streams, the ones who are at the top of all the playlists, the ones who sell out all the shows. But those ones only want to go on the most popping platforms naturally, which makes sense. No good publicist of those artists would let them go on some rinky-dink platform. They want them to get the most out of what they're going to go on, bro. Like, it's got to be mutually beneficial. But I still think he could be a kind of an option if you do want to listen to that kind of hip-hop journalism through his own platform. But that requires work. That requires a lot of, you know, sacrifice. That requires basically starting from the beginning again. And he gives me the feeling that he's quite, you know, even though he says he's not entitled, he comes across like he is. Like, I've been in the game 30 years. I should, you know what I mean? It's like, doesn't matter though now, innit? Things have changed. You were in the game 30 years, but now we're 30 years later and things have kind of changed.
Changing, whether it be YouTube, social
my
media.
life is that.
Because print was cool, but it was never sexy because at the end of the shit, it was just
I made
your name.
I made as fly as I could back then with Double XL, right? It wasn't that fly.
But I feel like you, and this is
You're
why
not
I was
flying
defending
anymore.
you all year. You adapted, and why I think people like Kai and other streamers should look at you, because I watched you since I was a kid adapt to the new shit every time.
Yeah.
The source was the source. It was the only thing, that was it, the Bible. There could never be another magazine.
Yeah.
You shifted, went to Double XL. Everyone was blackballed. All right, I'll go with the people that are blackballed. Here you go. Here's 50 Cent on a cover. Double XL, because, like, you always shifted with that. Then when the blogs came, even though you pissed off Nah Right and everyone else because they felt like you were late to the party, to the regular consumer, you
They
weren't.
hated Rap Radar, right?
Rap Radar came.
Oh my God.
But then,
Oh, you see? Interesting there. There was a time back in the blog era, early 2000s, where Rap Radar was hated because they came along and kind of industrialized, for lack of a better term, or for something that's not even a word, the kind of scene, right? The kind of that niche. And they started to bring in labels, had interviews, when most of the blog era was, you know, DIY, kind of like easy to do, just somebody doing in a bedroom. They kind of, you know, made it out their way. And people kind of hated on them. So essentially, he was a Kai Cenat in his little niche at one point, you know? And now he's doing the same thing that he was getting, you know, the hate that he was receiving. He's now putting that hate back out there. Crazy, isn't it? Crazy, crazy, crazy.
how all those bloggers viewed you, I think is how you're viewing someone like Cameron.
Exactly.
Because you have all the connections and relationships that maybe SK, Low, Mech, and them didn't have.
Exactly.
But you still looked like somebody that was at the forefront of shifting to blogs.
And you know what's really, look, he's got his head down. He knows, he feels ashamed. You know what's really interesting, by the way? It shows how much he's losing because this guy is still connected. Maybe he hasn't got the same plug he once had at Rock Nation, but Elliott Wilson, like he said, has 30 years plus experience in hip hop. He founded two seminal, or was part of two very, very important hip hop based magazines in, Double XL and fucking whatever, what the other one's called, right? So clearly, that base would mean that you'd have a lot of connections, a lot of industry friends, a lot of favors you can call, and he's still struggling. That's proof that it's really hard out there. Somebody with his level of experience, somebody with his connections, his contact list, still can't compete. Obviously, it's because he's not choosing to and he's just moaning, but it does show you just how difficult it is. Anyway, that's the end of it there. Elliott Wilson hating with his full chest. Like I said, I'm not the biggest fan of the guy, but I don't mind that he's hating with his full chest. I do appreciate that he's not hiding behind pleasantries. He's not doing fake nice shit. He is hating with full chest. I hate Cameron. He's running around like he's Stephen A. Smith. These kids are not me. I deserve a shot too. I've been in the game. These artists don't want to sit down for real interviews. They're scared. I love that he's saying this because at least he's being honest with himself. But in the process, he's looking like an old, bitter, entitled dude that we all kind of hear about, right? The archetype of that old head that's just bitter and angry that he's still not popping. It's sad to see, but it is also good to see so that you don't need to repeat it in your own life. That's the lesson to be learned there. Let's move on. We got this post, courtesy of misinformation regarding the Joe Budden stuff, right? Is Joe lying? So most of you guys would know that Joe Budden has been accused of essentially walking around his apartment block naked, or within his apartment naked one time, because he's known to sleepwalk. That's the narrative that's been put out there. I'm a sleepwalker. Sometimes I like to sleepwalk. Sometimes I'm not aware when it happens. I have this condition. And unfortunately, this happened at the same place where he records the studio, where he records the podcast. Now, the interesting thing for me about this whole issue has been more so, why is he even living there? I didn't know that was a thing. I thought he had a crib somewhere else outside of New Jersey. If I'm not mistaken, that particular Is that? I don't think that particular apartment block I think is in New York. I don't think it's in New Jersey. Regardless, I know he's got like a house. That's not surprised that he's even living there in the first place. Not too sure if that's because of infidelity or something. Maybe he got kicked out and his girl told him, no, you can't stay in the house. You have to sleep over there. I'm not too sure. But whatever happens, he's in that house now, staying there a lot more often. And I guess on one particular night, he woke up and he sleepwalked. Well, unfortunately for Joe, according to misinformation, this blog, he might have sleepwalked into some kids. That's where it gets tricky. That's where it gets really dicey. And this is where he's going to be in a bit of trouble. Allegedly, he sleepwalked into some residents who had like young kids with them, which makes it really crazy. And I don't know, this whole thing is weird anyway, because I feel like whenever someone keeps repeating something, it almost feels like a chant, like you're meant to just understand it that way, and it's almost like a spell. But everybody keeps saying, oh, Joe's always said he sleepwalks. All the fans, like Joe Budden's fans are weird anyway, right? They're very sycophantic when it comes to him, especially when considering that I feel like he's easy to not like. He comes across like a real dickhead, but people were really keen to run to his defense when he's not really, why would you do that? He wouldn't do that for you. But regardless, anyway, I find this whole repetition, oh, he sleepwalks to be really weird and dumb, because why does that matter? If you don't know Joe Budden, if you live in that apartment building, and you already have issues with him, which I think is what happened. I think, for me personally, if you had to ask me what the truth is, I don't think he was doing anything sus. I don't think Joe's a PDF. I don't think he's a rapist or anything. I just think it all happened at the same time, and it looks way worse than what it probably is. So probably Joe Budden, with his big ego and his tendency to like love to be disagreeable and argumentative and just be a bit of a cunt, I could definitely see him coming across a super cunt who lives in that building. Like, imagine those type of apartment buildings. If you're imagine a building man, like my flat, my apartment block that I'm in, there's a really interesting building manager, right? Who can kind of, have some interesting things to say. Could you imagine the level of cuntery it will take for you to volunteer to be a building manager of a building like that he's in, living in New York, wherever it may be? So most likely, it's that term, was it meeting immovable force? Like, Joe is a cunt in his own way. He then lives in a building with a building manager who's a turbo cunt, and they have some sort of conflict. Maybe it's due to like the building manager, you know how people in America are really weird about black people. You have the whole racism thing going on there, right? History of slavery. But you have this really strange combative relationship with like black people being in groups. So I could definitely see a scenario where somebody in the building, maybe the building manager, maybe the building representative, maybe other fellow tenants or whatever residents of that building were complaining about all the comings and goings of the podcast. Because, they're filming in that flat. So people are coming in and out, they're picking up food, they're picking up friends, they're on the phone, they're smoking, whatever. There's moving around. So maybe somebody complains, Joe gets in some sort of argument with the person. It kind of escalates to a point where now they're filing reports and trying to get them kicked out. And I'm assuming as well, the reason why we don't see more podcasts filmed in such nice spots like Joe Budden was previously, that's kind of overlooking the ocean and looks fucking amazing, is because most likely most residential buildings don't really permit you to do that. Right, especially if they're in like a whatever. You're probably not allowed to by law. That's why you don't see it. That's why people get studios. So most likely the residents found that out and tried to get him kicked out. And then at the same time that was happening, he's having a pass-up with the people that own the building, represent the building, live in the building. This naked thing happens. That's what I think happened. I don't think he did anything bad. I don't think he's a rapist, whatever. I just think those things kind of occurred at the same time, and bang, they came out crossroads, and here we are. But I also think the way that he's talking about it and trying to minimize it and act a bit blasé, like it's not a big deal, is also very weird. Because he's 44 years old. If you're 44 years old and you've got this condition allegedly that you sleepwalk, number one, why don't you get it checked out? Why don't you get some help for it? Some whatever, medication, whatever, psychological, whatever needs to be done to get out of the way, because at your age, you probably can't afford to be sleepwalking, especially as a black man. You're going to get yourself in trouble. And if you do sleepwalk, why do you sleep naked? These things just don't make sense. Like, why are you making like light of that and you live in an apartment building with other people? Like, if you cross, like, because if you don't know this guy and you find him on a Ring camera talking to your daughter in the hallway of your building and he's butt-ass naked, are you going to give a fuck that he's got this condition? You're going to fly off the handle. You know what I mean? You might go do crazy stuff, but you're definitely gonna try and pursue it legally. So this whole like narrative about, oh yeah, I'm a sleepwalker. It's like, I don't think that really matters, mate. Like you're treating this like you're being too blasé about it, and it looks like it's becoming a serious issue because of the things that occurred at the same time. Like again, you had an argument with the person, and also it's the half truths as well that I'm not liking. This repetition about, oh, I sleepwalk, and the half truths. How he can, you know how Joe speaks, right? He's always speaking in riddles and being vague and gaslighty and shit, whatever. It kind of makes me think that there's more at play here, or he's starting to realize now how serious this could get. Because I don't know, this could end up could he end up on a sex offender register? Could he honestly end up on a sex offender register because he showed his fucking meat in the public and some kids saw it? That could be possible. Like, that's crazy, bro. Like, why didn't you get the fucking whole I don't know, whatever. Here's the article courtesy of Misinformation. Misinformation says the following. Things have seemingly gone from bad to worse as new details concerning Joe Budden's being charged with lewdness have been revealed. Joe Budden was charged with lewdness earlier this month after authorities claimed that his daughter... Joe Budden was charged this month after accusations claimed his neighbor saw him outside the apartment on a Ring camera. According to court documents obtained by TMZ, Budden was charged on December 4th in Edgewater, New Jersey. The Edgewater Police Department released a statement on December 30th about the incident and after the news of the charge broke online. EPD says the caller was alerted by their Ring camera that someone was outside of their home, and when they looked on the footage, they claimed Budden was standing outside naked as the day he was born. The caller claims the video shows Budden attempting to enter a code in the resident's door keypad several times before heading to the apartment building. The court complaint says the residents and 2 juvenile daughters observed the offense live on their phone. Let's see, how old is juvenile? How old is I think it's gonna say how old do you have to be because if I say juvenile, it's gonna make me say the rapper. How old do you have to be a juvenile? Let's see. Juvenile. To be classed as, right? To be classed as, let's see. How old? Between 10 and 17. So two girls aged between 10 and 17 saw Joe Budden's fucking meat through a Ring camera as he's knocking on the door of their home, trying to gain entry, not knowing it's his home. This is bad, man. This is real bad. It's funny, but this is real fucking bad. And the fact that he's acting blasé about it and trying to act like it's not a big deal is also concerning. So, another post, courtesy of Misinformation. Is Joe lying? Let's check this out. This post is interesting. It says the following. Is Joe Budden's story adding up? Vote below. Let's see what they've got here.
I just sleptwalked somewhere that I shouldn't have sleptwalked.
What? That's what happened.
For real?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And you know how I sleep.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Oh shit. Butt ass. Nice naked ass. Good naked sleepwalking. I just did.
You see how he's like nervously laughing and trying to make it funny and trying to act like it's not a problem. I can do what I want. I'm Joe. I'm crazy. Nah, brother. There's a lot online. You have a whole entire podcast, network, team, whatever going on. You pay people salaries and shit. Like, you can't afford to just fuck up the whole thing because you want to be yourself and, you know, without any restrictions. That's the things all that I recognize about Joe. That's probably the reason why I stopped watching the show. That kind of got me annoyed. I just don't like his personality, especially after the whole New Warrior More thing. I was too emotionally involved. I had a parasocial relationship with that podcast at one point. I was rooting for them to all kind of succeed. And then you find out one guy in a group kind of doesn't want the others to succeed and wants all the success for himself. That kind of broke my heart, as lame and as GA-wide as that may sound. But one thing I realized about him is that if you're a fan of Joe Budden, you would know this story. There was this time when he was at Complex doing the Everyday Struggle show with academics, and he had a real tete-a-tete, a real disagreement, falling out with Complex because of smoking. He smoked cigarettes, and allegedly he was caught in the toilets and hallways smoking, refusing to go outside, or just smoking in the hallway, or just smoking in the fucking office. And part of his rationale for doing that was that he felt like he has seen other celebrities, other artists, other noteworthy people who are clouted up be allowed to smoke and do whatever they want to do in offices or whatever, because they are whoever they are. So he kind of felt like he was owed that because of what he was at Complex at the time. He was Joe Budden, host of Everyday Struggle, the biggest show on the platform, all these views going viral. So he felt like he should be afforded the fucking exception to be that person. So he's always kind of had these really delusional ideas in his head about who he is and how he should be treated by people. And maybe he should be like put in a box where he's like a Kanye. Like he can do whatever he wants. He's cracking crazy, but the work is so good we don't give a fuck. Unfortunately, I don't think that's the case. I don't think Joe's as likable as a Kanye. Even though Kanye says way wilder stuff than Joe, I don't think Joe is as likable. And more importantly, he hasn't contributed that much great art to the culture that would afford him that level of grace and that level of exception. It just hasn't been the case. So you have to maybe do what the rest of us do, and you have to maybe curtail, acquiesce, and kind of adapt to your surroundings, your personality, whatever, to make sure that you don't piss people off and to make sure that you can keep your job or to keep your platform going. Simple as that, really. But in Joe's mind, the idea that he sleeps naked and he's a sleepwalker, so he's rolling the dice and he's being himself and he's crazy, that's all part of the fun. That's all part of what makes him funny and interesting. It's like, I don't think your fellow co-hosts agree. Their nervous looks on their faces are like, fuck, this guy could fuck up my whole thing. He could make me have to go get a job. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's probably not the best leadership in the world to make light of some. And again, this is obviously he's saying this before this was leaked, the news. But the way he was making light of it makes me think that he still doesn't get why this is a serious issue, and he probably should change how he, sleeps, for the lack of a better term, right? Maybe put some clothes on when you sleepwalk. That could probably change everything about this report. Or maybe go get the sleepwalking thing actually diagnosed, get some help for it, because it's easily going to cause you some problems if you keep continuing. But hey, what do I know?
Did it again.
Oh, shit.
I did it again.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
I did it again.
Shit was swinging, right?
Nah. Holy shit, nobody can go through this stuff but me. It's only me. It's only me. So you got to deal with
that. Puts everything.
You got to deal with what comes with.
And I love, look at the nervous sip Parks is taking on the drink. I love that he's also not admitting that he is in part the reason why they got kicked out of that building. So they got kicked out of that building. I personally think they got kicked out of that building because of Joe's combative personality and his propensity to just be a bit of a cunt. But he met a bigger cunt in that building who told him, you're going to learn today. And he's learning now. But he also gave that person, a gift. He handed them the win by getting caught sleepwalking one time. That's the issue. So maybe the sleepwalking thing was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Maybe they would have been constantly arguing before that, but that sleepwalking thing was the final thing that he could be, guaranteed he's getting kicked out of. Absolutely wild.
And what I'm going through personally is totally separate from why we not over there. The long and short of that is the bylaws of the town, because now the town is involved, says that
so he's trying to, this is before, so he's trying to wash it up and clear it up by making it seem like they were going to get kicked out of that building regardless. So whether or not he got caught sleepwalking or not naked, they were going to get kicked out of that building because you can't film or record in that building as a business, because I'm assuming JBP is registered as an LLC, whatever, so you can't actually film that type of a show legally in that building. Or maybe even own an office. Maybe that's part of the stipulation. Maybe you're not allowed to actually have an office space in that building. It's meant to be residential. But he's not mentioning that, no, I also played a part in it because my nakedness was the straw that broke the camel's back. He's not saying that. Interesting.
you cannot film anything in any of those buildings.
Oh.
That's the long and short of it. Now, you could choose to fight that and go to court and spend the money. But somebody over there got the town involved, and that's what it is. For me, I didn't want none of my people to continue to be
fuck
surveilled
off.
and scrutinized and
Yeah.
treated
That was
a certain way.
That fake concern. Yeah, I didn't want my people. Yeah, okay. So you what? So you fucking sacrifice yourself and your reputation and maybe your fucking freedom, who knows, by putting yourself on the line and essentially what? Sleepwalking naked. So that, come on, man. Come on. This guy, man. This freaking guy is so full of shit. But like I said, I think this is very well deserved because there was a point where Joe Budden said this about Drake. And again, considering everything that he's got caught doing, look what he said about Drake during the beef with Kendrick Lamar. Listen to the vitriol, the hate, right, that comes out of his fucking mouth regarding Drake. Listen to this. Imagine saying that, because this could be true, as Esh is about to say that. Drake could be this guy. Drake could be conniving, orchestrating things. Because that's the thing that a lot of people do in the industry that's really clever. I do like that stuff. I think even Kanye was suffering it from Drake before. I think it's a really great way to like mentally destroy somebody. It's a great psyop. It's a great, method of war where you as the prominent artist do all your bad deeds, all your dodgy shit, all your messy shit behind the scenes, but you never respond in public. So then when the person hears what you've done behind the scenes, they respond in public and they crash out, they sound and look crazy. That's actually a really funny and evil, sadistic way to kind of do beef. I don't mind it. But I'm also aware that likely there is maybe some truth to what people say about Drake and how he acts and how he treats people, or maybe how he's, made his money, or maybe how he's fucked everybody's girl. Maybe there is some truth to it. I don't know. But it just sounds funny coming from Joe. Because if anything, Joe is just an older version of Drake. They're both the same people. That's why they were friends at one point. And Joe's only saying this because most likely Drake fucked one of his girls. But he was fine with Drake when he wasn't fucking his girls. But now Drake is at a position where he can fuck his girls and kind of make him look like an idiot. He's now angry about it and, flying off the handle. And it's like, bruh, you also, and this is the funny thing. Most likely when he said this whole nakedness thing was happening in the background. So he's willing to say all this stuff with his chest, with full bass, knowing full well he's got crazy skeletons in his own fucking cupboard. I find out phenomenal, hilarious, mind-blowing. True. Interesting the amount of vitriol coming out of Joe's mouth about Drake, when everything he said about Drake could be applied to him. Especially if you're a Joe fan, you know how much of a piece of shit he is. That's probably why people are fans of him in general. I don't really like it because I want to like my people who I'm into. I don't want to hate watch anybody that I'm not a fan of. But if you're a fan of Joe's, you are okay with his piece of shit attitude and personality because he provides good content. I get it. But it's just funny to see him be so judgmental and throw so many attacks at Drake that could be easily thrown at him too. But hey, what do I know? Absolutely nothing. Continuing on, quick one to give an update regarding Kai Cenat's Red Octobers. I'm sure some of you guys have seen this already, but Kai Cenat sat down with Shannon Sharpe on his show and had a really interesting interview talking about all things, they talk about on these type of things. But unfortunately, while he was sitting down on his show, Kai Cenat's Red Octobers, the strap broke. And that's not surprising, to be fair. If I do here Yeezy Red October release date. When did they October? When did they originally release? I'm gonna say 2015. Maybe I might be wrong here. When they 2014. Wow, I was 1 year off. Well done. So they released February 9th, 2014. This is a long time ago. So if you do find Yeezy 2s brand new, be very careful. If I was you and you purchased a pair of Yeezy 2s and Red Octobers, even the black or the Zen Greys, please make sure you press the midsole. Press your thumb onto the midsole. Make sure you press it really hard and see if anything crumbles or cracks. If it does, don't buy it. Of course, undo the strap on and off, especially now that you see what happened to Kai Cenat, because a lot of these shoes, if they're not stored properly, if they don't have the right gel packs in them, they're going to crumble. They're going to go fucking crazy on your feet and you're going to be fucking crying. The same way that I cried when the pandemic was happening. I didn't wear all my good shoes. And I had, no one will care about this, but I had the original Balenciaga Triple S's when they first came out in the black and red colorway. But I had the first ones that came out that I made in Italy, because now they're made in China. But when Balenciaga first put out, or when Demna first designed those triple S's, I had the original made in Italy versions, right? That cost me an arm and a leg when I got them. Really good quality. But unfortunately, whilst we were in the pandemic, I kept them in the box because they're really big. So I had to kind of put them in a box somewhere, in the shelf somewhere. But I didn't put a gel pack or anything inside the box. So then I went to wear them when we came out of the pandemic. My first rare thing, I might try to go to fold. I put them on at home. I was walking around my house and I was like, oh shit, what's all this dust on the floor? What's all this flakes? I looked down, I was like, no, the entire midsole. And again, midsole and triple S's have like, you know, triple fucking soles. It was starting to crumble. I was like, oh my God, I was so fucking heartbroken. And of course I had to throw them away. So make sure that you obviously check the midsoles of your shoes, because if they're not checked, they're going to crumble. Anyway, here's a clip that maybe cast some light on what happened and why he got those shoes the way he got them. Big up Kari, sneaker fetish on Twitter, really good follow in terms of what you call it, sneaker news and Twitter and sneaker Twitter sort of stuff. Definitely follow him. But here's the original video where he sits down with Shannon Sharp and the strap breaks. Let's play that, and then we'll play the video that.
And I was watching. Oh my gosh.
Ah man.
Damn, bro.
Did we get that? This joke got some fake Yeezy.
Some fakey. He got the peasies. He got the peasies. Let's go back to the start again. That's really funny.
It hit me. I was on a flight, and I was watching. Oh my god. It hit me. I was on a flight.
Oh no.
And I was watching. Oh my gosh.
Ah man.
Damn, bro.
Did we get that? This joke got some fake Yeezys. That joke got he got us some Peasies. The Peasies. Them ain't no Yeezys.
Yo.
Yeah, we got that.
Yo,
yeah, nah, cool. I don't know. Nah, that's so uncool.
Oh my god, that was crazy.
Yeah.
But no, you could tell they're like a little beaten up though.
I wasn't gonna say nothing, but then you reached down. I got.
It hit me. I was on a flight.
That's fucking.
And I was
crazy,
watching.
bro.
Oh my gosh.
Ah man.
Damn, bro.
Did we get that?
Take what it sounds. So you can just see this play quickly, because he just lifted up his foot. By the way, he didn't do much. He just lifted up his foot. And unfortunately, when he put his foot back down again, that strap came off immediately. Immediately, that strap came off. Popped down straight away. Because how much do they go for? I'm thinking anyway, how much are they going for? How much do Yeezy, Red October, how much do they go for on StockX? Pounds. Ooh, 12,000. 12,000. What's my size? UK, let's say UK 12. Oh, sorry, UK 11. UK 11 Yeezy 2 Red Octobers are £13,820. Imagine paying that, or maybe more, because you know, especially these sneaker resellers that sell to celebrities love to fucking rip them off. So let's say they charge you 20 grand for a pair of Red Octobers and they break like this. You'll be so fucking pissed off. God damn it. Anyway, let's go to the clip that Sneaker Fetish put up there that might explain where he got these shoes from. The caption says, these Red Octobers are an interesting story because Cool Kicks LA actually gifted them to Kai, but on his stream, he said he got them discounted. Maybe they'll give him another pair now. Let's check this out. This is from Cool Kicks. Cool Kicks actually gave him the pair. So he got the pair from actual Cool Kicks, which is a sneaker reseller store as well. So let's see how that process happened.
Who's this? Oh! This that bad. I need this! This dude texted me a month ago and said, bro, there's 2 shoes I really need. This is one of them. Are y'all ready? I just want to complete the collection because I have the collection of these. I want to get the final one, yeah.
Ooh,
oh my god. Go with your fit right now.
Such a good
Go with your fit right now.
October.
Such a good design, man.
Oh my fucking gosh.
You might as well give it a chat.
Holy! Why just give it away right now? Why just give it away right now?
Really
I need these. I'm waiting to see my birthday.
Bro, that's fire. That's
W!
What's your birthday?
December 16th.
Okay, bad.
Why is I getting the motherfucker for free?
To be fair, I get it. It's a fucking nice shoe. There's not a lot of shoes that look like that nowadays. I fucking get it. Next clip.
I can kind of complete my collection for real.
It's a good shoe, man.
Red Octobers. Tough.
I ain't mad at him at all.
I really just want to complete this. And I got a discount too. That's crazy. Tough.
Okay, so you got them discounted. That makes sense. To be fair, no one's giving you those for free. You're not gonna get them for free. You're gonna have to pay a pretty penny to get a hold of them. But the whole pack is pretty nice, isn't it? Get the black, get the Zen grey, get the Red Octobers. It's a nice fucking colorway. It's a nice shoe model in general. They really should. I'm surprised they haven't retroed these, but I guess they don't want to retro them because if they do retro them, they probably have to pay Ye some royalties, I'm assuming. But I'm surprised in the year or in the recent years of Nike retroing everything, they haven't went and retroed these because I think they'd go crazy. If they retroed these and the Yeezy ones, woo, I'm all over them. Actually, the Yeezy ones more so. If they were to retro the Yeezy ones, I'm all over them. Such a fucking good shoe. Definitely ahead of its time. If anything, it looks a lot more in tune with what people are wearing nowadays. I'd be all over them. I love everything about them. I love the launch. I think that was a time when Heron Preston, Virgil, Jound. That's probably when the creative marketing thing was the best with Ye, because he was surrounded by Virgil, Matthew Williams of Alix, Justin Saunders of Jound, Heron Preston of Heron Preston, a few other people too. That Christina, whatever her name was, she was always there. That's a stylist for Off-White. He was surrounded by real killers. So it was no surprise that the products that were coming out at that time were super, super high level and definitely still stand the test of time and look amazing now. Absolutely incredible work. Love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. Moving on. This post courtesy of One Granary. Big up One Granary, one of the most, one of the best sort of like, you know, publications, magazines, platforms that come out of Central St. Martin's, kind of highlighting a lot of kind of industry fashion stuff that you should probably know about, especially if you're somebody that's involved in fashion student, aspiring to make it in fashion. They do really good stuff here. This is a really good, interesting post they put up, which again reminded me why I think I was so off base and didn't really understand how to kind of navigate the scene and what I kind of wanted. Because I think when I first got into the industry, and I'm talking about industry when I talk about streetwear, I'm talking about sneakers, I'm talking about fashion, I'm talking about design. I initially got into it looking up to people like James Jebbia, Hiroshi Fujiwara, Nigo, and wanting to emulate those guys. That's what I looked into it for. I didn't look into it to be like a cool kid on the scene. I thought these guys, especially James Jebbia, was fascinating to me because he's a guy that didn't skate, came from no skateboarding background. Like, it wasn't as if, like, you know, his family owned, I don't know, Document magazine or whatever the skateboard magazine back in the day. He was just some white dude who loved the culture, loved everything about clothes, and felt like skateboarders deserved better quality garments because of their subculture, because of their, you know, their hobby that they were into was so rich in interesting influences and inspirations and whatever it may be, and just people that they just deserved better clothes than what they were getting from other skate brands. So he came in, set up Supreme, and the rest is history. That fascinated me because he wasn't a skateboarder himself. The Nigo thing fascinated me, but how he was creating amazing products when he was doing a Bape. The Hiroshi Fujiwara stuff also interested me because he was like a multi-hyphenate who did like loads of work across like design, across architecture, product design, across fashion, sneakers, music. He was an artist himself at one point, snowboarding, everything. Fucking amazing. But I also didn't know how just to do it, you know, or what it involved. And for the longest time when I was kind of coming up, I always had a job. I always had like a full-time job on the side. So whether I was DJing, doing my party promotions, whether I was trying to sell zines, whether I was doing photography, doing some art, doing some graphic design, whatever I was doing, I always had a full-time job, always. And I'd never really figured out how to do the freelance thing because everyone was doing it. And it kind of seemed really cool. People were walking around, you know, central London with fucking MacBook Airs under their fucking armpit, MacBook Pros. They were always on the phone. They were sat in cool coffee shops and shit, living a life that I felt like on the outside looking in, living a life. But I think one of the reasons why I never really tried to even explore how to do that was because deep down I knew that the money that I was making working full-time plus also doing my side hustle at the same level pace of intensity, I was making double the money because I was obviously receiving a steady income, but I was also receiving an income from the stuff I was doing on the side. And I liked the fact that I was getting two income sources in my bank account. But I didn't realize that it was taking up a lot of my time, taking up a lot of my creative sort of like mind space and whatever it may be, because I was have to work a full-time job. So I wasn't able to do certain things. I missed out on certain things because I was locked into working a full-time job. And now what I'm seeing with this particular article, this particular post, is that I think this conversation around being freelance and doing your own thing, yes, the money isn't a lot, but at least you get to do your own thing. At least you get to kind of have the time in the day to do as much stuff that you want to do when you want to do it. And you're not fucking constrained, or you're not kind of, you know, confined to going to a workplace at set hours in a day that kind of don't allow you to do the thing that you actually want to do. So obviously you take the hit in terms of salary. It's not as good, but you also have more freedom to do the thing that you actually want to do and pursue it to a level you want to pursue it at, you know, travel, whatever it may be, because you're a bit more free that way. So you're a bit more time free, but your pocket is a little bit less. So it's sort of like it's a deal you have to be willing to take in order for you to kind of pursue your artwork long term. But I think nowadays, with the economy and the world being what it is, you probably need to be, especially the older you get, you probably need to be a bit more responsible and weigh up your options and say to yourself, you know what? There's no guarantee I'm going to make it as a singer. So maybe I should have a career that I'm pursuing, or just a 9-to-5, so that I have some money coming in. And I also think, for me personally, maybe people are different how they react, but I think most people probably don't need the stress of like having everything depend on their creative output. Maybe you do need to like take the stress and expectation away from it to create better work and to just do, you know, to be like a better person or to live a nicer life and not be so stressed all the time by having a job that can kind of offset and take away the pressure of how much effort you have to put into creating. That's what I just think in general. But regardless, let me read the post. The post says, wait, how much are artists making? The caption, one granary. A recent report reveals that the median income for UK artists stands at £12,500 per year. I'll repeat that. A recent report reveals that the median income for UK artists, now I guess that applies to every form of art, right? Just art in general, whether you do graphic design, furniture, painting, sculpture, whatever, even maybe content stuff, they just probably grouping it in one thing. The median income is £12,500 per year, highlighting a growing divide between passion and financial stability. For many artists in the UK, this is an all too familiar reality. Over 80% of the report their earnings as unstable, often dependent on sporadic gigs or teaching roles to stay afloat. So how exactly did we end up here? And what does it mean to pursue a career as an artist anymore? Head to the link in the bio to read the full article. So I think that's a good thing, personally. I feel like it's a good thing that you have to kind of like graft in the beginning really hard to get just that level, because that's the thing people don't understand. To make 12,500 as an artist is incredibly difficult. Just think about it now. Think if you have a full-time job, just think if you had to like sit down and draw things on pieces of paper and then sell them to people. Imagine you had to sit down and draw something with a marker, with some paint, whatever you want to choose, and you had to convince another adult to give you their hard-earned money for that little doodle that you just did. It's very difficult. It's not easy. So people who are doing it, regardless of what they're selling, they're working incredibly hard. And usually, because it's your passion, guess what happens? You end up working 10 times as hard as you would do in any 9-to-5. You end up working all hours of the night. You end up occupying every space in your brain, whatever it may be called. So you are really pushing yourself just to earn that 12,500. And there's no guarantee that you're even going to earn that 12,500. So it's really, really dark out there. But I think it's good training, and it kind of allows you to kind of understand that you're in it for the right reasons, because there is no real glory in the beginning. There is no riches in the beginning. The riches come later. You don't just start off straight away blown up and super successful. You have to grind, you have to hustle. And I guess over time that probably makes you appreciate those things later on down the line. The only thing that's really concerning about it though is that like, I always wondered, like, why do companies, like, so most people know that freelancers don't make a lot of money, but they have the freedom to do what they want and, you know, whatever else it may be. But I've always wondered, why don't the companies that pay freelancers just pay them on time? Because you all know freelancers are struggling. You all know they're having a hard time. You all know it's hard to kind of make money, balance clients, all that malarkey. But then you always see freelancers on social media, especially on my side of social media, complaining that some big client, like a big magazine publication, has refused to pay them on time for like it's been 9 months now. They haven't been paid yet. And they're waiting for the money to come in. And the really annoying thing, having been like somewhat freelance when I used to work for Nike, that we were kind of hired as independent contractors because they kind of tried to get around the employment thing, whatever maybe. Big up 1948. But I remember when I was working as an independent contractor for Nike, one of the annoying things about it, one of the best things about it was the money. The money was amazing. And we also got a lot of free trainers, free clothes. So your fucking wardrobe was always filled with all the nicest, greatest limited edition stuff. But the problem was, even though the money that was good, you were always getting it late. So let's say you'd get your month's pay always a month late. So then you'd end up with 2 months pay. But because you've got it a month late, you end up blowing it because you've got so much spending that you haven't done previously, or you've got all these bills that have now accrued over time you have to pay for. So you end up kind of wasting all that money. And it's really, you know, mentally as well, it's not the greatest to be expecting a wage and it not being there. You know, it can kind of break your heart. I'm not going to lie. But let's read the article anyway, courtesy of One Granary, and let's see what they say here in full, because I'm curious to see how we can kind of, you know, get out of this. Oh, you have to pay for it too. Okay, cool. I guess we're not going to say. But regardless, let me go through the comments and see what people are saying. Comments here. As the new year begins, I want to encourage you to reflect on your career as a creator. Creating art, fashion, or music is deeply inspiring, but how are you turning the passion into a sustainable lifestyle? Okay, this person's just waffling. Painting artist or creative in general? I just think it's creative in general, to be fair. I think that's what this person's trying to get at. Ridiculous. I'm always asked if I would move to working in fashion sector from healthcare, where it's not all so great, but the struggle for artists is beyond. You have to be so commercial just to make a dent. It's effectively selling out unless you have a parts plus of luck. No, that's not true. That is also not true. That's also a cope. Because you don't make it, oh, everyone that's making it is selling out and is being commercial. No. But a lot of it is luck. A lot of it is persistence and grift. Like, I know one guy, I forgot his name actually, but when we were coming up in the scene, I was taking pictures as well, right? I was taking pictures at events, kind of semi-seriously, kind of not. I never got featured in any magazines. I was just doing it for myself on blogs and stuff. But we were all doing it at one time. Now, I'm sure if I continue to do it, I would probably be in a far better place as a photographer. It wasn't really my passion, but I'll do it anyway. Just for fun and document stuff and put stuff on my blog for like scene reports and whatever reviews of particular shows or private views. But I know this one guy who kept doing it in our kind of age range generation. And now he's pretty good at what he does, and he gets hired by magazines to go to certain events to take pictures. When Freeze comes to London, he takes pictures. When Hypebeast wants some editorial stuff, he takes pictures. Like, that's what happens. So it's not really a case of like selling out. It's more so just, can you stay the course? Can you afford to stay the course? Mentally, physically, all that malarkey, and maybe a bit of luck. But it's not just always, oh, the person that made it is selling out and being commercial. That's just a cope to make you feel better because you didn't make it, which is, you know, not really, you know, it's not really going to help really in the long term. But hey, what do I know? Another person here says, so what are the solutions? As it's a form of Tetris and energetic anorexia, living off of 400 a month whilst everyone enjoys the culture and beauty and ideas we share. That's part of the process though. Part of the process of being an artist is sometimes you're not going to get to enjoy all of the fancy stuff that people get up to, but you get to put some of that work out there and contribute to the, you know, the cultural evolution of the world, or get to put your little notch on the cultural timeline and shit. That should be enough, really. You get to leave behind some legacy. You get to impart something. You get to inspire people. Maybe new generations are inspired by your work and they want to build upon it. Like, that should be good enough. But hey, what do I know? But I do remember working like that. Actually, I remember having a job like that. I remember having a job where I made like 13,000 a year. After taxes, it was like 10. And I must have got like £900 a month. And at that time, my rent was like 600. So you're looking at your leftover balance, you're like, woof. But to be fair, at that time too, I feel like I had way more fun. I feel like I was way more resourceful with my money. I only had, you know what I mean? And 300 or whatever pound it was left. And I was way resourceful with my money than I am nowadays. Nowadays, I just squander all of it. But back then, I was able to squeeze way more out of what was left over after bills and rent and shit. Let's continue here. For centuries, artists relied on a system of patronage to be able to make their art. The only difference now is that rich people don't do that anymore. I think they still do. I think if you had a Patreon, essentially, if you had something that people could contribute to, I think they still do. I don't think that's true. I think it's changed maybe, but I still think there are people out there who are, you know, being the patron of an artist, putting them up, letting them have a studio to create great art so that they can buy or have first refusal on or whatever. That does still exist, I think. Another one says, wait, I make zero money in a year. I guess I'm missing something. Oh yes, I've forgotten I'm not an artist. Another one says, yes, thanks to the big corporations and conglomerates, yet artists should and stand together and support each other. Yeah, that's not gonna happen anytime soon. Let's see some of the hidden comments here. Sounds about right. So yeah, that's the article there. I can't read it because it's behind a paywall, unfortunately. But yeah, it does kind of speak about some things that we all kind of know about. Big up low our score, by the way. In terms of how hard it is to struggle as an artist. Continuing on, I forgot to talk about this, so this is really late news, so please forgive me. But let's talk a little bit about Balenciaga's pre-fall 2025 collection. Maybe one of their strongest collections of recent collections, I feel like. Very, very good. very strong looks. A lot of interesting propositions put out there, like the sandals, the glasses. I'm a big fan of. There's a really cool leather suit that is kind of inspired by a particular pant that's been made into like a tracksuit thing, which I think is sublime. Maybe one of my favorite pieces. There's great parkas, and I also love the fucking snowboard goggle visor things. They kind of remind me of the Kanye West Gap visors, but they've also been transformed into like a snowboard goggle type of wraparound thing. So they look fucking fantastic. Personally, I think the styling is also super on point. How they've casted it is super on point. I think the pictures themselves are really on point too, and how they've taken them. Everything fucking looks fucking fantastic. But my favorite piece is that leather thing. Which if I can find it here, I forgot what look it is, but it's definitely my favorite thing that I've seen from Demna, designer at Balenciaga, for a while. Where is it? It's somewhere here. He's wearing like it's inspired by like a leather. There we go. That's that one here. Look number 21. This might be my favorite thing that I've seen from Balenciaga in a fucking long time. Look number 21. I feel like they've done this the previous 3 collections. This iteration of the motorcycle pant. They've done a motorcycle pant separately. They've done a motorcycle pant that's attached to boots. And then now they've got a motorcycle pant that's essentially like, how do I describe it? It's like it's styled in the way of a sweatpant, but it's got the elements of a motorcycle pant on it. Essentially, it's kind of like a re-engineered motorcycle pant that's been added some sweat panels. It looks fucking fantastic. So you got the regular motorcycle pant on one side of the paneling of the sweatpants itself, and then you got the cotton here in the middle, so you kind of get an idea of the look. But they look fucking fantastic. I'd love to see how they weigh in real life. You know what they look like, how they weigh, or what the weight of them is in your hand. And it was the same thing with the jacket. So the jacket is, you know, a motorcycle jacket that is basically re-engineered to fit more like a baggy hoodie, a zip-up hoodie too, which is fucking cool. I'm not gonna lie, really fucking cool. I love that 88 kind of Oakley-esque sort of logo to symbolize Balenciaga. It's a really interesting and cool way to symbolize it. So I'm a big fan of that. And of course you got the Balenciaga badges all around that fucking outfit. But that might be one of my favorite outfits I've seen in a long time when it comes to Balenciaga. And of course some of the visor stuff, the glasses are fucking phenomenal for me personally. I love what they look like. Absolutely killed it. Some of the bags are really nice too. The only thing I don't like in this collection, I'm not going to lie, is the sandals. They've got some really, Demna decided to kind of switch things up and propose a really interesting and weird and bizarre approach to sandals, which I absolutely hate. I'm not gonna lie, I fucking hate them. But I'm sure there are gonna be some people out there who are gonna try and make them work. So I'm gonna show you the picture so you can give you an idea of what he's trying to do here. So this is from look 2 of Balenciaga pre-fall 2025. And if you zoom in on this particular picture on look 2, you shall see the sandals. It's kind of like it's a weird design. It's almost like it wraps around your front big toe, but then leaves your other toes open. So it's almost like a reverse thong sandal in a way. Like the thong thing doesn't go around your toe and your big toe and your other toes. It goes around one toe, and then the other toes are kind of free to roam around. So I'm interested to see how that works in terms of walking. Does the other side of your foot flap around when you're walking, or is that the way the strap is made makes your foot stay in there? Because if you look at on the instep, you don't see too much, right? It looks like a regular shoe. But I wonder if your foot will be flapping around in there. Like, will it actually, will it actually feel comfortable? Will it feel weird? I'm not too sure. But again, interesting proposition. Fresh ideas, I guess, but not something that I'll be interested in wearing in the slightest. I'm not gonna lie. But I do like that he's trying to kind of, mix things up and change them. There's also some great bags here. I mentioned the visor, which I'm a big fan of. These glasses are also freaking sick, I'm not gonna lie. These massive glasses are really something that I'm a big fan of. And there's also a great parka that I also want to show you. Obviously some of the styling is fucking sick. This scarf that looks like this scarf is probably like a cape, I'm assuming. It probably clips somewhere around here, so you get a really nice big sort of like, sweeping design. There's also another one featured here, and this tracksuit is really nice too in look number 16. What else you got here? Big bomber jacket in look number 19, which everyone's gonna love. This was like a flip on the police eye jacket from back in the day from Better. I think that's really cool too there. Look number 23 and 24. And then I guess you got, it's not, I don't know if that's the guy from Playboy Carti's team. Is that the one? Maybe that's him. One that screams all the time, I'm not too sure. But yeah, you got some really great flips on the police side thing there on the side. And there's the visor. That visor thing is fucking cool. I'm not gonna lie. I really love the look of it. Again, it's like a snowboarding goggle. It feels like, but it's been made in the style of like the regular visor that you got from fucking what's his name, Ye, and it looks really fucking cool. You also got the version of the phone posit. You got some different bags here also. Camo trousers that look really cool. So forth, so be it. Again, really strong collection. I think the casting kind of sells it. Oh, look at these cargo pants. Well, this look here, look number 2045. Are those like drop crotch cargo pants? And of course the Parker, which I'm a big fan of, this red one. There's also a black one that I really fucking love as well. Some of this stuff is really cool, by the way. Loads of it's giving indie sleeves. Some of these looks here from look number what? From look number 47 onwards, it's giving indie sleeves, which I'm a big fan of. I feel like you're going to some sort of free Vice party or something people are attending. But there's also a Parker somewhere here. But regardless, look at the detail for the goggles. So you can see here it's a bit more of a visory design. But they do kind of look like essentially snowboarding goggles. They're probably going to be $1 million. Don't get me wrong. They're not going to be cheap. We know this to be a fact. Demna doesn't play with cheap, but they do look really cool. They do look freaking cool, and I can't wait to see when people do eventually buy them. I'm assuming they'll probably end up being like $5,000 or something, but I love the pants on here. This look number 45 might be one of my favorite relaxed fits. Again, I would not wear the sandals, but I think those cargos that are distressed and that kind of drop crotch design with the belt hanging off. And is that like a side bag, or is he wearing that as a bag? That's pretty cool. I love that bag, by the way. Especially to go DJ, you stick all your USB sticks in there. That looks fucking cool. The little small, and it's got a little padlock on the outside too. That's really fucking cool. But yeah, this whole look is sick. I personally love it. One of my favorite looks there. And there's also a leather, neck cushion. So Balenciaga are making neck cushions, which is absolutely crazy. They're probably gonna cost you an arm and a leg, so don't even think about it. But it's there regardless if you do. And then we got obviously another picture of the glasses or the goggles. I wonder if they're gonna be classed them as glasses or goggles. Anyway, I wonder how they're going to be trying to selling them, but they look really fucking cool. I love everything about them, and I think that might be it in terms of the stuff that I've seen that I fucking loved. Let's see if I can load any more in here. If I push this button there, will let me load. But so far the automobile Lamborghini stuff I don't give a fuck about. I'm a real big hater of like car merch anyway, or car collections. I think it's really strange because the amount of people that I've seen, the only people that I see wear car collection stuff are people that don't actually drive cars. So I think that's a little bit lame, to be fair, to be selling people overpriced car merch stuff because you know it comes from a luxurious brand, but you're not really any closer to actually driving a car yourself. Do you know what I mean? It's a waste of time. I love that bag with the plaque on the side. That's fucking crazy. That bag shape is really nice, but that plaque on the side is hilarious, by the way. Probably a tribute to him. Again, this is really nice too. There's a Madonna t-shirt that's a bit distressed there. That's really kind of cool. I think these two people are K-pop stars as well. I love the fake wristband that they're selling to Balenciaga. They've also got a version of those trainers that everyone loves in heels, which is a funny combination there. And here we go. Here's another video of them. I wonder if it's gonna be linked to the flipping what do you call it? The new like Apple products and stuff with the visor. I wonder if that's gonna be part of it. Maybe that's a collaboration. Maybe you can get that stuff projected onto the screen. Not too sure, but yeah, some stuff is really cool. Some stuff is really freaking cool. I'm not mad at it in the slightest. I'd love to see it in real life when it does eventually drop. When it does eventually drop. So big up Balenciaga, big up Blood Club Balenciaga. Let's check out some of the stuff on MyFaceWeno _o. Great resource for loads of Balenciaga's information. So let's see what else they have here, courtesy of the previous collection we saw pre-fall. No new updates really. I think there's an update here courtesy of them regarding the coin pouch or the whatever that you can carry from the Porsche collaboration. Let's see what they've got available here. Part of the Balenciaga collection, automated Lamborghini collaboration. The collaboration focuses on the Lamborghini's Terramentio Lagans. What's that? Jesus Christ, too many words there. But yeah, in general, you see here where it looks like you got the fake key fob, right, of your Lambo that you don't own. You got the badge there, and you got the little bag. You know, I'm assuming that's meant to be some sort of like what's called horse thing or some sort of whatever, or maybe first aid, right? That kind of boxer style of it as well, maybe. But yeah, who knows, you know? He was like, who flipping knows? Continuing on, we've also got another feature here of like, they look like 3D printed shoes. These are Under Armour Hyper sneaker from Balenciaga Spring 25. They look really fucking good. Honestly, it looks so freaking good. Like a sock design with obviously the outsole all kind of done essentially. But yeah, it's hard, really hard. Really hard. 100%. So let's continue here. You've got the flipping shoes that look really nice, I think personally. They look, like I said, they look a lot like 3D printed shoes. I'm not really the biggest fan of how they make you want to wear shoes like this, like that, you know? Wanting to wear your shoes the way Kanye wears these, like, you know, essentially barefooted or close to the ground as possible, it's not for everybody. Unless if you're uncomfortable, especially if you're wearing white clothes. So I don't think it's necessary, but I think the design here does look pretty sick, and people should maybe try to get a pair themselves if they are limited edition. Who knows? But again, what do I know? Absolutely nothing. No, that's not gonna be a set. Which one is it? I want to check out as well in terms of an update. Yeah, here's the Lamborghini car, the fake Lamborghini car fob things. I'm assuming you can just get the key cut to suit your needs if you're that way inclined. And then there's also, what else is it? I think that's it. I think that's it. Yeah, big up everybody that tuned in. Massive respect, yeah. Massive respect. Let's actually check out what else is going on here as we move on. If you're enjoying the show, you see what you like what you see, please make sure you like the stream down below. That'd be greatly appreciated. Please make sure you like the stream. I want to recommend a TV show for those of you checking out the show. I want to recommend you something, and I want to recommend it to you by slightly explaining what's happening, because it did release in April or something. So I'm sure those of you who have watched it, and those of you who won't watch it, I'm gonna watch it based on my recommendation anyway. But it's a really fucking good show, starring Colin Farrell, who's obviously been killing it. I'm sure most of you have already seen him in The Penguin and how well he kind of killed that role. But he's in this show called Sugar that's really freaking good too. Let me give you a synopsis. So it starts off with this guy who's a PI in terms of Colin Farrell, who basically is employed by people when somebody in their family goes missing, right? Or there's some sort of crime, whatever. They usually use this PI as a way to kind of get more information or to put themselves in a better position if that person decides to sue. The show starts off with him getting involved in a couple of cases, then it eventually devolves into one particular girl of a very prominent Hollywood director dies or kind of passes away tragically, and the whole point of the story is like this guy trying to find out why it happened, this Sugar guy who's played by Colin Farrell. But the twist comes at towards the end when it's revealed that Colin Farrell is indeed a part of like a secret undercover incandescent aliens who have kind of, you know, come to Earth in order to learn a lot more about our species and whatnot before the inevitable happens, because he's basically saying, hey, the inevitable is going to happen sometime soon in terms of, you know, the end of civilization as we know it. And if that's the case, they're going to try and help as many people as they can. So they come, these aliens, they're able to kind of, you know, face dance and change into looking like humans, but no one's aware that they're actually not humans, they're actually aliens. And they meet every month or so for these powwow things where they all stand around and, you know, pretend they're only around because of the languages and stuff, you know. But the show is amazing. That twist, I didn't see it coming. I didn't see in my future watching a show where Colin Farrell plays a fucking alien. Honestly, I swear to God. But I swear it's amazing. It's amazing to watch. I really did enjoy the premise. I think they might stretch the premise a little bit too far towards the end. I think it's like a 7-episode season, and I recommend you check it out. It's really enjoyable. If you like Colin Farrell as an actor, if you like to see him perform just in general, please check it out. It's so good. I've enjoyed it so far, and I can't wait to dig back into it when, you know, season 2 ends up kicking off. Big up. But again, what do I know? Let's continue. What else we got here? We got courtesy of Pop Crave. We got this manifesto regarding BRAT, Charli XCX's seminal album. This album is definitely going to be something that people look back on in later years and think, you know what? BRAT was definitely the most important work that she's released so far in her career, which is really weird considering how young she is. But she's been in an industry for a long time. Charli XCX, she's been around for a long time. She's been around different sounds, which is also really interesting because she came on the scene so young, she was able to go through so many different sounds and see so many different things become, you know, hot and not hot. So that's probably maybe helped her. And obviously the collaborations, the artistic inspirations, traveling around the world, and just being a party girl. I think that's probably the reason why she's so successful in that pop lane that she has now. Is because fundamentally she's a party girl. She loves to rave, she loves to go out, she loves to get fucked up anyway, but she's also a talented artist. So being able to funnel or to kind of put all that energy into creating art, I'm not surprised that she's made BRAT, and it's legitimately one of the best albums that dropped last year. I'm sure it's in everybody's top 10. It's in my top 10, which I have to do for the next episode. Please forgive me for not doing it today, but I'm sure BRAT is in everybody's top 10. It's such a good fucking album. Anyway, she shared a manifesto of what she was thinking of from the summer of 2023 when the album dropped, and I guess everything that she was thinking of ended up happening when the album did drop in 2024. So let's read some of these manifesto caption things. This is what I guess she wrote to herself on her MacBook or something. The artwork for BRAT will be obnoxious, arrogant, and bold. Some people will hate it. It will be heavily text-based, either font on a plain background or some kind of painting on a wall or disregarded object. It's really sad that Virgil is not around anymore, because I think Virgil Abloh would have loved Charli XCX. Not too sure if they met beforehand, but I think the whole rollout of BRAT, how she basically used the color, the font, and just the iconography, everything about it, the visuals, the rollouts, the pop-up thing that she did. I think Virgil would have been all over this. He would have fucking loved to be a part of all this stuff that was going on, or he would have been just championing it and sharing it all over social media because it was so fucking cool. Next bit of the manifesto. There is no explanation for what I do. The answer is always no comment. We must cultivate desire, chaos, and destruction. The whole album campaign is high art, but it's also crucial to understand the benefit of low art and celebrity. The coupling of the two is vital. And I love that. And I think that's what you get from the album. You do get this high and low, which again, going back to Virgil, he loves the underground, overground. You do get that narrative, that through line, that thread that's running in through the entire project, in that it is a very kind of balls to the wall, grungy, underground sounding album, but it's also very polished, and it also kind of speaks to people who kind of maybe, don't see themselves, raving in a sweaty warehouse anytime soon, but they still identify the music, which obviously is a great endorsement. Next slide. I will throw a rave probably long before the album is out to tease a new music. Well, she did basically a Boiler Room, right? She did it with the Boiler Room. This should be the first thing I announce. I will play unfinished demos for the first time and have other collaborators who are working on the album DJ too. We will make edits, many edits, and it'll be the first time anyone hears snippets of the music from BRAT. No one will know what they are hearing. Eventually, these DJ sets will be referenced and looked upon. Yeah, that's what's happened too. That's a sick thing. So far, I think there's an edit. There's an edit from, I forgot who it was. There's an edit of somebody that was made that was unfortunately never put out. I forgot what track it was. Maybe it was back to back. I forgot what the track it was, but there was an edit that everybody's fiending over. If you're part of the Charli XCX fandom, if you're subscribed to some of the pages, and you follow some of the Stan accounts, you would know there's a particular version of one of the tracks featured on BRAT that has never been released that people are still fiending for. But it's also making people go back and listen to the sets, and the sets were fucking phenomenal. So big up Charli XCX for doing that. And then the last slide here of the manifesto. You need vision. No, you need to understand my vision. This is global. I will provide momentum, tell the story in a laser-focused way. We must execute everything with power and confidence. The angels are ready and waiting. This is the moment. Which I think is, it's a bit woo-woo and spiritual, but there is an element to it that's true. There is an element to it when you're creating, when you're operating on that higher plane, that you can kind of feel when something's about to happen. You can kind of feel it in the atmosphere. It's kind of tingling. You kind of get this warm vibe about it, or just the consistency, the momentum, what you're doing things. It naturally will lead you to a place where you feel like, you know what? I'm finally crushing it. I'm getting to a point I want to get to. I fucking love it. I freaking love it. So big up Charli XCX, big up BRAT, one of my favorite albums to drop of the past year, and I'm sure some of you guys feel the same way too. So big up BRAT, big up Blood Clot BRAT. Big up people in the stream chat as well, hanging in there. Appreciate you there for being here with me. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, big up my girl, big up my girl Auntie Ashley Wagwan. Hope you're well. Hope you're well. Big up 7 Dirty Hair Casino. My sister is going to Luanda next week. Oh, sick. Yeah, that's where I'm from, bro. Luanda, the capital of Angola. Hope she has a great time. Great country. A bit expensive. It's probably one of the, I won't say it's the most, but it's definitely one of the most expensive African countries. It's not as cheap as people think it would be, but the food there is lovely. People are lovely, great weather. So I'm sure she's gonna have a freaking blast. So big up 7dirty, big up 7dirty. Let's continue. So next thing I want to talk about here is this particular post, this particular clip that features the one and only Diplo. Diplo had a little cameo on the CNN New Year's Eve show that people tend to do, and interesting response to what he was asked here by the host of the show themselves. I guess if you ask him an honest question, he has to answer honestly, but I don't think they're prepared for the answer. Let's listen to Diplo basically describe how he's spending his New Year's Eve.
What is the most, I'm so curious, what's the most conventional place that you've done LSD?
Right now?
Right now?
Just on a helicopter
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Please, oh my God, hold on. Please tell me.
I'm not even lying.
You're tripping right now?
Yeah.
What is the most, I'm so curious, what's the most?
I always find it interesting when squares, right, when like lamos speak to people who do drugs or speak to people who maybe live a, you know, an alternative lifestyle, and how fucking freaked out and, you know, how giggly and stuff they get when they find out people do stuff like this. It's like, bruh, aren't you two guys gay? Like, why are you guys so boring? Why are you guys so shocked that people might microdose a little bit of LSD to get them through the day, or to maybe open their third eye, or to just get them functioning? Like, why is this such a big deal? It's not that, you know what I mean? It really should be that big of a deal, but they're really giggling over it. They're really freaking out, kind of, and it's kind of blowing their minds that, you know, this international DJ, world-renowned DJ, who gets to do whatever he wants during the day, is maybe spending a lot of it high and trying to function that way, as opposed to, you know, everywhere else you had to function where you probably relied to be a little bit more straight-laced and, you know, down the road and stuff. I don't really understand it, but the thing that's really interesting about it is Diplo himself. I've mentioned him previously on my podcast, and I think it's just funny how he's so Teflon. How Diplo is so fucking Teflon. No matter the allegations, no matter the rumors, no matter the lawsuits or whatever, the articles, he seems to have been able to evade, duck and weave, bob and weave every allegation come towards him. I don't think he's been cancelled from a single show. No festival has kind of, you know, distanced themselves from him. He hasn't lost any brand endorsements. He's on freaking CNN. This guy has allegations about him allegedly maybe doing some not so nice things against women, and no one seems to care. And I'm wondering, is that pretty privilege? Is that white privilege? Is it because he's just not guilty and everyone knows it? It's just because I feel like people get done for way less just based on the story. He's had several stories over the year, especially even 2024. I feel like there were several stories that came out about Diplo and women and shit, but he seems to be impervious to it completely, and I wonder why that's the case. Like, legitimately seems to be impervious to it. Nothing ever sticks. If anything, he seems to go above and, you know, he seems to get bigger and bigger and bigger. No pause there, and nothing seems to change at all. But yeah, I guess that's what's happening there with Diplo. Diplo's microdosing LSD to do an interview with CNN, which in itself is lame, but it's also cool in a way. But I just find the response from these two gay guys, one of them being the host of fucking Real Housewives, to be really weird, because it's like, bro, you're in the gay world, like, you know what people get up to, you know, like, you've seen far worse, I'm sure, when you've been out at a local bar somewhere or hosting people around your house. Like, let's relax. Let's not act like this is all brand new and super shocking. Like, it isn't that deep. But again, I could be wrong. Another post here we got courtesy of Pop Crave is this announcement that Mr. Beast is engaged to somebody called Thea Boycine. Thea Buyicin. Thea Buyicin. I'm not sure who Thea Buyicin is, but it does look like Mr. Beast is finally engaged. So congrats to Mr. Beast in that regard. But it's weird because I think, is that girl her sister? That must be, is that Mr. Beast's sister or the girl? I think it's the girl's sister because they look exactly alike. They're all wearing matching jumpers. I'm guessing because they're celebrating the Christmas and shit. But again, it's just interesting because he's another one too. He has absolutely escaped all the consequences, allegedly, regarding people finding out that his challenges and shit were fake. To be fair, I'm very naive. I have to be honest. I'm very gullible. I'm very naive. I had no idea that the challenges on fucking Mr. Beast's channel were fake. No idea whatsoever. no idea that they were fake. So when I found out about it, vis-a-vis the fucking documentaries that got put out by that guy, it blew my mind. It really blew my mind that the whole, most of it is fake. They have paid actors, they have friends who do this, who do that. Absolutely crazy. I'm not going to lie. But I think fundamentally, most of his stuff is still real. But the fact that he never really publicly addressed it and act like it didn't happen was a great strategy, and kind of just kept creating through it. Because now, he ended the year the way he ended it, with an engagement and now being a fiance to somebody. But he was able to avoid all the hard-hitting questions because, why? Who's got time for that? No one's got time for that. So I do flipping understand all of this, and congratulations to him. Again, it's a bit weird because the sisters right then, they look exactly alike, but hey, I guess it is what it is. And then here's the girl showing off the ring itself that Mr. Beast got her as well, which looks fairly big. And you're imagining it's probably going to be very, very, very expensive as well. So big up them. Big up them. I guess good way to start off the year for them. Then we continue here. Next thing I want to show you is this, courtesy of the BBC. Talking about jewelry. CCTV shows how a burglar carried out a 10 million jewelry heist. So allegedly, or not allegedly, somebody in London unfortunately got their jewelry stolen from their house somewhere, I think in North London. I mean, when I read the title, I was like, what, 10 million? Like, who's got fucking 10 million worth of jewelry in their house? But then you found out that via the article that allegedly the person that's involved in this is the heir to an enormous fortune from some Asian family. I think they might be Chinese. I think so. And obviously they live here in London, so they got crazy stuff in their house and shit. So I'm wondering how they knew though. Maybe the burglar knew who the influencer was. Maybe it's word around the fucking Asian streets. Maybe she got a tip off of somebody that worked in there. But it's a very interesting, because I didn't really heard of this person even lived in London. But I guess they do, and they've got a lot of stuff, and most of it got jacked. So this is the video that shows the person from the top down stealing a lot of the jewelry that was in the drawers and shoving it in their bag. They must have felt like it was Christmas. The amount of gold, the amount of diamonds, everything blinging and glistening that they were able to sell. And jewelry is so easy to sell compared to other things, and it can kind of move hands and move around the place very, very quickly. So this is definitely a big come up for them. But it says here, Colors, CCTV footage exclusively obtained by the BBC reveals how a burglar stole more than 10 million pounds worth of jewelry and designer handbags from a London mansion. The images show a masked man stuffing a handful of jewelry and into his backpack after creeping into the multi-million-pound property. A family spokesperson, which is crazy, right? That's how you know you're rich, when you have a spokesperson for your family. A family spokesperson who was inside the home when the theft was carried out said that the intruder moved like a cat, but appears to have almost been thwarted when his apparent escape route was blocked. The stolen goods belong to Hong Kong socialite Shafira Huang, who was not at the St. John's Wood house at the time. The reward has been up to 1.5 billion. No, million, sorry, not billion, million. Before it was 500 grand, but now they're offering a reward of 1.5 million for what's been taken. So I'm assuming some of it might be even worth more than what they're saying. A lot of the stuff probably holds sentimental value, super rare. Just want to get it back. Saba Vairag, a spokesperson for Mr. Huang's family, said the thief had initially attempted to enter via a second floor window around 5 p.m. on December 7th. Yo, they're really lucky, because I think most people will still be at home at that sort of time during Christmas, bro. They're robbing houses on December 7th. Rotted. Marks that looked like they were made with a screwdriver or crowbar were left behind. When that didn't work, the intruder then climbed onto the roof, where he would have seen two housekeepers leaving the grounds, before lowering himself into the large concrete gutter to enter the house via the bathroom window, which is also in the second story. Oh, so he was on the roof and he saw the staff members, the cleaners, leave. Then when they left, he lowered himself in the gutter and was able to get in through the window. The bathroom belonged to a living governess, Mr. Vairag said, the bathroom belonged to a living governess, Mr. Vairag said, who he was holding a meeting with in the basement of the 5-story property when the theft occurred. She would have been in that room and there would have been a confrontation, which is quite scary. Mr. Vairag said that the intruder would have had to climb down onto the sink from the window, but moved like a cat to avoid making any marks on it or disturbing the cosmetic products that was littered around it. With £300 in cash on a desk in the room was left untouched. The family spokesperson said he heard a banging during the meeting, but put it down to strong winds outside. Retrospectively, I can put 2 and 2 together, which at the time I did not really think. Mr. Vaik said that he believes the noise would have been a staff entrance door banging the draft created when the intruder opened the window, which is probably why you should always check for noises. If you hear a noise somewhere in your home, you shouldn't assume it's one thing. You should probably always check. Always. Whether or not you're ready for that check is another thing, but you should always probably check. The intruder was then captured on CCTV cameras, moving around the house above them, struggling to open cases containing expensive jewelry before putting items in his bag. Timestamps on one CCTV. So there were some bits he couldn't open. Imagine, he got 10 million from things he could easily open, but there were some things he couldn't open because they were locked. Imagine what was inside those things. Timestamps on the CCTV image released by the family indicate he narrowly avoided bumping into the maid when they walked through the hallway. This is the thing about robberies, isn't it? House robberies are risky like that, you'd imagine, because there's obviously a high risk, high reward in terms of being able to steal stuff. But if you happen to cross paths with the family, like, I couldn't imagine anything more violating than getting robbed at your house. So seeing somebody that you don't know in your house, people are going to crash out. People are going to go crazy. They're going to react to wild. You know what I mean? They're going to go. So you want to avoid crossing paths with anybody as much as possible. You want to just, you know what I mean, move like a cat, be in and out as much as possible. But they always run the risk. Someone might forget their keys, come back home. Someone might leave work early that particular day. You never know what people's schedules are like. So house burglaries seem to be very, very risky things to get involved in. It continues here. You see, oh, look at that. They got side-by-side image that shows, oh my God, he missed the maid by like seconds. You see a picture here of the robber walking at 5:29, and in the same place, the maid was there at 5:30. So he could have easily bumped into her, but he avoided her by literal seconds. And they're able to guess what his height is based on the way he came up on the door. He says he's 5'8". So he looks like he could be aging himself as well. That might be why he knew. He might have had intimate knowledge based on rumors and gossip around the Asian scene. Asked if the thief left the house the same way he came in, Mr. Varrick said he did, but added, I believe it was not his intention. The thief had entered a high-risk part of the house and appears to have tried to leave via a rarely used guest room at the back of the property. He then tried to open a window from the inside, but we have safety on the sash window. The stoppers only allow you to pull it down 8 centimeters, and if you don't have the right tool to unscrew the pins, you can't. He tried it but couldn't succeed. As well as jewelry, Hermes Crocodile Kelly handbags, and £15 in cash. 15,000 in cash was also taken. I guess that's the IRS, right? Miss Huang is Hong Kong socialite who lives in London. The thief, who police believe may have been armed, is believed to be a white man in his late 20s and 30s. We urge anyone who is in the area of the Avenue Road, NW8, who saw the suspicious to please come forward. Also, if you've seen this jewelry since somebody's offered it to sell to you, or if you have any comment or information, please contact the police. A 500,000 reward was offered for information. A second reward of 10% of the value of the recovered items has been offered by the homeowners, which could be total 1.5 million. The burglary was carried out on Avenue Road, which links to Swiss Cottage and Regent's Park, areas of the capital, and is home to the city's most expensive properties. Wow. Let me just check it out. How much do properties on Avenue Road cost? I'm actually curious here. Avenue Road. Let's see what they got here on Zoopla. I'm actually curious to see how much a property cost on there. Property for sale on Avenue Road. How much are we talking? Is it probably like 3 mil for a 1-bedroom house? 2 mil? 5 mil? Let's see. Let's see what they're saying on Zoopla. I'm curious to see what the deal is here, because this looks like an expensive. Ooh wee! 1.24 million for a 3-bedroom house. God damn, that's a lot of fucking money. 3 bedrooms only, you are paying 1.24 million. Okay, let's check this out. The first property of the week. God damn. Big up the people that can afford this sort of shit. That's how you know you're living lavish in London, isn't it? Living in a property that's 1.24 million, it's only a 3-bedroom house. Don't get me wrong, good space and shit, but god damn, that's a lot of fucking money. So let's see what this is saying. Let's get the big pictures up on here. What have we got? 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 What have we got here? What do we have here? Go away. Let's accept the thing. And let's get the pictures up on here, the big ones. So give me the big ones. So that's the main living room. Looks pretty nice. With the dining room at the back. But it's still just a regular London home, man. Like, there's nothing, you know, fancy about this house at all. It's kind of basic. I'm not gonna lie. This is a standard London home. Look at the kitchen. You're paying 1.24 million for this, by the way. 1.2 million for this. All wood kitchen. It looks kind of dated, to be fair. Gas stove, which is okay. You know, oven and shit, I guess. Extractor. Some good cabinet spaces. But yeah, this is a little bit like, ooh, 1.24 mil. God almighty. Does it have a garden? Obviously, you got the 3 bedrooms. You got a decent enough bathroom there. Not the craziest looking one. Not the nicest, not the chicest. Standard. This is kind of underwhelming. I'm not going to lie. It kind of looks like a council place, doesn't it? Look, oh yeah, it doesn't it? Look even the building it's in. It kind of looks like a council flat. Yeah, it does. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, big up 730. So exactly the same thing I said. It kind of looks like a council flat. Jesus Christ, you're paying 1.25 mil for a council flat. Absolutely insane. Let's look at the second one here. There's 2 there. What was the other one on Avenue Road? This one's 2.5 million. Wow. Let's see this one. 2.5 million. I want to see what that one looks like, because that might make it more interesting. Yeah, let's see what this 2.5 million one looks like, because Jesus Christ, these things do not look like they're worth their money at all in the slightest. Let's get the bigger picture there. Give me the 2.5 million. I'm curious to see why this shit looks the way it does and why it costs that much money. And if it's just okay, this is a nicer building. This is a nicer building, don't get me wrong. But still, 2.5 mil for this is obscene, bro. You feel like you should be getting way more for your money. Nice living room. Living room is really nice. The TV, how it's sunk in into that cabinet thing, is pretty cool. There's little bar spaces here. I like how they use the mirrors to make the space look like it's got more space in it, right? The table here is pretty nice. The area, the spaces itself is quite nice. I don't know if are those lights or is that, no, it's just a beam. I thought those were LEDs. But regardless, nicely bright, nicely lit space, decent enough windows in terms of natural light coming in. That's obviously the front of the building. This is kind of like the dining room area, I guess, which is not next to the living room. It's kind of a next room, which is not too bad. The kitchen is quite nice, to be fair. Marble counters. The wash basin is really nice. It's electric stove, so it's not gas, which, you know, a shame, but it is what it is. There's a shitty white microwave at the back there, which I don't like, by the way. You got to maybe up that. The cabinets are really nice big cabinets, nice high ceilings. It's next door to Regent's Park, which is pretty cool. The bedrooms are okay. The bedrooms in this are nicer, but you're paying 2.5 mil because this is more contemporary. This is also like a newer build, you know. Well, look how far away the tissue is. That a tissue? No, I was about to say, okay, tissue's there. I thought that was a tissue. I was like, why is it so far away? Yeah, so the wash basin, the toilet looks nice. There's an office as well. It looks pretty cool. In this particular office, whoever lives here has a Peloton bike in there, which again shows you, you know, there's money involved. Nice to see. A nice curved desk there in the corner. There's a nice big children's room there. Another, the same dining room area, sorry. So yeah, decent enough again, but 2.5 mil, this seems like a bit excessive as well. And it's what, I think this is a 2-bedroom too. It's not even a 3-bedroom. I think this is a 3-bed allegedly, and 2 receptions. But yeah, okay, big up that lady, man. Big up that lady, because whoever you are, you got some money there. Miss Huang, who lives in the mansion with her property developer husband, had been a prolific social media user, but has since made her profiles private. Yeah, because she posted probably too much on social media, and she probably got robbed off the back of that. The Met has released images of some of the items stolen, including a diamond encrusted bracelet, a 150,000 Hermes crocodile Kelly bag like this one. Jesus, such an ugly bag in it. And also this watch that looks like it's absolutely, this bust down is absolutely covered in diamonds. So yeah, unfortunately that is the case. So I guess we have to wait to see Wagwan. If they eventually do get it back. I think it's going to be pretty hard because, you know, jewelry and stuff gets robbed all the time and people don't get that stuff back easily. It's hard to get it back. So let's see what happens. Maybe she does get the stuff back. You never freaking know. Hopefully she does. Hopefully she freaking does. Moving on from that one, let's quickly move on to a couple more here before I leave you. I quickly actually want to mention these particular things courtesy of the one and the only Shadeborough. Big up Shadeborough. So Shadeborough have a couple posts here that I quickly wanted to talk about that I thought would be of interest regarding this particular little thing that we're on here. So big up me. Wait 1 second as I get it on here. Where is it? Okay, there we go. Number one post is this particular post here, courtesy of a podcast that features Ivorian Door and somebody called Miss Dems, who share their tips on how to be the best side chick, which is, you know, crazy sort of content to put out there. But regardless, let's entertain some of the nonsense. So big up Ivorian Doll, and big up Miss Dems. Let's see what they think about being side chicks and how to do it successfully.
But he's married. There's a line, an invisible line. We don't now cross the line and expect a relationship.
You can never outshine the main. Be the fantasy, not the reality. On a Monday, you don't go past 8 p.m.
Don't do that.
Let's use your brain. That's
Don't
for
do
the
that.
wife. Think of it like this. You know, like a genie. You rub the lamp and then the genie appears.
Yeah.
You don't come out until you're summoned. If he's not buying you Chanel, he can go to hell.
Oh, yeah. Yes, as women, we're gonna feel a type of way. You're with him, it feels good. He turns around, he's with his wife. If you feel sad, go and read a book.
Valentine's Day, you think that he's supposed to do something. Your day is the 15th.
Wake up
If you
now.
don't like the way it makes you feel, leave the situation
Leave
and
the
go and get a
situation
boyfriend.
then. Go and get a man then. Why do you want someone else's man? God forgive us.
On top
But he's married. There's a line, an invisible line.
I don't know, man. I don't know. What do you say about this sort of stuff, man? It's like my people, man, my people. Part of me doesn't mind it because, like I said, I'm a fan of radical honesty. So I prefer that these girls speak like this openly because it's clearly stuff that they are passionate about, stuff that they're interested in, stuff that they have experience on that they can share with the public. I don't mind that in that regard. But also another part of me is like, do we really need to hear this? Is this really contributing anything to anything? Like, what is the purpose of this? Can we not maybe at least start you don't have to leave anything behind, but can you at least maybe start the year at least pretending that you're going to try and be a better person? That you're maybe going to try and put out nicer things out there in the universe. Maybe, just a little bit of pretending. Or is it better to start the year as you intend to live the year? Because a lot of us are going to try and pretend that we're going to change. We're going to say new year, new me, but it's going to be new year, same old you. So why not just continue going? And I think this week is the best week to see that because New Year's Day falls midweek. So it's like, hey, it's the same. It's another day in the year. The other day was 2024 and now it's 2025, but not much has changed, you know? And just continuing on. Maybe that's the way to go. And maybe that's probably why these people can be so successful on social media, because at least they're 100% themselves. And other people who also identify with this nonsense, waffly, waste of time conversations or talking points are also going to gravitate towards it. Me personally, it's not for me, but I see why some people would be entertained by it. I see it. But I would hope for just more, you know. I think there's that common meme people share about, oh, we need to take away the podcasting mics from men. And if you see a Focusrite interface, or you see an audio interface at your man's crib, or if you go back to someone's house and you see that, run for the hills. I think the same needs to be applied to girls who think they're like spitting game, or think they're like, you know, deep, or think they have interesting life experiences or hot takes. They also need to have the same level of scrutiny applied to them, because they be sometimes talking the most shit, because they're also the ones who are, you know, saying what they're saying now about being the side chick, but they're also, I'm imagining, or I could imagine the types who have maybe thrown a tantrum or been very upset when the guy has chosen, you know, the main over them for a particular occasion or particular evening of fun and adult fun and shit. So you're talking out both sides of your mouth, which is, you know, maybe the nature of social media, but not for me. So big up Ivorian Door and big up Miss Dems, same way, but I could do without it. I could do without it. Continuing on. Big up Lily Phillips. Big up my girl, Lily Phillips. Airbnb owner furious as OnlyFans star Lily Phillips hosts 101 men in a 1.5 million flat without her permission. The caption, OnlyFans star Lily Phillips faces potential Airbnb ban after hosting a controversial live stream session. Oh, she live streamed this one now. You can live stream on fucking OnlyFans. I didn't know that. Holy shit. Oh yeah, you can live stream through Vimeo. Same we could live stream on Patreon. There's like a live stream element built in. I'm not sure if OnlyFans uses Vimeo as their like video, because most people that do video don't really host it on their own servers because it costs so much money. That's what I've heard online anyway. I don't know my experience with this, but I've heard that's why people use platforms like YouTube and stuff because, you know, they have the servers and it's relatively free. But I wonder, that's fucking crazy. They live streamed this gangbang. Wow. A controversial live stream session with over 100 men in luxury London flat. Despite the incident, no complaints were made. The neighbors reportedly mistook the visitors for workmen. Surprisingly, the property's host praised Lily as a lovely guest who followed house rules. Yeah, everyone was cleaned. Lily's not dumb. Lily's like most of us. Remember back in the day where some of us during the pandemic were booking Airbnbs and having crazy sessions? I know I had a couple of those where you turn up with the friends, you know, who's got the baggies, who's got the drinks, who's got the whatevers, and you fucking go crazy in this Airbnb that you got. Part of the deal and the arrangement was that you could go crazy, but there was also a pot of money that we put in, contribute, to hire a maid or to hire a cleaner, to come the next day and clean it up, which is why some of us would, I know at that time when we were doing it, we would book it for the weekend. So we'd kind of book it across Friday to Monday. And the idea behind it was that you'd rave that whole week in this apartment or in this building or in this house, have a good time in this Airbnb, because at that time during the pandemic, nothing was open. And then on the Monday, you get the cleaner to come in during the morning and clean up the place, and then you'd leave the keys, you know, and obviously check out when checkout time comes. So I'm sure Lily Phillips does the same thing. She probably has a team of cleaners that she works with who are okay to work with, you know, condoms and shit all over the place and lube, which is probably different from what regular cleaners do. So maybe it's some sort of specialist, you know, gangbang cleaner of things. I don't know. So I'm not surprised that she does that, because that's an important part of her work. She probably can't host them in her own home. It's probably not safe for them to know her address. So it's probably nice to go to a neutral place, especially a big place where she can host all them together. But could you imagine the person who lives there thinking, oh yeah, they're just builders. Like all these guys that are coming in, they're probably dressed like builders too, some of them. But Jesus, because like, hold on, how many builders do you need for that property? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Why are there hundreds of them here? Like, this is wild. And she may be getting banned, which is again crazy too, considering that, you know, I don't know, why are you banning her for what? Because I guess because it's gone viral, maybe because she's showing the property. She doesn't really show the addresses or the numbers too closely. Maybe I guess if you know the area, you could probably figure out where the places are. But I think she's pretty okay. I think her and that Bonnie Blue girl are pretty good with privacy and shit. You just see what you see on the camera, usually them being flirtatious with the guys, and then the after video about, how was it then? How was it then? Oh, it's really good. I wish I could have more time. That's what you really see. You don't really see much more apart from that. But this whole thing is fucking hilarious, man. Actually, what should happen, Airbnb should probably sponsor her and fucking Bonnie Blue. They should probably get some sort of sponsorship, some sort of deal where they work this out. Maybe it's a deal that you do in part with OnlyFans about, and the idea behind it is that you promote safe sex and all that malarkey. I feel like that's something that should be broached. I feel like something that should be done. I feel like that's a way to kind of go forward, not to punish this young entrepreneur hustling, doing what needs to be done to put food on the table and support her family. I don't know if she's got a family, but you know, it sounds good. It sounds freaking good. So big up Lily Phillips, big up blood clot Lily Phillips. Continuing on, we got this post about the kid who got caught or who got snitched on by the girl mum for having sex with her daughter. So if you don't know, this young kid here featured on the screen called Marcus Fakana went on a family holiday to Dubai. Whilst he was out there, he met a really nice girl that he liked. They ended up sleeping with each other, and the mother of that girl wasn't happy when she found out. So she then called the Dubai police and got the kid arrested, because according to Dubai law, you can't have sex if you're under 18. And unfortunately at that time, I guess the girl was 17, but he was 18. So he got arrested, and now he has to spend a year in prison. And they've been campaigning for him. They've been, you know, pushing David Lammy to come and get involved and stuff and blah, 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 blah. And I've, for the longest time, had a very unpopular hot take in that I think, although this was an unfortunate incident and he doesn't maybe, quote unquote, deserve to be in prison, I think the rules are the rules, the law is the law, and he has to take this L. He has to take the sentence on the chin and keep it moving after a year when he steps out, and obviously take it as a lesson to kind of make sure he knows how to move a certain way. I just think people are taking that part of the world for granted. They're not doing their due diligence. They're just not behaving correctly, and they're just doing a bit too much. I feel like Dubai has been a bastion, a safe haven for a certain group of people who like to go there. It's not something that I would either be that interested in, to be honest. It's not really for me. Maybe somebody flew me out there to do some sort of work or whatever, fair. But people that go and live there or vacation there, it's a little bit mad. Not really something that I'd be, you know, I'd really kind of give a fuck about. But I also think they're very clear about what you can and can't do. I don't think anyone's confused. They have very set rules. If you don't know the rules, read the articles of other Brits who've been locked up. You know, I remember early on, maybe in a pandemic, a British couple got locked up for a couple of years, maybe, for having sex on the beach. I remember that being the thing, and they were older. So they're, you know, they're a bit, you know, whatever, in terms of how they do their lives and the laws and the rules that they have. But they're very clear about it, very consistent about it. So I think they should have been more aware of it. A part of me also thinks at 18, going on your first family holiday and trying to smash is a bit mad anyway. You know, you're probably doing a little bit too much. You know what I mean? Get your little finger banging on, you know, I don't know, suck each other's faces off. But trying to go out there to fuck something is crazy. Crazy work, personally. Especially if you're out there with your parents. But, you know, you can't help it. Sometimes you go out away, you know, you're having a good time. And I've been in that situation before prior where you have like a little holiday romance. Those things are fucking fantastic. But I just think at that age, maybe should have calmed down and chilled out a little bit. But he's now having to learn a really harsh lesson, which is, you know, you fucked around and you found out. Unfair, shouldn't probably be there. But I think he should take the sentence on the chin. Who knows, you might come out 6 months with good behavior. Who knows? He'll probably grow up a bunch in that year he's in there, surrounded by fucking legit adults and shit. And afterwards, he probably would never end up in prison ever again. This will probably set him on a straight and narrow going forward. But if you are going to throw some blame at somebody, let's throw some blame at the daughter, the daughter's mum, because that's the narrative people are believing, which sounds plausible, that the mother of the daughter was, you know, furious that her daughter was having sex. She probably found out then that her daughter wasn't a virgin, which probably broke her heart. Then she went fucking crazy and decided to punish the daughter by getting the guy that she likes arrested and fucking up his life, which is absolutely crazy, right? Because you're not happy about what your daughter did, you're now basically throwing away this kid's life, potentially, which I don't think is that deep. People are being dramatic. It's only 1 year in prison, but it's also 1 year prison sentences in a foreign country, a country like Dubai, that you only went to once. It's like, ugh, it's a bit much. So let's continue. It says here on the caption, a British teenager, Marcus Fakana, has begun serving a 1 year prison sentence in Dubai after being convicted for having sexual relationship with a 17-year-old girl. Fakana, who was 18 at the time, met the girl during a family holiday in UAE. She turned 18 the following month, but under UAE law, the age of consent is strictly 18. Let's read some of the fucking comments here. What are people saying here? Oh, someone's praying for him though. This is heartbreaking. Really hope that pray for a miracle. It's not gonna happen, man. Is it heartbreaking really? You fucked around and find out. Maybe should an 18-year-old be expected to know the rules around the age of consent in a foreign country? Probably. If you've got a boner and you got a rock hard boner at that age and you really want to fuck something, maybe you should figure out what you can fuck and what you can't fuck. Maybe you should. And also, consequences have actions, you know, as Wings of Redemption would say, consequences have actions. Let's continue. This upsets me every time. Imagine getting locked up for hooking up with someone in your year group. The government has failed the young man. Yes, we know he broke the law, but come on, it shouldn't have. But you can't say come on. Either the law is a law, or the law isn't the law. You can't make exceptions. If you broke the law, you broke the law. As simple as it is. If you didn't break the law, the mum would have no recourse. Simple. His mental health impacts on his life. He'll be fine, man. He'll grow up. I think he'll be fine. He seems like a good boy anyway. I doubt he's gonna go in there and be corrupted and come out and be fucking, you know, a villain. I think he'll be fine. I think people are being dramatic. Lil bro shouldn't be in jail, but he's lucky they only hit him up with a year. It could have been a lot worse. Exactly. He'll learn from this. He's a bit of a gallus, right? Because he's able to smash something on his holiday. That shows that he's a bit of a gallus, got a good game about him. Probably a charismatic dude, funny guy. He'll learn from it. He'll grow from it, and he'll come out of it a better man, I'm sure. God protect this man and keep him safe. Yeah. Why is the absolute fuck has this been allowed to happen? This will scar him for life. Let's relax, man. Let's relax. People acting like going to prison is like, I don't know. It's like you're being put on a sex offender register list. It's not that deep, bro. Like, you know what I mean? People go to prison every day and come out well adjusted and fine. It's not that it's probably boring. It might do a number on your mental, but let's relax with how, you know, crazy it's gonna be. It's not gonna be that deep. UK should be doing more to bring him home. But yeah, they're not. So he's currently serving his sentence. Hold your head up, Marcus Fakana. Free him. Hopefully come home soon. But for now, you got to hold it. You got to hold that one. You got to hold that one. And next time, don't be so eager. Don't be so eager to jump out the window and go smash something when you don't know the rules of where you're smashing. But hey, what do I know? Let's continue. Let's continue. Let's leave male podcast in 2024. Let's hear this interesting hot take. Let's see what they have to say here. Let's leave male podcast in 2024.
This one is a bit controversial.
Oh.
I also have friends in this field. But let's leave male podcasts.
Agreed.
Let's stop giving men microphones.
Wow. Giovanni, that's what you have to say. John Rowe. Giovanni.
On the comedy show right there, just say that.
I'm tired.
No. I'm so sorry. Okay. I love you. End it.
I traveled all this way for this.
I feel like the type of conversations that guys have on camera, it's like locker room talk. Yeah. But we're not there in the locker room, so it's safe there. Yeah. Don't raise anything.
Now you know how many times I wanked this week. It's true.
What website? All of them things.
I feel like certain things should just stay in the locker room.
As in, first 10 seconds. You know women, yeah!
Thank you!
We need an Ofcom for podcasts.
Thank you. An Ofcom for male podcasts.
I think they should have an exam before doing so. Secondly, I do think that I don't know whose podcast it's the three, and they talk about fatherhood.
We don't care about that.
It's not. She said everyone.
We don't care about that.
It's good.
Men shouldn't talk too much.
Yeah.
It's a danger zone because one day you will say something wrong.
They will. Yeah. They always do.
The worst one is the licensing one. Why do I need a license?
We got our license still. We got our podcast license.
Yeah.
We bring applications
It's not
still.
cheap. Guys, get your licenses. This one is a bit controversial. I also have friends in this.
Obviously, it's not that controversial of a hot take because everyone says it. Everyone talks about how annoyed they get at male podcasts. And it's not just male podcasts. It's mostly the podcasts that talk about relationships and sex and women and families and all that sort of stuff. And should you pay on the first day? And would you go with a girl that isn't married, that has a kid? It's all these really cliche, boring, old topics that we're all kind of tired of. That's basically it, right? But that's okay to be annoyed by. But the idea that men should shut up and women should speak more is insane. If you've been around a woman, if you have a mum, if you have a girlfriend, if you have a wife, if you have a sister, you would know that saying men should shut up and women should speak more is an insane comment to make. If anything, us speaking more kind of drowns out some of the annoying things women say, and it kind of allows us to all be equally as annoying to each other. But saying men that they should just sit there and take what women have to say and listen to it, it's crazy. I'm not willing to do that. Like, I cannot. I can just about handle my own fellow men speaking to ad nauseum. Myself even, I can just about handle and put up on myself, let alone have to sit there and listen to the opposite sex blabber on about things that I care nothing about whatsoever. If anything, this should be more of a like, hey, let's level up these conversations. Let's level up these conversations. Let's level up the production. Let's level up the insights, the hot takes. Let's try to contribute something. Let's try and make some meaningful change. I saw some guy, I forgot his name, white dude who was known to be like a banker, finance guy, who I think wrote a book about how messed up the finance industry is, how much they get paid, and about drugs and all this sort of malarkey. He's got a really cool YouTube channel that kind of advises on money and how to invest and some stuff. He took a bit of a break. He came back now, and he basically, I think I watched the video, and he's basically saying, yeah, now he's come back. He's like, he wants to be useful. He wants to make meaningful content. He wants to try and help. He wants to try and get involved in politics in some regard. Maybe that's the way to go about doing things. Maybe all the things that you complain about on whatever pod you have, whatever channel that you watched, maybe the way to like change things in the new year is to kind of actively take part to try and make the change that you complain about and not just sit on the pods and complain like I do, right? Maybe be a part of the solution. That may be a good thing to kind of go about, because now I feel like we have reached an impasse. We're all probably done And we've all probably said and done enough when it comes to conversations regarding relationships, friendships, sex, marriage, kids, all that malarkey. We've done it. It's all done. We've exhausted them to death. Maybe the next step is to take that voice, that attention, that platform, level up and start conversations regarding just actually changing things for the better. That might be a good way to go about doing things. It's going to be more difficult. Maybe it won't be as salacious. You won't get the clicks and the views. But overall, long term, especially if you're like from a minority group of people, it might help you in the long term. You know, we might end up being further on. We might end up benefiting from it. Who knows? You never fucking know. But the idea that male podcasts are the problem is insane. When I think the majority of female podcasts, again, this is not even a generalization. It is a generalization. I honestly think the majority of female podcasts, I can't think of one that doesn't talk about sex and relationship. They all do. Like, that's all that seems to be on their mind. Relationships, sex, how to start a family, dating. It's like, bruh, don't you guys think about anything else? I don't even think you could get specific podcasts from women that talk about makeup and hair that don't also veer in relationships and dates and shit. It always goes that direction. At least with guys, they have like themed podcasts that have like, you know, a certain narrative, a certain theme they kind of run down. Don't get me wrong, it's all hodgepodge. It's all fucking shit. Maybe there's too many of them out there. But Jesus Christ, if men need to shut up, everyone needs to shut up. We all need to shut up, essentially. But unfortunately, the nature of content creation is that shutting up isn't an option because you want to create content. So there is no such thing as shutting up. So it is what it is. It is what it is. But again, what do I know? Absolutely nothing. That's what I know. Absolutely nothing. And then I guess that's it. Last one would be this particular post here. Who's in the wrong here? Let's click this post here. Let's see what it says.
Cut it out. I don't give a damn. It's ugly. She mad because she gotta cut it out. Look at the parts.
Don't do no video with me.
Look at the parts.
Hey, cool.
Look at the parts.
If you know you want to do video, when you finish,
look at the parts
and look at it.
Look at the parts. Look at the parts. She's mad at me. She's mad at me. Yes, I'm on Rockaway. She's mad at me because I want to take out the hair. Cut it out. I don't need no money, no nothing. I don't give a fuck. I don't give. Nobody's doing no video with you. You're not in it. Like I said, there's a freedom of speech. I can say what I want. Everybody know you, Bookie. Everybody know you. You from fucking Brownsville. Stop it. Stop it. Please, can you call 911? Call 911. Tell her cut out my hair, return my money out. I want everything out. I want it over. That's it. That's it. That's it. She mad because it's currently 12:33. They say I sat here for 9 hours and look.
Wow, 9 hours.
Yeah, that's my business. Look, she called herself
9 hours for that.
Right. Get this shit the fuck out of my hair because y'all did a badass fucking job. Okay. Period. And you mad at me? Look at the top. Look at the top. She want to tell me no. She told you wait till I insert the picture of what I want it to look like, bro. Wait, just wait, because I got to give y'all all of the fucking tea. Bro, she mad because I want it out. No, I wanted y'all to do it over or take it out. But only reason why I said I wanted them to do it over because I knew I knew the problem was but that they didn't want to sit here and do the whole head over because it was fucked up. Right? Number one. Number two, if you doing hair, right? There's a whole bunch of stylists on here. Come on. If you're doing hair and it's coming out like this, you think it's nice?
Exactly.
She actually gonna sit here owning the shop and tell me it's nice.
Exactly. To be fair.
How the fuck is it nice? Look, you wear a bust down?
It is kind of crazy. It is kind of
crazy.
Look at the part in that.
Look where the part is at in the bust down, though.
Exactly. She's right.
Y'all, look where the part is at. And instead of her being a stylist, being a shop owner and taking accountability, no, because I don't know how to talk to nobody. I'm a grown-ass woman.
Exactly.
Find a way to talk to me first. Find a way to talk to me first.
I think she's been quite calm. Okay,
so do so.
Given the circumstances.
Do so.
9 hours, I'm crashing out. 9 hours, I'm crashing out.
Do so.
She's been quite calm.
Listen, I sat here for 9 hours, paid $200. Don't act like because she got her son. It doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Take it out.
Take it out. Exactly.
You the only one kids? You the only one with kids? You the only one with kids?
Exactly.
Ain't nobody. You are not in the video. Everybody know who you are. What the fuck are you talking about, Buki? Please.
Buki.
Please.
Buki, I love
fuck
that.
out of here. I've been living in this longer than you've been here. Fuck are you mean?
Buki.
Bitch, I'm an American fucking citizen. Born and raised. I don't give a fuck.
Oh,
Take it out of my
no.
hand. Like I said, whatever, we're gonna sit here. Take it out of my hand and get my money. That's what I got. I already sat here 9 hours. Call the police. They're not gonna be here by the time the fucking hair get out. Take out my hair and give me back my money. That's what you gotta do. And if she, trust me, I work in customer service. The cops is gonna be here in another hour or so. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, exactly.
Who gives a fuck? She gonna tell me that this hair is right. Cut it out. I don't give a damn. It's ugly.
Why do African Americans hate African people so much? What is that? What is that about? Is it because African Americans don't think of themselves as African? They maybe think of themselves as what, like Caribbean back? Like what is it? I get that it happens a lot. Like what she said there, I'm African, I'm a citizen. Like it's like almost bordering on racism. Why are they so like anti-African? It's like you are classed as an African American, meaning that most likely your ancestry traces back from Africa, if not the Caribbean. But they're one and the same. So why are you so anti whatever? Anyway, on the hair side of things, I'm no hairstylist, but from what I know when it comes to those type of braids, are they called box braids? I'm not sure. I think it's called box braids. But usually those type of braids that she has in her hair, at the top of her head, they should look like a squares. It should be like a grid, and it should be really tight and straight. That's how they're meant to look. That's how they're meant to look beautiful. That's how they're meant to look nice. And that's how you're meant to show them off. Like the parts are meant to be crisp. They're meant to be like, all you can see is pure skin line. But they're meant to be like little squares. Like little kind of like postage stamp sizes. And in each square is a braid. That's how it's meant to look. And obviously you can fuck around with the colors and have some light colors at the front, dark at the back. But it's meant to be very straight. And the most important thing is that middle parting. It's meant to run perpendicular to the middle of your fucking nose, forehead, all the way to the back of your head. And it's meant to be the same across. So it's meant to be like a grid, everything's run straight, and it's all nice little lines, or nice straight lines that go, across your head and obviously down the side of your head, horizontally and vertically. Her one doesn't look like that at all. The braids themselves look very booky. They look very dodgy, very sus themselves. The boxes themselves look all over the place. So I'm not surprised that she wants them cut out. But I have so much admiration, so much respect for her, because I'm sure like other people who are listening to this clip or watching this clip, I'm a fucking pussy compared to this woman. If this was me, 9 hours or not, I know I said I would crash out, I'm taking it. 9 hours or not, I'm telling auntie, I'm even going at the end of it. Hi, aunt. Okay, auntie, thank you. Yeah, do you like it? It looks nice. I'm like, yes, auntie, it looks nice. How much do I owe you, auntie? 150. I'm paying it. Embarrassing. I'm paying it, not saying anything, walking out, and obviously never coming back. I'm such a pussy. I would never do this. So I have so much fucking admiration for people that could go to like black barbers, black hair salons, black restaurants, or just restaurants in general and kick up a fuss like this. If it's me and the food is bad, the service is bad, the treatment is bad, whatever, I'm just paying and never coming back. Like I have this issue. And big up people in the stream chat if you know what I'm talking about, or if you listen to the podcast after the fact. When I go to black barbers, I have an issue when it comes to haircuts. And now not so much because I'm going to this place that I go to in West London called F for Fade, one of my favorite barbershops I ever go to. And the guy does me better, or does me really well. But black barbershops have a real problem when it comes to doing beards and mustaches. They have a real issue because most black guys or whatever love to cut their beard and mustaches a particular way, the same way. And usually it's that kind of thing they do at the bottom where they kind of do a kind of an edge and then they empty all this bit out, which I don't like. I like to keep the hair under the chin here, but they will do like a line and cut all this bit out, which I hate. And the thing that I hate the most is the mustache. For whatever reason, black barbers have a tendency to always give you the little pencil, the little John Waters, right? The little John Walters fucking, is it John Waters? John Walters sort of pencil thing around the top here, right? Or they'll give you the little triangle thing that looks kind of like a Hitler mustache. I hate it. So when I want to get my haircuts, I always make it sure to tell them, hey, keep the mustache thick. The way it is now, just trim it underneath so to keep the hairs away from my lips. But don't point it. Don't take away the bit underneath my nose. Just make it normal. Or just trim what you already see there. Just trim the edges. And they always don't do that. They always don't listen and just do the fucking textbook triangle. And it annoys me every single time. But every single time I can feel them doing this, like making I feel them doing the angle. I never make a fuss, even though I tell them before, like, very clearly instruction what I want: skin fade on the side, kind of high, line in the eyebrow, line on the side, trim the beard, but don't cut all this up underneath, and also keep the mustache thick. When I can feel them giving me the triangle Hitler stash, I just take it. I just sit there and take it, knowing full well when I walk out, I'm gonna be pissed. So I admire people who are able to hey, stop, come on, man, I told you to put me the thing. And then being pissed off and saying, you know what, I'm gonna take £10 off the fee, man, because I didn't want the triangle. I want the square. I mean, people, I can't do it personally, but I admire people who can do it, because wow. I wish I could do that. I'm actually considering next time I go to a barber, maybe getting a picture of somebody's mustache and saying, hey, you see how his mustache is like that? You see how it's thick? And how, because when I don't get a haircut, my mustache and beard grows where it grows. Hey, you see how it's growing now? Just trim the fucking bottom of it a little bit, but don't make it into a line like that goes over my lip, like looks like I'm wearing mascara on my fucking lip or lip liner. Or don't make it into a fucking triangle, looks like a pyramid that goes to look like a fucking Hitler mustache. Please just keep it thick. Maybe I might show them a picture, but even that, I'm afraid to do it, because it makes it, I feel like I'm telling them how to do their job. I'm almost critiquing their work. You know what I mean? So I just swallow, pause, whatever they give me. You feel me? But at least this woman is barking, and I feel like she's barking in a very calm way, very reasonable way. When she got into the end bit, it's like getting a bit racist. I'm not really a fan of that, right? When she's like being, like, I'm an American citizen, you're not, kind of thing. I didn't like that. And also, you're calling the shop Buki. We all know it. So why do you go? If you know the shop is Buki, if it's got a bad reputation, why did you go? You're doing it yourself. Me personally, I vote with my feet. I vote with my wallet. If a place is shit, if a place does me bad, like, that's the thing with me though. Like, I think most people are the same too. If you do me dirty and this type of things, I am never coming back to your place ever again. Like, don't ever count on me again. Whatever, even if I'm down to my last option, I'm never coming back. So don't do me dirty. That's the point that I have in that regard. But in this situation, I can understand how angry she is, because women's hair costs 3 times more than men's, even maybe 10 times, especially in black world. So if you're doing braids and shit, it takes really long to do them, and it costs a lot of money. So I can only imagine the rage that you're gonna have as a woman, saving up some money, taking a portion of your paycheck to go pay for this fucking hair, and then the person fucks it up this way, because it looks fucking horrible. Because this looks like she did it herself. If she did it herself at home, fair enough. But going to a hair salon and having them do you braids like this is fucking insane. Like, that is crazy. Those braids are fucking crazy. Like, that auntie did her dirty. That auntie did her fucking dirty. They look absolutely insane. Like, look at the top. Look at that. Come on, man. That is absolutely insane. They're meant to be like boxes and tight. They look like cheetah spots or something. You know what I mean? That looks absolutely wild. Like, that auntie did her so bad. That is so fucking bad. But yeah, what can you do? What can you do? Let's say, I think this is about when I said earlier in the comments, or when I said earlier when I started this particular section, I was talking about why do African Americans seem to have such a weird animosity towards Africans. Like, there's a lot of kind of, it feels like racism towards Africans, what you said. And someone here may provide some answers for me, so pick up the stream chat. King Bayo, AZ, many Africans act like they are better than African Americans here in the US. They treat African Americans as ghetto. But they are, don't know. Aren't some African Americans quite ghetto? If you're going to treat African people as being quite fresh and quite like, whatever, then by the same token, couldn't you say African Americans, some of them are quite ghetto too? I don't think that's a bad thing. It's because Africans treat us like we're Africans. Oh, okay. Brad said the same thing. Because Africans don't treat us like we're African. Okay, cool. So I guess African Americans give you guys in African, I guess, recent immigrants to Africa. I don't know what they're even called. What do you call somebody that moves from Nigeria to America now? Not like an African American person. I don't know what you call them, but I guess fresh Africans treat African Americans badly, so African Americans return the favor. Okay, I get it. Most African Caribbean people that come to America have a disdain for us that's built in before they arrive to the country. Okay, so there's like this also explains the academics thing, innit? This also explains why some people don't like academics, because he came from Jamaica and he profited a lot of like, you know, the violence in Chicago and shit. And he talks down upon a lot of the ghetto stuff in America and kind of groups African Americans in one thing and acts like he's smart. Okay, now I'm getting it. Okay, big up the stream chat. I'm understanding. Because that line at the end, what she said about African lady felt a bit unnecessary. Big up 730. She went to some ghetto ass hairdresser for cheap prices. Exactly 7. Big up 730 with the fucking facts. She went to some ghetto ass hairdresser for a cheap price. You get what you pay for. Exactamente. I have a barbershop up the road from me, right? Which I don't go to anymore. Sorry, uncle. But it's a Ghanaian place, that barbershop. Really good, really quick. The guy, I love him. And it costs, what, £20? The only place I can think that costs £20. Everywhere else is like 30 and plus. If I go to FFA, they usually tip the guy 50. So you don't really get £30 haircuts anymore. Anyway, long story short, the haircuts aren't great. Uncle, I love you and stuff, but the haircuts aren't great. He just kind of like shaves the side of your head and just tries to blend it, but not really. You get like a clean, you know, if you want your sides to be clean, if you want him to shave your beard, he'll do it. But it's not like a really good haircut. But it is what it is. You get in there, you sit down, it's usually free. You sit on the chair, half an hour at most, you're out. So if you want a haircut, you want to look fresh, get it. If you want like a good trim, go to a barber. But you can't go to ghetto places like 730 says and expect like, you know, amazing service or amazing fucking, you know, quality of hair. Why do you even have a salon if you can't do it right? Big up Z, exactly, good point. King Bayu says African and Caribbean people get to enjoy the benefits many African Americans had to fight for in the US, but still call us slurs, while white people don't see them like niggers too. Really? You're telling me white people in America don't see fresh Africans as ghetto as African Americans? They treat fresh Africans better. That's fascinating. Honestly, America's a fascinating place. Wow. Okay. If anything, it's the opposite in the UK. If you're a fresh African with an accent in the UK, you get treated worse than somebody who sounds like me. Which makes no sense, really. Because usually the ones who come from Africa are the ones who have the better education, especially, you know, they take education way seriously over there. They're probably overqualified for the role that they have. Wow, I never knew that. Big up the stream chat. Big up Brad Harris. I have family that are Africans and that live in Africa, as well as African American family members. So that's been my experience. I'm only speaking from my experience. I'm not gonna do the debate shit. Yeah, no, of course. No worries, Brad Harris. You can only speak from your experience, brother. You can only speak from your experience, my friend. Live streaming during a hair argument is hilarious, though. Yeah, exactly. Big up MC. Louis Shires. I mean, culturally, you're American. If you can't speak the language, you're automatically different from them. Okay. What is saying? Big up Brad Harris. I love my heritage. I love my roots. I love my ancestry. I love where my ancestors come from. But I was born in Detroit, Michigan. Last time I checked, that is America. Big up Brad Harris. I don't claim to be African. I'm a black American, and that is all I know. I've never been outside this country other than Mexico and Canada. I'd love to learn more about my African ancestry. Okay, yeah, fair. Yeah, I think we have a way more I don't know why we have such a connection to it. I wonder why. I think even Fashion Roma can speak to it. Like, we have a different connection. I think a lot of African people or black people in general in the UK have way more of an interest in like knowing their roots. For whatever reason, Americans don't, which I think is kind of cool in a way. You don't really have that, don't really give a fuck, you know? Like even Caribbeans, like, okay, cool. I might have family in Dominica. I might have family in fucking, you know, St. Lucia, Trinidad and Tobago, but I'm American first. I was born in this place. I was born in Ohio. I was born in Utah. I was born in Arizona. Do you know what I mean? They way more identify with that as opposed to their ancestry, which I think is kind of cool. But I think in the UK, maybe because we don't really see ourselves as British or English, it's hard to really have that identity. Even though you have a British passport, maybe you might be a British citizen, maybe you might even be born here, you never really feel like, you won't really find many non-whites in the UK who actually say they're English, even though they technically could say they're English based on how long they've been in this country and whatever it may be, let alone people say they're British. Do you know what I mean? It's very difficult for people to find people that on that kind of lane. Big up Fashion Roman. I love my African aunties, but damn, exactly. Brad Harris would like anything what's going on to take time again in America. This is the only culture that I've ever been part of. Exactly. Big up Fashion Roman. To be honest, a lot of Africans say really bad things about African Americans. I want to hear this, man. I want to hear what they say. I would love to be sitting down and hearing what the African aunties and uncles are saying about African Americans, man. What they say about them, like, They must look at. They must. Oh yeah, I can imagine. Imagine what an African auntie must say about a girl like Sexy Red, because that's the quintessential African American girl. But that African American girl could never exist in could never exist in the African family. Like her unapologetic self, how she is, she could never exist in the African family ever. She has to do her dirt outside the house, but you can never be the way that she is inside of her house. The tattoos, the piercings, you know, the language, the lifestyle. Nah. That wouldn't run. So yeah, that's probably I get where you're coming from. But big up the stream chat. I'm learning. British Africans get treated better than Africans. Yep. Feels like the judgment and ancestry shipped over. Young God vibes. We have a range. We have the Dr. Umars, then we have the Charleston Whites. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a range I love. Big up Young God vibes. That's a fucking range. Big up Angel Patterson as well. They've been in America longer than the native blood. That's why. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. But we've been. I don't know if that's even true across the board, Angel Patterson, because we've had people here in the UK who've been here longer than they've been home, but they don't see themselves as they're from here. They identify more with the African heritage. So I don't know. It's just maybe different. Big up Fashion Roadman. To be honest, I lived in Nigeria for 6 years. The connection seems to be closer for us, but that's because most of us are first or second generation. Plus, we have privilege of easily tracing back our lineage. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. There's always, yeah, that's a good point. That's a very, very good point. Brad Harris, aside from the culture, from the fact that African Americans have been here for 5+ generations, so we have very distant, very distant, yeah. Exactly. You both make good points. Fashion Roadman and Brad Harris make exactly the same point. Exactly, really good points. Maybe we have a easier connection back home, like especially I do, you know. I was technically born in Angola, do you know what I mean? So, and I came here when I was like 3 or something. So I have direct connection. I have family that still live there and whatever it may be. Whereas you guys, African Americans in the US, you know what I mean? Like, you have no idea. You could be have ancestry from West Africa. You don't know. It could be from somewhere else. No idea. But identify more where you're from. I get that. Big up Luis Sayers. I'm Tanzanian and I was a complete foreigner in Lagos, Nigeria, despite being black and looking like them. No, that's one thing that I love actually. And I want to, because I haven't been back to Africa in my adult age. I used to go when I was a kid a lot, but I haven't been back in my adult age. So I would like to go back in my adult age. And I've heard from people, when you go back to Africa in your adult age, people can spot you from a mile away that you're not from there. So even though you go to a country or a continent where everyone looks like you, they can spot from a mile off that you're not from there. So you're amongst your people, but not really, you know? Like you're a foreigner. That must be so sick. I wanna experience that. Like be in a place where I'm around other people that look like me, majority, because everywhere else I go, especially my travels and what I'm into, I'm always surrounded by fucking mundeles, right? I'm always surrounded by fucking Caucasians and shit, or non-fucking black people with the places of interest I'm into. So it'd be quite cool to go somewhere where everyone looks like me, but I'm still not really like them, you know? Like still not really like them. But big up that one. And big up Z, even if you're the child of an immigrant, sure you love your country of origin, but culturally relate more to the country of your birth and where you grew up. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, especially your formative years, you know what I mean? Growing up and stuff, you have so many life experiences that you go through, you're definitely gonna, you know, connect way more to that sort of stuff than the stuff that, you know, back home that you have absolutely no understanding or connection to, you know what I mean? But it's just annoying because over time, as you grow up, you'll quickly realize this, you know, regardless of how you identify yourself, people will definitely identify you for you, you know? Like that's the problem as well. You can identify yourself as much as you like, however you want to identify as, but people will still see you for the color of your skin, which is really annoying, really deplorable, really frustrating, but I guess it's the nature of the game. And again, what do I know? Absolutely nothing. Let's continue. This is absolutely tragic story, by the way. I'm sure most of you have seen this regarding the New Orleans attack. FBI says it now believes the New Orleans attacker acted alone. I think last time I checked, they're saying that the attack might have been linked to the one at the building, the Trump building. So allegedly, a video of a Cybertruck exploding with fireworks outside of the Trump Tower. They're saying that person might be linked to the person who drove the car into the New Orleans crowd during the New Year's Eve celebrations. I think allegedly they served in the army at the same time or something. That's the connection they're kind of making. But either way, it's fucking horrific. Let's read the summary. The FBI says it now believes that no one else was involved in the deadly New Orleans attack. Officials are currently giving an update on the investigation. Press watch live. Earlier, U.S. authorities said that they believe multiple people were involved. in this that killed 15. The victims include an inspiring nurse, a mother of 4-year-old. Oh my God. The FBI also says that there is currently no definitive link of the explosion in the Tesla Cybertruck outside Trump in Las Vegas in the early hours. So let's continue here. Let's read some of the articles. It says the Raya pressed on why the FBI now believe Jabbar acted alone. Raya is again being asked why the FBI now believes Jabbar, who's the person that drove the truck into the crowd, acted alone. Raya says that they are conducting hundreds of interviews, combing through Jabbar's social media and his electronic devices. There's nothing to indicate he acted with others. FBI investigation. He just said that he was inspired by ISIS. What else is saying here? 14 people killed in the attack as well as suspects, says the FBI. FBI believe Jabbar planted explosives, left scene, and then returned. Raya is next and is asked about the improvised explosion device, which were earlier heard were left in 2 locations in coolers. He says that they were left prior to the attack at around 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. It's a working assumption to the FBI that the suspect left the IEDs, left the area, then came back to carry out the attack. He also clarifies that there are early reports that extra people setting down coolers containing IEDs, which led the law enforcement to think that there are accomplices. Let's see what else it says here. Officials are planning to open Bourbon Street half an hour before the Sugar Bowl. Bourbon Street is now cleared of victims, says the mayor. Specialist explosive officer says the New Orleans of Sugar Bowl. So what else other news here? Everyone talked to people. Explosive devices were found. Authorities searching the property have made avail. Jabbar spoke of war between believers and disbelievers. Investigators believe that Jabbar picked up the vehicle he used in the attack on December 30th in Houston and drove to New Orleans. During that drive, he posted a handful of videos online. In the first video, Jabbar said he originally intended to harm his family, but said he wouldn't have illustrated the war between the believers and non-believers. In the video, he also proclaimed his allegiance with the Islamic State. Jesus Christ, he served in the American army, but also was inspired or was a believer in ISIS. Fucking hell, man. Fucking hell. Law enforcement's reviewing hundreds of thousands of hours of surveillance footage. Raya says various specialist teams have been deployed to assist with the investigation, including bomb technicians and crisis management coordinators. So far, more than 400 tips have been received from the public relating to both New Orleans and other states around the country. The FBI and law enforcement partners are also reviewing hundreds of hours of surveillance for the French Quarter and other locations. 14 innocent victims killed in the attack. What else says here? Flags are half-mast. Let's get some other stuff on here. Bear with me a second as it loads on here. Police out in force ahead of the Bourbon Street reopening. Good morning from New Orleans. We're just here having another look at the area near where the attack took place. It's very much a crime scene with police tape and officers blocking access areas. A few minutes ago, I was standing on Royal Street, about a block from the corner of Bourbon and Conti, approximately from the victim's vehicle. It's still a completely blocked off, although I do see police left in numbers and cleanups of view. Some of the injuries in the attack remain critical conditions. Oh, the doctor. Jeffrey Elder. We've just had an update on the condition of some of those who have injured. Jeffrey Elder, Chief Medical Officer at the University Medical Center of New Orleans, tells CBS that 26 patients arrived at the hospital in a matter of minutes. 15 are still treated, with conditions ranging from critical to stable. Elder says the injuries include blunt trauma from the truck collision and penetrating trauma from the bullet wounds. Oh yeah, the shooting after he got out of the truck, innit? While the hospital is focused on treating injuries, he said he also places for the family to come in and reunite with their loved ones. God almighty. So it's currently 15, but it could rise because some people are in critical condition. God almighty. What we know about the attacker, that's the guy, right? He served in the 82nd Airborne Division of the US Army. Jesus Christus. The attacker, Samsud-Din Jabbar, 42, killed 15 people after he drove the pickup truck into a large crowd of people celebrating New Year's in the French Quarter of New Orleans. He was shot dead by police. The FBI said that it was investigating the attack as an act of terrorism. If you're just joining us now, you're in for a need to reminder. Jabbar was a US citizen from Texas and an Army veteran. God almighty. Who would have fucking guessed that? He had deployed in Afghanistan from February 2019 to 2009 to January 2010, but had worked in different roles within the Army, including IT. Between 2007 and 2015, according to a LinkedIn profile that was now been taken down. US President Joe Biden said Jabbar had been uploaded videos to social media hours before the attack, which indicated he was inspired by ISIS. A flag associated with the group was found in a vehicle that he used. Yeah, allegedly they're saying that they wrapped the flag. So some people are saying the flag was up when he drove through the people, and then when the police got on the scene, they covered the flag in some sort of flag covering. And some people are saying it was covered, but allegedly you can see a flag at the back of the pickup truck, or the mast, the pole. He studied at Georgia State University from 2015 to 2017, graduated with a degree in computer information systems. Jabbar had been married twice, with his first marriage ended in 2012, his second marriage lasting from 2017 to 2022. According to divorce filings relating to the second marriage, Jabbar had been experiencing financial problems. He had disclosed more than $40,000 credit card debt, while his then wife said that she engaged in unnecessary and unreasonable spending. He had a criminal record relating to traffic offences and theft. Most recently, Jabbar had been working in Deloitte in a staff level role since 2021. Court filings for the second divorce suggest he was earning about $125,000 a year. Yo, this is not, I'm sorry, but there's nothing here that gives me a red flag that he could be a terrorist. Maybe I'm a novice in this sort of stuff, in observing this stuff, but will people blame the FBI for not maybe flagging his profile prior, just because he's Muslim or something? There's nothing that could suggest that he could be like some sleeper cell agent. You know what I mean? Served in the army, working in IT, married twice, like bad credit. Like I don't know. Everyone's kind of got that, no? Bad credit. Maybe spent a bit too much, put too much. Didn't pay off his credit card debts. Graduated, working, decent enough paying job, $125 a year. And then he wakes up one day and just decides to murder 15 people. Fucking hell. Parents of victims say that they're in disbelief. Parents of the victims of the attack, Matthew Tinidorio, RIP Matthew Tinidorio, said that they're in disbelief at the loss of their 25-year-old son. Fucking hell. Kathy Tinidorio told NBC that her son had secured the job of his dreams at the Superdome Stadium in New Orleans, the venue where the American college football game, the Sugar Bowl, is due to be held later today. Oh my God. The famed Sugar Bowl. So there's an event happening today. Tinidorio says her son had been out with friends on Bourbon Street, the scene of the attack, in the early hours of New Year's Day. When we couldn't reach Matthew, we tried his friends and they said we got separated. When his friends found Matthew's car still parked nearby, had not heard from him, we knew something dreadfully wrong had happened. He was a wonderful kid. I'm in disbelief. You know what's really sad about the video? There's a woman on there that's clearly dead. Like, she got mangled and dangled. Like, RIP to her, man. Fucking hell. And imagine the fucking victims or the parents or the family seeing that video. I've not seen limbs move in that direction ever in my life. Like, that is a horrendous video to check, where I think it pans to the people on the ground, as you know, I think after it's finished, and it's one woman's on the floor and her limbs are like, yeah, all over the place. Honestly, shocking, man. Absolutely shocking. So financial, okay, that's the attacker there. He was facing some financial problems. Deloitte confirms the attacker had worked for the firm since 2021. Deloitte has said that they are outraged by the shameful senseless attack of violence, and it confirmed that New Orleans attacker had been an employee of the firm. So he had a job. He wasn't even like unemployed. He was working there still on the day of the crack. Fuck. Samsud-Din Jabbar had worked at a staff level role, Deloitte says. Court records filed by Jabbar's most recent divorce history was earning $125,000 annually. We are shocked to learn of the reports that the individual identified as a suspect has been associated with our firm. Like everyone, we are outraged at the shameful and senseless act of violence, and we are doing all we can to assist authorities in their investigation. Fucking hell. Why the Islamic State have yet to claim responsibility? There has been no claim of responsibility of the attack by ISIS. Many are claiming the attacker. So is ISIS the same as ICE, or is that different? Islamic stuff, because they just keep saying Islamic State. Is that not ISIS, or is that something different? Many are calling the attacker Samsud-Din Jabbar and Martyr in the Lion. However, some are urging caution, advising supporters to avoid assertive language and wait for official confirmation from ICE. Comments from online supporters don't indicate access to inside information. Instead, they appear to be relying on updates from mainstream news sources. Based on the reports from US authorities and the media, including evidence the attacker's support for ICE, reports on the pledge video, and the presence of the black UQAB flag commonly associated with the group on the attacker's vehicle, ICE is likely to claim responsibility. However, ICE often delays claims when the assailant is at large or has been arrested. While that's not the case here, Jabbar was killed. The delay may stem from the report suggesting that they could be accomplices. Alternatively, ICE might be finalizing a narrative of the attack, but one key question remains. Why was the attack ICE inspired, or is it ICE directed? Is ICE either way, the group is claiming to frame. Big up Z in the stream chat. I stay away from public gatherings. Remember going to a protest and seeing a man with a big duffel bag getting in the middle of the people. I kept staring from a distance until he left after noticing me. Yeah, this is the thing. The older I get, right? Okay, big up King Bayo. AZ, they are saying that yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, King Bayo. They're saying that the US vet, the person that blew up the Tesla truck in front of the Trump building, allegedly had served at the same time as this guy. So they're making some connection that way. What was I gonna say to you? Yeah, big up Z. The older I'm getting now, the more I'm understanding. When I was younger, I used to think people who were like afraid of going out into public spaces were pussies, or just being babies and overreacting and being dramatic. The older I'm getting now, the more I'm seeing these things occurring in society, the more I'm understanding why people have so much anxiety and nerves and just worry when it comes to gathering in big crowds. Like they just stay away from it completely. Obviously, you're not safe anywhere really totally, but they don't go out their way to try to go and hang out in big groups or in big spaces somewhere. I totally understand it now. I get it. Like, all you need to see is a couple of these horrible things go down for you to be like, you know what? I'm okay. I'm out. Fuck it. I don't need this. You know what I mean? I can party at home. I can have a good time in my house, in a restaurant somewhere. I don't need to go to these big public gatherings, which are fun. But obviously, unfortunately, there's always a potential of these sort of things happening. And I think little things kind of led to this being a tragedy. I think I read somewhere that the barricades weren't put up in certain places. They probably don't put bollards in places too because they don't want to make the place look ugly or prevent people from being able to come in and out easily. So they do stuff in a way to make people easy as possible to be able to walk down the streets and be able to, you know, do what needs to be done. But I guess it also then leaves there open an opportunity for people who have sinister plans to do something heinous like this. You know what I mean? That's the really sad thing about it. But I totally understand now when I see this sort of stuff, why people avoid going out in big crowds, because it's tragic. Let's see some of the thing about the victims quickly before we move on. This is courtesy of the BBC. Who are the victims of the New Orleans attack? RIP everybody that passed, man. Fucking hell. Martin Tiger Beach. Martin Tiger Beach is a former football player from Princeton University. His death is confirmed in a statement by the university. Jesus Christ. There was no more appropriate nickname for a Princeton player than I coached. He was a tiger in every way, a ferocious competitor with endless energy, beloved teammate and a caring friend. Martin Beach's brother, Jack Beach, oh, Jesus Christ, bro. Losing your brother at a fucking New Orleans, like, God almighty. They probably go to this every single year without a fucking hitch. Posted a tribute alongside news article reporting his death. Love you always, brother. You inspired me every day. You gotta be with me. You get to be with me in every moment. I got this family, T. Don't worry. This is for us. Yeah. Beach was a member of 2016-2018 Ivy League Champions team winning team. Nikaira Sheehan Deju. Nikaira Sheehan Oshini Deju. R.I.P. to her. 18-year-old girl, inspiring nurse. Her death was confirmed by her mother, Melissa. I lost my baby. Just pray for me and my family, please. God, I need you now. Fucking hell. God almighty. The mother pleaded along with a photograph of her daughter wearing a red graduation cape and a gown from this year. Mr. Dew, who is also a nurse, told a local media outlet that Nola that her daughter had been due to start her nursing training later this month. Fucking hell. She added that Nakira had snuck out with a cousin and a friend who both survived. Ah! R.I.P. R.I.P. man. R.I.P. I can only imagine the survivor's remorse her cousins must be feeling right now. Nakira's school friend Dante Reed told the New York Times he had received a frantic call from her cousin saying that they had run when they heard gunshots and that she was missing. Her grandmother Jennifer Smith told the newspaper she is a joy for the little time that we had her. I'm very proud of all my grandchildren and that one especially. Reggie Hunter. The death of the store manager and the father of two was confirmed by CBS. Miss Jackson described him as a full of life and said the 37-year-old had messaged the family minutes after midnight to wish them Happy New Year. He was with another cousin who was injured in the attack. Mr. Hunter's younger sister, Courtney, told the New York Times her brother loved to be around family. Kareem Badawi. His father, Bella Badawi, confirmed Kareem's death, expressing great sadness. He looks like he might be 18. Badawi, we ask Allah Almighty to shower mercy on him and give us patience and strength to overcome this. We belong to Allah, and to him we shall return. He had an expression commonly recited by Muslims when hearing another person's death. Last year, a Facebook post by Mr. Badawi congratulated Kareem after he graduated from high school. Kareem was a student at the University of Alabama. I grieve alongside the family. Hubert Guthrie, 21-year-old death has been confirmed by his former Archbishop Shaw on social media. We're asking the entire Archbishop Shaw family to pray for the repose of Hubert's soul, his family and his friends during this difficult time. Eternal rest grant upon him, O Lord, and let spirit perpetual light shine upon him. Nicole Perez. So many young people, man. God damn, man. Oh. Kimberly Usher Fall, Miss Perez's friend and boss at the deli store she managed, called her a dedicated, smart and good-hearted person. She was beautiful, full of life, she wrote on social media. The 27-year-old was a mother of a 4-year-old baby boy. Oh. She used to teach him mathematics and alphabets at the deli storage room in between. Oh my God. Miss Usher Shaw said Miss Perez would bring her son to work on his days off from school. She used to teach him mathematics and alphabet in the deli's storeroom between work. She's really a good kid. Man, she really was. She was just getting everything going. She's gone, just gone. R.I.P. Nicole Perez. Matthew Tinido, or Tini Dorio, 25-year-old audiovisual technician, had a laid-back spirit and infectious laughter that brought joy to everyone around him. His mother, Kathy Tinidario, told us that she last saw her son alive at 9 p.m. She remembered hugging and kissing him. Oh, man. Tragic shit, man. Tragic shit. RIP to all the victims. Good the guy died. But what the fuck is going on in America? What the fuck is going on in the world, man? Where's all this rage coming from, man? What the fuck is happening right now? Like, what the fuck is happening? Honestly, what the fuck is happening? Nobody knows. Nobody fucking knows. Absolutely crazy. RIP to the victims. RIP to the victims, honestly. None of them deserve to go out like that. None of them deserve to go out like that. Anyways, let's move on. Let's move on and maybe make things a little bit nicer. So, courtesy of Hypebeast, regarding Drake's NOCTA Air Force Ones, which will be releasing soon. These are the pink foam editions. I'm a fan of these tonal Air Force Ones that he's bringing out. It features the what do you call it? Certified Lover Boy, I think, on the bottom of it. I think is it Lover Boy or something? I forgot what it is. So there's some sort of inscription at the back there. I forgot what it says. Is it Lover Boy? No, Love You Forever. That's it. Love You Forever. My bad. Love You Forever. So I love that this is and the approach, more so because it lends itself to the Certified Lover Boy album. It lends itself to the kind of sweet boy mixed race iconography, or theme, with it being an Air Force One, with it being tonal, with it being in these pastel, poppy, bright colors. I really do like it personally. I guess there's going to be other colorways. It looks like there's a white one, there's a pink one, and there's a bluish lavenderish colorway also dropping. The pink foam is due to be dropping on spring 2025. Retails about 125 USD. But again, I'm a big fan of these. You've got a nice leather insole. The upper as well is a nice plush, really soft, bouncy leather too that I love the look of. And it looks like on the lace jewel here, there's like a different lace jewel. It looks like there's a logo there. Maybe it's the NOCTA logo with the fucking things on it, with the little lightning strikes, whatever it may be. But either way, I really love it. So let's scroll down. It says, in a new addition to the Drake's NOCTA and Nike partnership is on the way. Dubbed Pink Foam, the up-and-coming Air Force One low is set for spring 2025 release. A preview of the leather-built shoe teases a tonal pink model with Love You Forever. By the way, I'm curious to know what's actually happening with OVO and NOCTA. I feel like even though Drake was featured in that recent OVO lookbook, it feels like he pushes NOCTA way more than OVO. I wonder why that's the case. Why does he seem to be way more like... He promotes NOCTA stuff. The NOCTA stuff is obviously nicer. they do way more Nike collaborations. You know, it just feels like they do way more kind of seeding, giving stuff to like Kai Cenat, Drewski and shit. It seems to be way more popping and up there as opposed to OVO. OVO's still doing what it's doing as a brand. But I feel like NOCTA's kind of taken over. I wonder what's happened. I wonder if maybe he sold his shares in OVO, which is why he doesn't really take part in it as much. And maybe the NOCTA, his partnership with Nike, instead of it just being his name, he does it through NOCTA. I'm not too sure. But it seems as if there's not a lot of like push, or there's not a lot of like light being shined on OVO. It's mostly NOCTA stuff. Don't get me wrong, I prefer the NOCTA stuff. I prefer it. Yeah, I think Drake owns both. He owns both NOCTA and OVO. Because OVO started as a record label. Or OVO started first as the blog, October's very own. Then it transfers into a record label when Drake blows up. They sign Majid Jordan. They sign Smiley. They sign, I forgot the Somalian kid's name, who's really good at sings as well. Roy Woods. They sign a bunch of people. And then it becomes that, and it turns into a brand. They open boutiques, doing like, you know, elevated streetwear, kind of like Kith style. And then over time, I guess NOCTA then becomes their sportswear division. So a lot of sportswear stuff goes through NOCTA. So some of the jackets, the tech suits, the track suits all go through NOCTA, not go through OVO. It's more streetwear or menswear, whatever. And obviously the record label. So I don't know. I wonder what's happened. Maybe he sold these shares. I don't know. Either way, 6 shoe, can't wait for it to drop. Let's continue on there. What else we got here? We got this courtesy of Hypebeast regarding the Nike ACG Air Exploraid. Is that what it's called? The name ACG Air Exploraid. Again, I'm a big fan of ACG's all conditions gear, which essentially is Nike's subdivision, which focuses more on outdoors, mountaineering, hiking-esque type of clothing and shoes. Personally, I think it's the way more interesting part of Nike. I feel like Nike retros are kind of boring. Nike Air Max division, whatever category, is fucking shit. I'm sure most of you have seen the Nike Air Max DN8s that have come out at the moment that everyone's trying to push. They're absolutely garbage. But I think some of the better, more interesting silhouettes, shapes, forms, styles definitely come from ACG. You have to be into that sort of like aesthetic. There's going to be a lot of browns. There's going to be a lot of reds. There's going to be a lot of like tread, like, you know, kind of aggressive tread marks or tread outsoles and shit. So it's not going to be like your classic sleek trainers. But in terms of like clothing, in terms of footwear, I think ACG is in a league of its own. They still make good stuff now. And I think some of the better designers do some of the better stuff there. Or they're maybe free to do more interesting things as opposed to sportswear and the other retro stuff that Nike do that I think is a little bit naff. But I think ACG kill it, and I haven't seen a bad ACG in many years. And they keep making new models. It's not like they keep retroing old ones; they're making newer ones, and they still look pretty cool. So I'm a big fan of these ones. These look like they have like a neoprene sock liner, similar to what you see in a Huarache or a Mowabb themselves. I also love the outwear, the outside of it. So you've got this kind of jagged material here on the outside that maybe water repellent. Then you have the suede here, then you have the neoprene, the laces, the tubular there. You have a bit of flex to, or maybe, I don't know if this is like fake carbon fiber here on the midsole, with this kind of jacket effect there on the side. And you also have a nice big black outsole there with the ACG featured there on the outside, the nice big triangle logo. But they look really cool. These look really fucking nice, especially from the front there. And again, like I said, it's kind of like that neoprene sock liner, Huarache-esque kind of look about it on the inside. Look really fucking nice. You could probably wear these without laces too. If it's got that neoprene thing on the inside, you probably need to tighten them anyway. But if you wanted to wear them, you know, swagify them without laces, you probably could, because they look quite tight there. And obviously you got the heel at the back there. You can still see the Nike, the ACG logo at the back. The outsole is also nice in terms of the tread design. You got this sort of like 8 shape going on at the bottom here. One bit of it's blue, one bit of it's red. And it's also speckled. I think it's a sole speckled, right? I see like a speckled sole there. That's really nice, actually. I ain't mad at that. Yeah, that speckled sole is really nice, actually. That speckled outsole design is really nice. You get the white specks on the outsole. You also got the red tubular laces there with the nice design on the thread. You got the neoprene hit there, the Nike Air on the tongue. That's a really nice design. I'm not gonna lie. I'm all over those. These are really fucking nice. Really fucking cool. Let's see when they're meant to be dropping. They're meant to be dropping sometime in January. And they're available to purchase for $140. That's the Nike ACG Air Exploraid Mowabb colorway, which obviously I guess is a flip on the Mowabb colorway, or the Mowabb general shoe in general when it comes to ACGs, because that's a model actually, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken, the Nike Mowabb is a model. pretty sure it was. It's an ACG model, isn't it? Nike Mowabb. There we go. Yeah, it's that one. So that's the Nike Mowabb from back in the day, that particular model there. So I'm assuming they've just taken elements from the Mowabb and applied it to that new Exploraid shoe. And that's why we got the shoe that we got there. So let's continue and rock with that one. So big up them. Next on the list here, we got some stuff to check out courtesy of Stay Grounded TV. Good Instagram account featuring a lot of kind of streetwear-esque stuff. The third thing I want to talk about was this particular post regarding this kid who said he designed some stuff for Yeezy and he's going crazy about it. So let's continue here. Let's see this. This kid says that he designed some of the new stuff that Yeezy has put out with Gosha YEEZY, the new collection. So this person here first claimed that he was part of Team Yeezy and that Yeezy may have stolen his design. So this person says as follows, and this went down this year. If you know me, you know I put myself into my work completely, silently behind the scenes, taking care for the craft, respecting how I was educated. I spent a month accomplishing one of my goals, alongside with a great team and Ye himself and Gosha, new Yeezy out now. So he's taking credit. I know this is a troll, or if he's trying to promote himself as a designer, but I guess he's trying to take credit for some of the stuff that was made here. I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. Next slide features obviously the clothes that we've seen, and obviously Ye put out a statement saying this person had nothing to do with the graphics Gosha designed. The era of people taking credit and diluting the work ends now. So I guess Ye's had enough of people claiming that he designed stuff. Now, to be fair, maybe it's a troll. The stuff does maybe kind of look similar-ish to what Ye would design anyway. But maybe he would argue that the silhouettes and the cuts are extensively different. Maybe he would argue that to be the case. I'm not too sure. The pants maybe don't look to be Ye shape. Maybe they're a little bit more flared than what Ye would design for Yeezy, maybe. But in terms of the overall shape, they do look kind of similar. There's nothing that real different to what Ye has been putting out there. I do like to say, I've said it before, I do actually like what he's doing in terms of making everything very affordable. I think everything's the same price. I think in England, it's all like £17 for the t-shirt, the muscle t-shirt, the hoodie, the windbreaker, the raincoat, the shorts, the sweatpants, the other sweatpants and the socks. So you could get the entire collection. And I think it all comes in grey, black and all white, which is quite sick. And some people are already receiving this stuff now, so it's not like it's not already been made. If I'm not mistaken, I think he's still working with that guy who used to do American Apparel. But allegedly, I've seen people on YouTube already reviewing hauls. So, and I don't think Ye, hires a fucking seeding team. I don't think he's doing that. So I think a lot of people are already receiving their orders. So I guess they're shipping this stuff out super quickly. But I also think it's just funny when people take credit for stuff like this or cry and say that somebody copied them. It's like, bruh, it's a hoodie design. I know Ye probably spends a lot of time fixating around like what the hoodie should look like, how it should be shaped and shit, but at the end of the day, it's still just a hoodie. You know what I mean? Everyone needs to fucking relax. It's not that big of a deal. But big up Ye for fucking clearing up that detail. Big up Ye for clearing that detail and making it known that he had nothing to do with it. Let's continue. Let's talk about Jim Jones. Jim Jones here is also letting people know that he's been having that shit on. I think as people are realizing now, because I guess trends come around, and he's always been head to toe in Chrome House anyway. If you've been a fan of Jim Jones, Bird Gang, Dipset, the Diplomats back in the day, you would know that Jim Jones has always had that shit on. They've always dressed really well, with the exception of maybe Joel Santana. I always felt like Joel's was styled. I felt like Cameron dressed impeccably. Jim Jones dressed impeccably. That kind of like hood chic wear, with the True Religions and the big jeans and the flares and the wallet chains and the rings. He's always dressed really well. Just a shame about what happened with Max B in it. So free Max B when he comes out. Hopefully he comes out this year. But Jim Jones is letting it be known via the caption, Mr. PTSO. The belt is Hermes. I bought this 12 years ago, 3 of them. I was doing chrome when y'all was stuck at home. Fun fact, the wallet chain, I named it a chain gang for the homies that's locked in the chains. I'm proud of myself. It's hilarious. But yeah, he must have a lot of like Chrome Hearts stuff that a lot of kids would never be able to get a hold of, because he was there when Chrome Hearts was first sort of starting and buying all that shit back then, when it was still, it still is what it is now. But you can imagine, having all that stuff back then and never selling it, and then it coming back around and becoming the brand that it is now. He must have so much of that shit now that he can probably flex on the kids. And also the style that he has is very in trend with what kids want to wear now. Do you know what I mean? That style of like wearing what he's wearing now with the overcoat and the jeans and the belts and the wallet chains is very much in trend with what kids are into now. So I'm imagining a lot of kids are probably thinking, oh, but he's copying this, he's copying that. Person's like, bro, Jim has been wearing this stuff before you guys were around, before you even knew what Chrome Hearts was. So let's all relax. But it does look incredible on him. I've always been a big fan of his style. I think when it comes to like hood chic and that sort of style of clothing, I think him and Fabio Foreign are probably the best dressed when it comes to that sort of stuff. I think they wear their stuff really well. That kind of like, you know, drug dealer chic in terms of how they dress and stuff. I think they drop it really. Even Fabio Foreign, just these denim suits that he wears with Air Force Ones, he wears just really well put together in that stuff. And I think Jim Jones is another one too, who looks really good in that stuff. And of course, you know, with his calisthenics works and shit, and the tight t-shirts, all that malarkey. The frame is always, you know, he always fills out his stuff really well, no homo. And yeah, I love it. I think it looks really, really good. So big up Jim Jones. Big up Blood Clot Jim Jones. Big up my guy Fashion Roadman. What you're saying here, I find it fascinating when rappers feel like they started everything. People that work in industry have been wearing Chrome Hearts since I can literally remember. Yeah, but I think when they say it, because I guess in there to give them a bit of a bly, they just mean more so when we were wearing it. Like they only think it's, which I think is incredible sense of like confidence and like ego. They only think it matters because when they were wearing it, it's relevant. So when they don't really care when people in fashion were wearing it. They're mostly concerned about when they introduced it to hip hop, because before they wore it, no one else hip hop was wearing it, which I understand wanting to have that credit. But like you said, it's a bit mad because the brand existed before you were even, you know, around. But I still think the credit, it needs to be taken, because some people do, you know, turn a blind eye or try to act like they didn't see you wearing that thing first and then they got into it. Because stuff like Chrome Hearts, for some people, unless somebody puts them onto it, they're never going to find it out, right? So I do like the fact that he's reminding people that, hey, I was the one that brought the shit to hip hop, which is fair. But he's also older. Do you know what I mean? You can't really flex on kids that you were just older, so you bought the stuff before because you were alive before they were alive, you know? It's not really a flex, really. So anyway, who knows? I love Jim Jones. Free Max B. Let's continue. We've got this clip here featuring Lil Uzi Vert trying to be different and kooky and say that people were inspired by Bam Margera's style. Like, what? I don't know what the fuck he's talking about here. I love Lil Uzi Vert, but he's talking out of his ass here, to be honest. Let's hear what he says here about Bam Margera being a style icon, inspiration. Like, what?
Underrated. What? Bam? Bam Bam. You talking about PA Westchester Bam? Underrated like fuck. The reason why everybody look the way they look. Bam, man. He the reason why my hat look like this right now, if you want me to be real.
Come on.
Shout out to him. Underrated. What? Bam?
Isn't that logo that he has on his hat sponsored by him? So why is he acting like it's sponsored like Bam? It's a Bam Margera thing. Isn't that for the band him? It says them, but isn't that logo or that font design by the band him? Or am I mistaken? I don't know. But either way, I think that's absolute bollocks. No one was looking to Bam Margera for style, fucking inspiration. Yes, he wore some kooky outfits and cool dudes skated and shit, but let's be real, no one's looking at Bam Margera to look like him, you know, unless you shop in one of those fucking department stores that sells like, you know, edgy fucking clothing or like whatever, or like, you know, what I forgot with Hot Topic and shit, maybe, but still, I don't think anyone was looking at Bam Margera for style inspiration. I swear to God. Maybe Chad Muska. You could say Chad Muska had more of a inspiration on the kids coming up than fucking Bam Margera. Come on, Bam Margera. Come on, let's be real. Lifestyle wise, maybe, you know, how he lived, you know, how he spoke, carried himself, media, cool, but dress way, style, fashion icon. Yeah, Lil Uzi Vert is smoking that La Z. He's bugging out. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure there's a rapper now who's probably gonna see this image on the screen of Bam Margera wearing a hat with the scarf underneath it, kind of, it looks like, and it's also featured, he's got like 3 glasses on, he's wearing glasses, he's got glasses on the hat, he's got glasses wrapped around his scarf, he's got his hands on his trousers. I'm sure some artist gonna see this and probably be like, you know what, hey, I want to look like this. But let's be real, no one was looking at Bam Margera as a style icon. Let's be fucking real. Let's maybe relax a little bit. Lil Uzi Vert is absolutely bugging out. I'd take Chad Muska, I'd take fucking, I don't know who else I'd take over him as a style icon from that era. I don't know. Like, yeah, he needs to chill out. I think he's just trying to be edgy or trying to be a little bit different. But I swear that jacket is that, it feels like from the band Him. I feel like that logo is from the band Him. Let's see if I can find it. Him band. Is it Him? Is that how you pronounce it? Is that? I feel like that. Yeah, there we go. I knew it. I knew that fucking that logo. See, that's a logo. I knew it. The band Him. They have that logo. So he says that logo is sponsored by Bam Margera, but Bam Margera flipped that logo from him. What? What the fuck's he talking about? You see, look, the logo's right here. Yeah, that's the logo from him. I knew it with a line through it. That's the same logo that Lil Uzi Vert has on his Dem hat. Don't get me wrong, the Dem hat is really nice. I like the design of it, obviously because, you know, he's non-binary. So that's cool. But let's be real, that Dem hat design is definitely a flip of a Him
Bam
logo.
Bam.
Yeah.
You talking about PA Westchester Bam. Underrated like fuck. He the reason why everybody look the way they look. Bam, man. He the reason why my hat look like this right now, if you want me to be real.
But your hat looks like that because of the band Him. And band then got inspired by that, and like it's like, what? What are you talking about? Anyway, whatever. Let's move on. Let's move on. Lil Uzi Vert is just talking out of his arsehole, man. I don't know what the fuck he's on right now, but you know, I'm not for it. I'm not for that in the slightest. And then what's this one? This is a gas canister. What is this? Destroy Lonely. What's this? Niggas. Destroy Lonely got a custom YVL, which is Playboy Carti's thing, t-shirt cannon for Christmas. Oh, it's a t-shirt cannon. I thought it was a fucking I thought it was a helium thing.
Did not get a fucking t-shirt gun for Christmas, bro. When tours start back up, y'all niggas better watch your fucking heads. This shit is getting fucking ridiculous.
Okay, fair play. What we got saying here about the Bam Margera thing? To be fair to Jim Jones, he was kind of using those gothic pagan crosses motives back in the day. Yeah, exactly. That's true. Yeah. No, and also Vamp, innit? Even the Vamp thing as well. He's always been into it, to be fair. That's a good point, Don Dotter. Yeah. I didn't know about nostalgic clothing. I didn't know about Gnostic clothing. I didn't know about that. I know he's been into the whole Vamp thing. Yeah, just true. He's always kind of had that kind of biker look as well. He's always loved the leather vest, wallet chains, diamond, big boots. Yeah, you're right. Abe Martinez, actually my childhood friend, idolized this guy, has his own online store, clothes just like that. Bam even lost weight to try dress like Vili. Who's this? What are you saying here? Vili Vilo. I thought it was cheesy even when he was brand new. Yes, he took it from him. The lead singer Vili Vilo. Okay, so the lead singer looks like what Bam is trying to dress like. Yeah, this guy here in the front, innit? You can see right here what he looks like. Okay, this guy in the front there. How you say his name? Vili Valo, right? He basically, yeah, this is basically what Bam's trying to go for, look wise. Yeah, essentially. Yeah, okay, I see exactly what you're talking about. Be up quite in the stream chat. Amazing reference. Yeah, essentially, this is what he's trying to go for. But obviously, you know, it doesn't look the same. But hey, what can you do? Big up Young Old Vibes. We only looked at him for the drug recommendations. Exactly. drug recommendations, crazy. Big up Fashion Roadman. This is exactly what I'm talking about with rappers. They try to act like I'm the different shit. Y'all ain't hip to my references and overestimate their knowledge. Exactly. He's inspired by Bam logo. No, that's not the Bam logo's from him, bro. Anyway, what do I know? I don't get the Bam hate. He's lonely. He's loonly. But if he wasn't from Jackass, people would take him seriously. No, I don't think anyone hates him. It's just, you know, it's just wild to say that he was a fashion icon. I don't really have an opinion on him that much. I don't really care, to be fair. Obviously he was cool on Jackass and shit, but I don't know. I don't think people really hate him. I think it's just somebody saying that he was a style icon is insane. AZ European asked, disrespecting the mid 2000s genuine like a person from Jackass, I guess. It's just how Bam is so fucked up, but only genuine and likable person from Jackass. Yeah, that's a good point actually. Yeah, now we look back at it, he has definitely become the more likable one. Or the only likable one, actually. These rapper teams probably looks at obscure people from the past to get them their wardrobe, so I would not be shocked if he actually copied people like Bam. Oh, that's a good point, Z. Yeah, true. They would use Bam as a reference point on their mood board and just kind of take some of the looks and kind of filter it down or style it in a way that would match their artist, yeah. And then and you're less likely to get called out too. Yeah, exactly. Very, very good point. Very, very, very good point. But yeah, everyone needs to chill out. Everyone needs to chill out and stop lying about their references. It's not that deep. But again, what do I know? Absolutely nada. I don't know jack shit. Next. Let's quickly do a couple more before I have to bounce out of this particular establishment. Paul Smith and Reebok. Paul Smith linked up with Reebok on a pair of new Club C 85 vintage shoes. Strange one, to be fair. I don't think I've seen many Paul Smith sneaker collabs. Maybe I haven't been paying attention. I kind of got reminded about Paul Smith's via his interview he did actually with How Long Gone. Really good interview. I recommend you check it out. But yeah, Paul Smith Purple Label, obviously a big fan of that. That's the Japanese shit. That's usually quite hard. Even the main label stuff is really nice as well. I love the stores. I think I tried to work there one time back in the day when their retail stores didn't get through, unfortunately. But I've always been a big fan of the brand and what they put out. But yeah, the Reeboks, again, I don't know, man. I just can't get down with Reeboks, man. I'm just never going to be a Reebok guy. So as nice as the colorways may look, I could never see myself wearing a pair of Reeboks. I just can't do it to myself. It just looks so gash. But the colorways are really nice. Like this colorway and this colorway. This one that's like white with the green bits in it, and this one that's like red and stuff is really nice actually. And they look really good as well for the top down. They've got a kind of a squarish toe, low shoes. The model's pretty decent too. Like that colorway is really nice. Like with the Paul Smith on the side. This is a really nice colorway. It features this almost like a grey mudguard on the front. You got nubuck body here in the burgundy. Again, the green. It's all different colors, right? Green here on the side with the Paul Smith inscription on the side, which is really nice. You got Reebok on one side and Paul Smith on the other. Flat black laces. You got this nice grey inner lining. Nice purple blue hit on the back. Nice yellow strip here. This is a really nice colorway. Big black kind of midsole outsole thing. But I just can't get myself to wear Reeboks, man. I just can't do it. Like even the all white pair is pretty nice, you know. Look at the side. Oh wow, there's another logo too. I remember this. Paul Smith, this kind of like kaleidoscope strip thing. That's another kind of what do you call it? Paul Smith branding that isn't just saying Paul Smith script signature thing. And you've got the Reebok thing on the side. So it's a really nice shoe. They really killed it. And also, you know what I like too? No one's going to give a fuck about this because, most people aren't sneakerheads. But if you're a sneakerhead, you'll know the lacing is perfect. Look, they relace the shoes. Usually when people do shoes, they kind of just have them laced up how they came out of the factory. But this has been relaced. Look, all the laces are going that way. And they're over the top there. They're not going under. So whoever did this, the lookbook is also, I think, a bit of a sneakerhead. Pays attention to the details because even the laces have been done in a particular way. Fucking brilliant. Brilliant all around, but unfortunately I just cannot wear Reeboks. I just can't do it. I simply cannot. I simply refuse. But they're due to come out on January 11th. Approximately going to be around $209 to $244. Paul Smith and Reebok's latest collaboration venture has surfaced and it's as colorful as ever. Surfacing for the form of 3 Paul Smith Reebok C 85 vintage sneakers. Kicking it off are 2 multicolor takes on the story shoe. Clothing is the most expensive model. Also, the most expensive one is the all white one. Really? Why is the all white so expensive? Closing out this most expensive model, dipped in all white, the final dual binded Club C features a soft garment, leather upper, and a subtle Paul Smith stripe throughout. Take a closer look. I wonder why that white one is the most expensive one. Maybe it's a nicer quality of leather or something. But you'd think the colorful one would be more expensive, but allegedly this is the most expensive one, the white one. Okay, cool. Big up Paul Smith, but I shall not be buying. I've got a couple more things I wanted to share with you here before I leave. Where is it? Yeah, you got these, the Lil Yachty Nike Air Force Ones due to be dropping summer 2025. Lucky green Mystic Reds. They're very similar to like a Bape colorway. They're very similar to like a Bapester colorway. I think he probably took them from a Bapester colorway anyway and flipped them on an Air Force One, which I'm not mad at. So you got an Air Force One low. It features a red outsole, yellow midsole, a combination of green and yellow on the upper. Is that green, minty kind of green, I guess? And you've also got a red swoosh that also has a really nice detail. It has this really nice metallic strip or metallic swoosh. I guess it's probably 2 swooshes. One's bigger, metallic green one, or like a foil green, and it's got the red patent on the outside. And I guess it's all patent too. And I think the inner sole or the lining on the inside is like a silk, which is quite nice when you take your foot in and out of it. It really feels quite nice. And there's a really nice heavy duty Concrete Boys Whatever's record label embroidery on the back of the heel. Really nice shoe, personally. I also like the little addition here of the detail where he's got the stitching on the side of the midsole is red. I think this is a really nice touch. That kind of makes the midsole kind of pop a little bit and break it up a little bit, because you know it could just be one solid block. I think the little addition of this red stitching on the midsole is good. It probably could have been white or made it tonal, but I think the red kind of makes it pop really well. I'm a big fan of these. I'm not gonna lie. I'm really big fan of them. Even though again, I'm sure he just took the colorway from another shoe, but I think he executed them really well. After he took the stage at Coachella in a pair of punchy patent leather Air Force One lows. This past April, more details of the color have been surfacing. Similarly, a call out to the golden era Air Force Ones in the early 2000s. Just maybe a salute to Yachty's cultural heritage. The pair officially dubs the Lucky Green Mystic Orange Grade. Reports indicate that it's touching down in summer 2025. Check out the most revealed pictures above. So yeah, summer 2025, we're due to see them. Hopefully, they look really fucking nice. I really like them. Really fucking like them. And it's a nice little loud flip on the all white ones that came out recently. So I can't wait to see what more they put out concerning those. And then I guess we got one more I want to get through here. Let's talk about Bape. Yeah, let's do Bape. Let's do Bape because I'm gonna get angry at this. So this should be good. Let's do Bape. So as most of you guys know, I've been obsessed with Bape and Nigo since I first got into streetwear and stuff. Hiroshi Fujiwara, obviously a Fragment, and obviously James Jebbia of Supreme. Those are my three type of people who I kind of looked at and kind of saw someone people I went to emulate, things that I wanted to understand more. I'd spend so much money buying Japanese magazines and trying to get them translated. I'd read the interviews, reading interviews of them online, just following bits of media, going in forums. I was really fucking deep into it. But Bape, for the most part, Bape and Supreme probably were the main two brands I used to wear religiously. And it was a real shame when obviously it all imploded because of Nigo's maybe irresponsibility when it comes to money, and you had to sell Bape to the IT group. I think IT group, I think they're like a Chinese based kind of thing, and they basically bought Bape, and essentially when they bought Bape, they basically stripped all the talent from there, or not all the talent left actually. Nigo was no longer in charge, but they still kept making products under the label of Bape. But this stuff is like nothing similar, nothing to do with the heritage of the company, nothing to do with what Nigo did previously, and now it's literally like horrendous. It's kind of, in a way, this new era or this IT iteration of Bape is now making the Nigo era of Bape look worse, or it's just staining it. Sorry, it's ruining its reputation. And I don't think I've seen a solid collection since Nigo has stepped away from the IT group since they've taken over. There's not one solid one at all, and I think they're going to continue. This is spring 2025 collection of Bape. Allegedly it's built on prep and rave subculture. Does that even make any sense? Supposedly they're blending prep and rave culture. What does rave culture do with prep style? What does prep style have to do with rave culture? Nothing. From afar the clothes look horrendous. Obviously you got some camos here, pink camo, but you got the green camo. You got a lot of shark hoodie motifs, which they seem to love. I'm not sure why, but their OG shark hoodie obviously has become super successful. So now everything that Bape makes with the hood has to have a shark on it, and they also attach some other shark iconography on there too, which I also hate. What else is going on here? It's all fucking bad. All of it's fucking bad. They got some hats, the Bape Star Scully, which is an old piece, which I guess they're bringing back, which is okay. Even the shoot itself is pretty shit. The casting, the photo shoot is pretty terrible. It doesn't really, make you want to wear any of the stuff or be a part of this cool club. The hoodies again are pretty terrible. That jacket, that's a rain jacket, that might be okay. Another jacket, I guess, maybe not really so much, with the fucking shark thing on the side as always. There's also some some Bape skate shoes-esque style here going on there. No, thank you. What else we got? Oh, look at how horrible that jacket is. That bag's nice though. I love the bag. That bag's actually pretty decent. I'm not mad at that bag, but the jeans at the back look pretty terrible. That jacket here looks like a weird Gucci flip. Like, I don't know what this is about, this baseball jacket. No thank you whatsoever. What else we got here? That sweatshirt is pretty decent. No, that knitter, that knit top is quite nice. A baby nape in red with a white, that's actually quite nice. I wouldn't mind wearing that. Again, that's about it. Yep, that's definitely the one. That knitwear top is really fucking nice. What do we have here as well? Some again more iconography of the shark. They love fucking shark, innit? They love fucking rinsing the shark thing. The shoes are pretty nice though. I don't mind the shoes. I don't know if they're Clark's collaboration or something they've done in house, but the wallabies with the ridged kind of outsole is pretty decent. I'm not mad at that at all. And there's a t-shirt here. Is that Swarovski diamonds on that t-shirt, on that LGBTQ kind of style t-shirt? Not mad at that as well. The neon hat is really cool too. Nice little look to blend in with the BRAT era that we're in at the moment. Again, another iteration of a shark. Like, they don't stop with the shark, man. The shark hoodie thing was a success when it first shipped, I get it, but they are rinsing it. Anything with a hood, they apply a shark to it. Like, enough, man, enough. Okay, some DJ here playing some tunes, wearing a great hood. That another nice track jacket. That track jacket is okay, but it's very Puma looking. I wouldn't want to wear like a Bape version of a Puma looking track jacket. Oh, look at this jacket. That's really nice, isn't it? There's like a snowball jacket, I think, with the Bape written on the inside. That looks like a snowball jacket. I'm not mad at that at all. It's like a pink camo. That doesn't look too bad. Not mad at that at all. Yeah, that's a quite nice fit. I'm not gonna lie. That one's quite nice actually. I'm not mad at that at all. Look number 21. No thanks. 22, 23. No thanks. Who's that? Yep. Look number 24. Nope. Half probably. Oh, that jacket's really nice too. This is one of the win jacket. There you go. That's a win jacket there. Look number 26. This red and black one is absolutely hard. I'll wear the F out of that one. That tracksuit's okay, I guess. It's kind of giving me Cortez, right? Like Babe went and copied Cortez that jacket. Again, that varsity jacket is useless. No one's gonna wear that. It's absolutely horrendous. There's like a Carhartt style chore jacket thing going on, which I'm sure no one would like to take. What's going on there? Huh. Oh, that's really nice. There's also like, is that a foldable? Maybe it's a crushable one. That's really fucking nice. I love that Bape suit with the matching pants as well. It looks really cool. That's really freaking cool. And you got some more there. What's that? Is that diamonds? Are those diamonds or not? Oh, that's fake. Oh, okay. Oh, good. I'm not mad at all. That's actually quite nice. That hoodie is actually pretty decent. It doesn't really match what Bape are about. It kind of looks something like Bounty Hunter could make, but I still don't mind it. But the majority of the rest of it is pretty shit. Look at that. Look at that shark hoodie. Look how they desecrated the legendary shark hoodie. What is that? Crochet? Why isn't... Ugh. That's so awful, man. So awful. Like, how much camera... How many of these can they make? Like, let's elevate a little bit. Let's do something a bit different, man. This is all, like, horrible cliche wear. Look at this. Another shark hoodie. Still that horrible Gucci-esque fur down shit. Anything else? Okay, bye, Pippi. 93. Okay, no worries. 93 in that regard. We got a couple more jerseys there as well going through. The jerseys maybe aren't too shabby, but not too bad. Not too bad. Not too bad. Not to me in the slightest. But that is Bape. Spring summer 2025 due to drop when winter dropping. I guess it's already out now, isn't it? Right? No, it's going to be out on January 4th. So if you like that sort of shit, go check it out. But it does, to me, in my opinion, it does look god awful. Maybe that red knit's the only thing that I really liked, and this packable anorak sort of like windbreaker thing, that's really nice. But the rest of it is pretty shit. Maybe that girl bra top is quite cute, right? With the little pink camo, maybe matching pants. But again, I'm sure there are other places where you can go probably get that sort of stuff. But yeah, I'm not a fan of the everyday going to the fucking, what you call it, to places and shit. But yeah, this is actually quite nice. Not too bad, not too bad. Surprisingly not too bad. Surprisingly not too bad. Anyways, my friends, that has been it. That has been the Action Zing Show episode number 854. Thanks so much for tuning in. Been a pleasure to have your company as per usual. If it's your first time checking out the show, make sure you smash the like button down below. That'd be greatly appreciated. If you're listening via the audio app, you should hear my song of the day, which is Underworld, Dark and Long. This is actually played by Mary Moxteria, allegedly, according to people on the Reddits and stuff, Berghain Reddits, and because, the Berghain New Year's Day celebration is just wrapped up, so it's tribute to her good set and everybody going crazy about how well she played. I'm going to be playing the song by Underworld, the legendary Underworld, Dark and Long, Dark Train. It's a live performance courtesy of Glastonbury, so if you can hear it, you're happy because you're listening to the audio side of things. If you can't hear it, you're watching the video, so unfortunately I can't play it. but do check it out. Do check it out if you can. It's an amazing little clip of them performing it at Glastonbury, I think in 1998, a really decent one. But anyway, thank you for joining the Excellent Zigga Show episode number 854. It's been a pleasure to have your company. Links to me are in the description down below, and I'll be back later this evening for another random show. Take care for now, people. Peace.